Good day, good afternoon, good evening everyone. This is Viper S of Viperland and I'm back here, hopefully with stable internet, with Robotics Notes Elite. Also, entirely possible that today is the final night of it, depending on how long the rest of the game is. I'd like this to be the final night. That'll let us start Steins Gate 0 on Sunday, so we'll see. But yeah, gotta get right back into it. After finally arriving upon the info, I bite my nails in front of my monitor. I don't get it at all. The information is as follows. The old Minamitane-cho local hall should be abandoned, but a company bought it in secret and pays the electric bill. Oh, okay, yeah, she's looking for the... Yeah, it's a small company in Tokyo called Taiyo Development. Due to their paying the bill, the EM wave radiation device on the first floor continues to function. The very same device used to make monopoles fall. Oh, and another thing. Kokimijima's villa. This was abandoned also, but Iritan's cold sleep device continued to function in the basement. Be able to chat for a few minutes? No worries, Rom. It's all good. Enjoy the lurk. I investigated who was paying the electric bill, and it seems a company called Commit bought the old villa. Wanting to investigate these two companies for anything in common is the nature of an net channeler. The identification team, just me, was fully mobilized. I stayed up all night to look into things. As far as what I found, well, Taiyo Development is a construction engineering firm. Commit Company is in the restaurant consultation industry. But they're both paper companies. There are no buildings for them at their registered addresses. It was easy enough to investigate from Tanegashima using the Street View function of IRUO. Yeah, Google Maps lets you do things. Well, it looked like both companies had nothing in common. Both being paper companies instantly changed things. I thought that the company director for both companies might be the same person, but that wasn't the case. But as I did further research, I found that both companies received loans from a lease company called Hoshita. The paper company wouldn't take out a loan, SMH, so get this, Hoshita's special advisor? He was a deputy director and joint investigator at the time of Happiness for You's foundings. Sakae Hoshita, the TLDR. The money used to maintain Kokimijima's crap on the island came from his old pals through paper companies. Passionate friendship couture. I could totes make a thin book out of this, clearly. Wait, no way, no way! It's so important I said it twice! This is almost too fishy. Fishier than that, huh? Someone pressed the intercom button outside. Is it the glass company? Ever since they replaced all the broken glass in November, a dealer comes by once a week. It's crazy annoying. Nobody else should be dropping by. Yashio-senpai and Prez-senpai are in Tokyo doing lewd things together. And Tracksuit-senpai went with them, or Sensei went with them, doing lewd things together, clearly. Karate-senpai is mentally busted and out of action, and Four Eyes can't move due to his busted leg. And who is it? Whoever they are, they're crazy impatient. They rang it twice. Wow, looks like you have a guest. You should answer. Give them a super energetic greeting. Shut up, Genki-kun bot. See? It's ringing. Answering is what friends are for. Break up the intercom camera, Rosetta-tan. Okay, bringing it up now. The first floor entrance. Take a look at the camera feed, but nobody's there. Where are they? Ding Dong Ditch is unforgivable. I shall have my revenge. Sometimes you just gotta sock your friends. Shut up, Genki-kun. Oh, it all happened instantaneously. The second I hear a gunshot outside my door, two men holding guns quickly come charging into the room. Without time to even make a sound, my arm is twisted behind me. My whole body gets pushed to the floor. Probably bad. Don't move. Make a sound and we kill you. Probably bad, probably bad. I can't even raise my head. Moving my neck even slightly causes an intense pain to run down my locked arm. I can't see what the men look like. It hurts too much and I'm too scared. I feel like I'm about to scream, but I grit my teeth and keep myself in check. Wow, it's okay to have fights with your friends sometimes. Ah, Genki-bot. Genki-kun's carefree voice rings through the room. But you have to make up after the fight so you can be friends again. Thanks, Genki-bot. That's what true friendship is. Someone smashes their gun stock into the monitor of my phone droid. Genki-kun goes silent on the cracked screen. Target B secured. Restraining them now. Priest 3, what's your status? Priest 3, Priest 4, report your status. What's wrong? There's no answer from the two on watch. Two men go silent in their confusion. They still have their guns pushed against the back of my head. My teeth have started chattering due to how scared I am. I'm worried that the sound will annoy my captors, so I bite down as hard as I can. Stand her up, let's go. Get up. They pull me up by the arm. Pain runs through my joints, causing me to tear up. So we saw that there were a bunch of the priest people on the list of, like, contacts. Priest 3, Priest 4, respond. Priest 3, what's going on? They won't be answering anytime soon. What? And just like that, my arm is released. I fall to my hands and knees and raise my head slightly. I look towards the entrance of my room, where the new voice came from. And standing there is, well... the two downstairs are enjoying nap time. We knew she may have had something going on, but it seems like she's using her powers for good right now. Her powers of messing people up. Tenoji she who are just judo kicks. She moves like a flash of light. Given how she usually holds herself, her current reaction speed is unbelievable. In an instant, she closes the distance between herself and the two muscle monsters with their guns raised. She slams her knee into the first man's face, riding her momentum from earlier. Why you? Unshaken by the fate of his comrade, the other man points his gun at Tenoji, but she's already arrived at his chest. She grabs the man's gun arm and spins around his back, kicking her heel into his Achilles tendon. I mean, it's a guy pointing a gun at random innocent women. He deserves it, but also... As the man falls on his back, Tenoji, I don't know why Tenoji followed by she trips me up. Like, I can do Tenoji, I can do she, but the combination apparently is just like, blah blah. Her knee into his face without a moment's hesitation. The ripped man's body quivers for a moment before going limp. Damn it! The man who suffered a knee to the face groans as he tries to get up, but Tenoji she is too fast. She plants a roundhouse kick into the defenseless man's jaw. Flawless victory. And just like that, both men are sprawled across the floor unconscious. Gets the job done. Holy shit, that was amazing! Like, why is she so strong? She's like a manga heroine, no matter how you slice it. Thank you very much. In a matter of seconds, she put down two large, armed men without getting scratched. Excuse me. That's some overpowered BS. I'm so excited that I sink to the floor. You're the worst kind of scum. What sort of men team up on a girl like that? As for Tenoji, she seems pretty upset. But as soon as she notices my gaze, she reverts to her usual sweet self. Everything's gonna be okay. Pretty strong, right? I learned it all from my dad. Yeah, no, that checks out. Now then, what's our next move? I have no clue what's going on, but there's one thing I'm certain of. Dare I say it, you are henceforth Nai-sama. Huh? Not exactly the Yuri type, but I'd be toads down with letting Nai-sama take me. Actually, please, just take me. Wow. Not exactly the type. Immediately. Paper company, a registered company that has no business activity. It's not illegal, but can be used for foul purposes like tax cutting and tax evasion. It's not illegal, but people are going to use it for illegal things. Did we just say Kokimijima's on that? Oh, we actually have Twitter. Okay, we saw that one. Taiyo Development looks totally back. Are they at full power? Times like this, the Street View mode in IRUO is handy. I mean, who upped the picture of Odaiba anyway? If the buildings were destroyed that badly, people at the venue might be dead. Plus there's a solar disturbance, but somehow the whole thing was uploaded normally? Sakae Hoshito, who was that again? I think I heard of him. Everyone please go home safe. Where is Mitsuhiko wandering around? My senses tell me this smells very fishy. Got that one. Okay, cool. This has to be a joke. What else could it be? I force out a smile. That's impossible. I saw Kokimijima's death reported on the local news. The police found his corpse. I mean, I didn't see it directly. I was still a kid at the time, and I just happened to be hospitalized. But when I first found the Kimijima reports, I went to the town library to look up the newspapers from that time. I don't have solid evidence of it myself. However, the more I think about it, and the more I dig, the more I've come to believe that he must be alive. But it was in the newspaper! They found Kokimijima's body. It was about 2 weeks after the MF Anemone incident. The MF Anemone? Kokimijima died around the same time that the MF Anemone incident took place. Why didn't I realize until now that these two incidents occurred so closely together? Didn't I tell you? The MF Anemone incident was an electromagnetic irradiation experiment. The man in charge of it was Kokimijima. Let's just say that he's one of the many endpoints birthed by the Tavistock Institute. What? Is he saying Kokimijima is a member of the Institute? The weapon of silence created with the specific purpose of inciting and brainwashing the public. That is who Kokimijima is. Quit it with your BS. That man died nearly 10 years ago. You're being manipulated. Sawada raises his voice for the first time. But that's crazy. This is all so crazy. So basically, the Kimijima report I spent all that time looking for, the reports warning the world, all of it was fake? You're telling me that Kokimijima and his pawn, Misane, were behind the MF Anemone incident? I believed that, I'd lose my mind. They were behind that awful memory? No way. Hey, I'm about to go crazy here, haha. So please, tell me you're lying. Tell me this is all just delusional nonsense. The world I believed in up until now has been turned upside down. The people I believed in up until now. If this is all true, then I didn't want to know. Ignorance is bliss? Mizuka-san was right. I opened Pandora's box myself. I'm a fool. Also, hey Sora, how's it going? So far, no dropped frames, so like, you know, holding out hope. So far, so good? Please say something. I don't care if you lie, just tell me this is all just delusional BS. Unfortunately, this is all the truth. Sawada has no mercy. He completely ignores my pleas. It was Senemiya herself who alluded to the possibility that Kokimijima was still alive. In retrospect, it was when Senemiya told me that I began to trust her in full. From then on, we worked together to follow any trail that Kokimijima left behind. But in reality, Senemiya was just feeding me false info. That's why even after 3 years of digging, I could never find him. Now, the big revelation is, Kokimijima is potentially still alive, and was the cause of the MF Anemone incident that left both protags with their conditions, and Miso was probably working with him at that point already. So, she may be fairly directly the cause of both protags having massive health issues. Believe me, I'm just as much of a fool. Kokimijima was effectively leading us around with his misinformation. And you fell for it just as hard as I did, Kaito Yashio. I'm not blaming you. Neither of us could have done a thing against the weapon of silence. The Kimijima reports were just another piece of propaganda designed to deceive the world. Kokimijima casually spread his false information, thereby manipulating others to propagate it worldwide. As the snowball rolled along, it had transformed from urban legend into global conspiracy theories. Speculation creates further speculation, and the real truth becomes vague, hidden in a sea of info. And so people are deceived. They start jumping at shadows, and eventually it all explodes when it reaches its limit. Cool, so we helped start that. Great. The symbol of that being the fake Grand Obelisk and the collapse of Odaiba. The reality is that there have been no natural disasters today. There's been no solar disturbance. All that happened in Odaiba was Misaki Sanemiya's hug rampage. Everyone here is seeing the same illusion. Fake images of a collapsed Odaiba have been uploaded to IRUO. Unexplainable blackouts in big cities all across the world. Countless rumors are circulating the net. The media is picking them up and repeating them, creating fake news. It's kind of like how you can edit Wikipedia to claim something is true, and then all it takes is just somebody. Like, I don't remember which one comes first, but like, there's definitely been documented case of like people claiming something in like a YouTube video, let's say, that gets picked up by a news source. Then that news source that was just like, you know, talking about a YouTube video gets cited in a Wikipedia article, and all of a sudden there's several cited sources of something that was just entirely made up. Like, somebody just made this up, but a news outlet got like, oh, local news, let's just talk about this video, and then that got to Wikipedia, and then that gets like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's treated as fact online, but it's not. A collection of robots have their AIs hijacked like last year, but the scale is currently unknown. Beyond that, there are riots being caused by people manipulated by all this fake info. The entire world has been made to dance in the palm of one man. But why? I told you in the beginning. There's only one objective amidst all this chaos. The execution of Project Atom. In order to guarantee its success, all eyes must be turned away from Tanegashima. Is all this really necessary just to... And yet it's clear his plan has succeeded. The militaries and police forces of the world have their hands full trying to quell the chaos. Even though a rocket that will end the world is being readied for launch as we speak. If the US forces in Japan deployed from Okinawa, they could put an end to all of this in a heartbeat. But they can't do that. Right now, other than the enemy, the only people who know about the rocket are likely you and I. And we have no way of stopping it. Hell, I'm down for the count. Yeah, upon hearing his words, I noticed that his face has gone even paler. And he said he performed emergency treatment on himself, but there's a pool of blood where he sits. Are you really okay? Well, if nothing else, I won't be moving very much for a while. But don't worry about me. I'll find some way to contact my people before I kick the bucket. Yeah. She is the worst, and that is proving to be more and more true as this goes along. Yep. They're pretty reliable. We don't have much time, but if I can get in touch with them, they might just be able to pull something off. It's going to be fun to go back in time, because this takes place in 2020 in the universe. Steins Gate Zero takes place in the same year that Steins Gate takes place, which is what, it's 2010, right? Yeah, it was 2010. So, like, it'll be the Christmas season 2010. So we're going back 10 years when we get that one. Yeah, no, you'd think that she was going to get sympathetic eventually. It's only gotten worse. Somehow he's gotten sympathetic. Slightly. Don't worry too much about what you did. You just happened to get targeted by Kokimijima. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. The Kimijima reports would have been released regardless. But Kokimijima chose me as his target. Misane knew that, and yet she still partnered up with him. I chased her all this time. Misane was always my objective, but she's evil, yes. I need to go home. Back home to Tanegashima. And how exactly are you going to do that? I don't know, but right now, I'm the only one who can stop that rocket launch, right? Like, essentially, yes, absolutely. They need to do something. Haha. We're definitely going to end up catching the fishing boat of what's-his-face, right? He's somehow going to end up here, and he's going to bring us back, and the game's going to want us to be like, wow, look, he did a good thing. It's like, yeah, he also beat the stuffing out of his kid and killed his dream. On the beach, oh yeah. Hope you had a good time at the beach. I wouldn't call this quite beach weather, but hey, if you had a good time, you had a good time. Yeah, if anything, they were just foreshadowing her badassness, yeah. For some reason, a dry laugh comes out of my mouth. Ooh, only 158 hours behind, Sor. Only. Holy moly. The progress was clam digging. Oh, cool. Get some good clams? I don't feel like I've been betrayed. This is all on me for placing my own expectations on her. And who knows, maybe Misane doesn't think she's betrayed us at all. The true identity of this emotion that's been smoldering at the bottom of my heart. I'm peeved. Yeah, that's right. I'm pissed. Cold, rainy, and your back hurts. That sounds about accurate. But hey, at least now you're warm, dry, and hopefully lying down and relaxing for the back. I worked so hard to catch up with her. The rest of the winter, good plan. I thought I was close. She felt like she was within reach. But instead, I discovered she never thought of me as anything more than a crappy NPC before tossing me away. Yeah, I got for Christmas, we got old school gamer shirt. Yeah. The classic, oops, wrong side. Classic arcade machine. And that pisses me off. Which is why I'm going to stop it. If I don't, I'll never be able to move on. They can't stand this. I hate it. I may have lost, but I'm not going to cry myself to sleep over it. I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated, and the only way to make good is to take the final chance and make a comeback. I don't care if Kokimajima is my enemy or my ally. And I sure as hell don't give a damn about Misane's true intentions. They challenged me. I get tricked and dragged into a match that I didn't even know I was in. But now that I know they've picked a fight with me, I'm not going to just lie down and let them win. I'm going to attack that throw. I'm putting everything on the line for this. Yer. When I glance over at Sawada, he looks genuinely surprised. I'll do whatever it takes to get back to the island. Sawada quietly chuckles and shrugs his shoulders. Well, if you're planning on heading back, I feel like a vaguely ruined urban setting bathed in sepia tones is just peak side EV, right? Like, just, how do I hide the UI? There you go. I feel like that's just side EV. Well, if you're planning on heading back, take that with you. Sawada points at a knapsack with an NIV device inside. An electromagnetic wave or radiation device. It won't do anything by itself. It won't activate without a special cartridge inserted into the slot. But if you do find a way to use it, you'll have one powerful weapon in your arsenal. In the unlikely event that we finish this one in like an hour and we have a bunch of time left, I'd probably spend that time picking up the last few trophies for the platinum. If we have less than 2 hours left, I won't start the next game. I feel like you gotta give it a good time to like start a game. And I feel like less than 2 hours just wouldn't be good. If we somehow beat it with 2 hours left, sure, but I don't plan on it. I also don't know how much time is left. I feel like there's more than an hour and a half left, but remember, your enemy is human. If you hit them with EM waves, you can make them see illusions. Now we have the power. Make good use of it. Good use, huh? I pick up the knapsack and sling it over my shoulder. I then remove the handgun from my pocket and put it in Sawada's feet. I'll be returning this. Got no use for that thing in my game. I don't play Zoner. I see. Sawada doesn't even look at the gun. If you manage to get to Tanegashima in one piece, give codename S. Brown my regards. S. Brown? Who's that? Sister Brown? I don't know their real name. They're one of my comrades, but I only know them online. I mean, we know who it is, but they told me they know you. I'll keep that in mind. After shooting him a response, I exit the expo arena without looking back. The sun's gone down. Even at night, the grand obelisk floats up in the darkness. Does it still show destroyed? Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, I read that. The moon up high is slender. This might be the quietest night I've ever seen in Tokyo. I'm guessing it's because of the lack of cars. Until yesterday, the city was lit up to a dazzling degree, but there are almost no lights tonight. And so it's super dark. That said, it's still brighter than Tanegashima at night. On the opposite shore, the heart of Tokyo's 23 wards looks darker than usual today. I wonder when this place will recover from the blackout. God, this is so frustrating. How much of Sawada's words were true, and how much of it was pure delusion? I can't sort it out right now. Sawada and Kokimijima. There's no way for me to check who's right or wrong, and it's not like I can fix the blackout myself. I've been walking around Odaiba all night trying to figure out what my next move is. I eventually conclude that I'll have to walk all the way to Hanada Airport. Compared to the daytime, there are much fewer people walking around. Most people have sought refuge indoors at places like Expo Arena Sky, Fujisan, TV, hotels, and shopping malls. In Odaiba, there was a clear distinction between who wanted to leave and people who wanted to stay. Apparently, most of the people who decided to leave headed in the direction of Harumi to reach the city center. Not being able to use a car is a pretty big deal. The cars on the road are able to move normally, so almost all of them left Odaiba. I hardly see any left. The giant parking garages are something else, though. I guess the people who parked in there had to give up on getting their cars. The garages have electronic locks. There are service robots at the exits and entrances. Since they've gone haywire, there's no way in or out. I'm sure you could probably force your car through, but nobody's even tried. Are they just assuming it would be impossible? People are assuming that since electric devices are unusable because of the disturbance, cars would be too. This is absurd. There's still over 100,000 people in Odaiba. Not a single one of them thought to force their car through? Is this what it means to be under the effects of propaganda? Back in the hotel lobby, Mr. Candy informs me that Akiho is resting in her room. Aki-chan, are you awake? The door wasn't locked, so when I enter without knocking... Oh. 75% CG completion? I see Akiho on the bed clutching her knees. Knock. Really? At a time like this? Kai, I'm sorry. Akiho's voice sounds dry. Right now, I want you to leave me alone. Why? Because my face is a mess. I don't want you to see me like this. She's been like this ever since we fled the expo arena. That said, I have no intention of doing as told. I start packing up my belongings in the corner of the room. I get how you feel, Aki-chan. I know how much you love Misane. And that same person destroyed the robot you worked so hard to build with your friends. I get it. But if you fall apart now, you won't be that wastefully optimistic Aki-chan I know. It's times like this that the normal you would burst out a gun barrel line, a blast of... I'm not Kai. I'm not optimistic at all. Akiho raises her head as she screams at me. Her glare is piercing. I'm actually a little surprised. I've never really seen Akiho snap like this. There are plenty of times that I want to cry. I wanted to try calling Misa every single day, but when I thought about how she might hate me for it, I didn't. I could have tried to go and see her anytime I wanted, but I didn't. I was scared. I was too scared. You know what, Kai? For the last 7 years, I was so scared to see her, terrified. It's all because of what she said to me before she left the island. Yeah, that was a really messed up thing to say to someone. That no matter what I do, I'm just average. I was always afraid that from her point of view, I was just a pathetic and annoying little sister. Akiho isn't even trying to hold back her tears anymore. Yeah, she's... Not that she's been good at any point in this game, but she's really proven to be the worst. How much has she cried today? Too much. Her eyes are completely red. I shouldn't have come to Tokyo. I shouldn't have built that robot. I shouldn't have seen Misa. I shouldn't have had a dream. Well, if she was on the island right now, then, she'd be seeing a different side of Misa. It would be... oh, equally unpleasant. I don't want to go see Misane one more time and talk to her. I don't want to see her anymore. And even if I did, she wouldn't look at me. I just can't, not anymore. I'm tired. I want to be alone for a while. In that case, feel free to mope around as much as you want in here. But I'm not going to sit here and watch Aki-chan. Quite frankly, I'm disappointed. Don't be like that. Yeah, Taku was bad, but he was predominantly bad to himself. And whenever he told people what he was thinking at any point. But like, She's straight up ruining stuff for a large portion of people. Lift up my bag after packing it with what I need. Going to do whatever I can to get home. Huh? Home? What are you gonna do? It's highly likely that Misane is on Tanegashima right now. Yeah, correct. He sure thought about it. Oh boy, he sure thought about it. But he didn't actually. He thought about it graphically, but he didn't actually do it. No way. Going to go see her. Later. Kai. Akio panics and tumbles off the bed. But instead of trying to help her, I immediately exit the room. Every minute, every second counts. First things first, I gotta get to the airport. Because you definitely see a ton of airplanes going by right now. I entrust Akio to Mr. Candy, then leave the hotel and check my map. The shortest route to Haneda Airport is riding the Aqualiner. 1 second. Unfortunately, it's currently out of service. By foot, I have 3 paths available to me. First, I can cross the Rainbow Bridge. Then I can walk south along the coast from Shinagawa. Sadly, the bridge is closed. Sounds like a no-go. The next option is the shortest path, the Metro Expressway Bayshore Route Tunnel. It's usually off limits for pedestrians, but it's closed for traffic right now, so there are no cars. This might work. Third, I can hit the Tokyo Harbor Coastal Road at Harumi, and exit in Hiwajima, another car route. Let's go with the easiest to understand route. Below the bridge, I can see the Bayshore route shrouded in darkness. It's probably dark inside of the tunnel, too. Glad I brought a flashlight with me. Well, you know, your phone droid. Kai, wait! Akio comes chasing after me. She clings to my arm. Hey, wait! How are you going to get back to the island alone? First, I gotta get to Hanada, and I'll figure things out from there. I should be able to walk there in like 3 hours? But there aren't any planes flying. Who knows? Flights to Kagoshima might suddenly get restored. Actively avoided other people. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as the player characters inside his head, seeing his thoughts and delusions, he was bad, but like, in terms of things he actually did to other people, he was mostly harmless. Till the very end, but you know. Yeah, correct, like, he didn't actually do much to others, but boy did he think about it. A lot. Either way, I gotta see Misane no matter what. Aki-chan, you read them too, right? The Kimijima reports. You know about Project Atom. It's possible that Misane is in the process of making that thing a reality. She's trying to use a TNSC rocket to kill 5 billion people. Akio's eyes widen as she shakes her head in denial. I grab her by the shoulders and look her straight in the eyes. Right now, we're the only ones in the world who know that. That's why I'm going to the island. Do you love Misa? For sure not now. Is this really the time or place for this? Why would she suddenly ask me that? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I used to. I hold Akio in my arms. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm not even doing this to save the world. It's actually a lot more trivial. I'm going so I can settle things with Misane. She challenged me. Settle things? What do you mean? This is a match, at least it is to me. I lost the first round, pretty badly at that. But I refused to sit here and be made to look like a fool. I was always the one doing the chasing. Just wanted to surprise her, or surpass her, and reach the top. Reaching the top would mean that I did. I got to where I am believing that. I've spent my entire life chasing after this distant goal. I'm not gonna let her win and run. Before she kills 5 billion people, I'm going to make her face me in one more match. And if I win, I'll be the best in the world. Kai, what about you, Aki-chan? Are you okay with losing to Misane? Are you going to let her become the worst murderer in human history? 5 billion people? Yeah, 5 billion people. Yeah, he's talking about this whole thing as a game, but in his mind he's just like, I'm gonna challenge her to kill Ballad. Yeah, that'll show her. This is too much for me. I can feel Akio's back trembling a little. To be fair, let's be honest, that would be in character for him. This is a burden we can carry. And honestly, I feel like it would be slightly in character for her as just like, alright fine, I'll crush you at the thing you think you're the best at. Okay. Hey Kai, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to do anything about this. Let's just stop all this craziness. Let's just stay here until it's safe. Akio's a goner. She probably won't recover for a while yet. Guess I'll have to leave her here. What's the sound? A sound that cuts through the silence, pokes and prods at my ears. Is that the sound of a car tires? Eventually, I see a light coming from deep inside the Tokyo Harbor Tunnel. It's the headlight of a car. A single car comes speeding out from the tunnel. Wait, if I can catch a ride with them, I might be able to get to Haneda. I distance myself from Akio and look down under the bridge. Emerging from the tunnel, it's a crappy-looking white small car. It sways around a bit as it zooms along. Eventually, it comes to a stop in the middle of the road right below me. The driver's side door opens. With all the highway lights off, I can't make out the person from the top of the bridge. Excuse me. Could you give me a ride to Haneda Airport? I make the request knowing full well that they might say no. What? Is that Yashio and Little Senomiya? The driver somehow identifies us by name. Listen up, you guys. I can't drive straight while going fast. Pro tip. It definitely doesn't qualify as a pro tip. And wait a second. Michi? I doubt my eyes. The figure steps in front of the headlights and all of my doubt vanishes. The man that appears before us in all of his tracksuit glory is the very same teacher we couldn't get in touch with. Go get my uncle, we're going home! Michi gives me a thumbs up, almost as if he saw through everything. I mean... okay, that's pretty great. That one's pretty good. The foot in the windshield really just cements it. Hold on tight. The 658cc four-cylinder engine roars. The Ariake Junction entrance to the Rainbow Bridge is the crossing gate down. Also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland of the chat. Sorry, not many streams lately. Optimum Online is bad. I know, I'm sorry, it's my ISP. They're bad. I'm doing good tonight. We have no drop frames yet, knock on wood. We might be finishing the game. Michi charges the car straight towards it. We're gonna hit it. This is an emergency, to hell with the rules. Michi only shines when there's no rules. I can't believe he brought his stupid parrot. He's totally ignoring traffic laws. Michi smashes into the gate without braking and the car zips right through it. We drive down the junction to the closed-off Daiba line. This is nuts, Michi. But it makes for one hell of an impact. Yeah, right, why couldn't we leave the parrot behind? Why did he even bring the parrot? Why are you enjoying this? And wait, isn't the Rainbow Bridge closed? Are we gonna be okay? I feel sick. Michi, go slower. What are you talking about? I'm totally doing the speed limit. The fact that his driving is so messed up despite doing the speed limit is actually kind of impressive. We've been jerking left and right in our seats this whole time. At last, I see the Rainbow Bridge in front of us. It's not lit up. Even the aircraft warning lights are off, so it's totally shrouded in darkness. Wait, Mitsuhiko, where exactly are we going? Aren't we going to Haneda? Haneda is in the opposite direction. Even if we get there, the planes aren't flying. Wait, did you think that Haneda and Narita were the only airports in Tokyo? They're not, pro tip. We're heading to Chofu. Chofu? Wait, there's 3 airports in Tokyo? Never been to Tokyo, but that seems like a lot for one city. I mean, I guess New York's got 2. But like, 3 is a lot. 2 is a lot. Chofu Airport? Is it famous or something? Nope, most people living in Tokyo probably don't know about it. Wait, Michi, does that airport really exist? It does. Michi grips the steering wheel and grins. By the way, there's a facility right next to it. This is key, but I'll fill you in just this once. It's the JAXA Chofu Space Center. What? Consider that a pro tip, too. The engine's noise grows louder. Before I can collect my thoughts, we've already zoomed through the Rainbow Bridge. Excuse me, sorry. The car's tires screech against the asphalt as we slip into the circular route junction. It took some time to get to Chofu. There weren't any other cars on the road, but the streetlights were all out. This meant that the roads formed something of a dark labyrinth. Unfortunately, Michi ended up going the wrong way more than once. For once, his heart's in the right place, but he still can't beat the fact that he's Michi. His heart's in the right place. Took nearly 2 hours to... That's almost as long as it was going to take him to walk to the other airport. He's really trying, but he still can't help but Michi it up. Chofu Airport was more like an airfield with a single runway. While it seems several times larger than the old Tanegashima Airport, it doesn't feel that way thanks to the darkness. There are multiple small aircraft parked on the airport apron. Most of them look like Cessnas. Don't tell me we're going to head to Tanegashima in the Cessna. Yeah, I feel like throwing up. Akio's a mess thanks to Michi's pro driving skills. She was already worse for wear, now she basically looks like a zombie. I lean to her shoulder and she basically clings to my body. This way! Michi leads the way and we find a single propeller plane parked close to the runway. It clearly has 2 propellers. Huh? This is the same type of plane used for flights to Tanegashima. He's right, it can carry about 30 people. Upon closer inspection, the company name written on the frame is also the same. The ramp has already been lowered, making it possible to see the captain on standby in the cockpit. Other than that, I don't see a single passenger inside. As for cabin crew, there might not be one. Michi then waves his hand to the cockpit window. It's gotta be his dad, right? Yeah, Yashio-san, thanks a lot!
Huh?
Wait, what? Hold on a second. Wait. I run up to the plane and can't believe my eyes when I peer into the cockpit. The captain sees me and salutes. I can see the man inside clear as day thanks to the cockpit lights. There's no mistaking it. Dad, what's he doing here? He's a pilot! Yo, Michi, explain this. What the heck's going on? Michi shrugs his shoulders, a blank expression on his face. Remember Tenoji-san from JAXA? Yeah, Nae-san, what about her? About a week before we departed for Tokyo, she called me and your old man out of nowhere. Nae-san called Dad. She told us that it was possible there might be a terrorist attack in the near future. She said that if something happened while we were in Tokyo, we should go to Chofu Airport. And she asked her dad to fly his plane here if a terrorist attack actually went down. Nae coming up with the plans. Yep. Dramatic Twitter dad, yeah. Oh man, I wonder if he's just like, tell me he set up a tweet like, saving the day for my precious boy. No, not yet. Saving the day. Bringing my, how do you phrase it? I'm not saving the day, I'm just allowing the opportunity for my boy to become a man. She even said the people up top approved of this already. Wait, could Nae-san possibly be the S. Brown that Sawada mentioned? Could be. You're telling me that Dad flew all the way here after the solar disturbance hit? I look up at the cockpit again. Dad seems to be hurriedly checking some meters. I'm the only one here who knows that we didn't get hit with anything. In other words, Dad came here knowing his plane might be turned into a brick mid-flight. That's crazy. We can talk about the details later. Everything's ready. Let's make like a tree and scram. Yes. He's right. The details don't matter. Now's not the time to think about who Nae-san really is, or Dad's recklessness. I have something I have to do, something I want, and that's to face Misani in a match. I mean, not only that, you know he's tweeting that mid-flight. He's not going to do it now, he's not going to wait till we land mid-flight. Mr. Candy and Michi both head towards the aircraft ramp. I'm about to follow them when I notice Akio is frozen in place. Aki-chan? She's holding herself, trembling. Are we really going home? I'm scared. I'm scared of seeing Misa again. Aki-chan, you don't have to see her. But I know you're going to get lonely if you stay here in Tokyo alone. Let's at least go home together. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. But Akio remains still, her head held low. Why? Just why? Unexpectedly, I hear a singing voice coming from the darkness of the runway. Someone's there, shrouded in darkness. A ghost? An illusion? No, she can't not. Scared, Akio tightly grips my hand. Yeah, that was way early, but amidst the silence, the sound of footsteps gradually grows closer. Oh, she's approaching singing this. Like, come on. And at last, the source of the voice reveals itself from the shadows. That appearance, that face. There's no way I would mistake it. Oh, hey. She's got not like hospital outfit. Ain't that the ghost of Uchigaoka Park? Should I be recording this? That girl, that's Irie, right? The AI program created by Koki Mijima, Misane's friend. Does she have Irie tags? Oh, yep. 1995, H25, blood type AB. Okay. Judging by her expression, she seems more like Gejine at the moment. I can't sense any kind of emotion from her. It's like she has no soul. She wears an empty expression on her face. It's like she's looking at someone but unable to see anyone. Oh yeah! Who creeped into her room? Yeah. Who's behind you now? Yes, whose eyes are those eyes? She mumbles quietly. Which one is she? Is she the real Irie Yukifune? Or is she the AR program made by Koki Mijima? I'm looking at her without using a phone droid right now, so common sense says that she's the real one. But that doesn't mean anything, especially considering what happened with Misane and the Grand Obelisk. It could just be another illusion visible to the naked eye. Plus, her timing leads me to believe that she must have been waiting for us. Irie begins to slowly raise her thin arm. She stops at about shoulder height. In her hand is a black handgun that coolly reflects the moonlight, completely unbefitting her young appearance. I'm concerned for a moment, but then remind myself that if she's just an AR program, the gun isn't real. We should all try the Kai method of staying cool under pressure, just assuming it's not real. That can't hurt me, it's not a real gun. This is just a bluff too. What? Some of the asphalt at her feet goes flying. That was a real bullet! Her gun's real? In other words, the Irie in front of us is no illusion. Irie Yukifune? That's impossible. Irie Yukifune is hospitalized in Shibuya. There's no way she can make it to Chofu in all of this chaos. Hell, the fact that she was waiting for us is even crazier. I never told her that we were coming here. I didn't even know this was an option until 2 hours ago. That's true. Nobody else here knows Irie Yukifune. And yet here she is dramatically appearing and singing Kagome Kagome. She shouldn't have any memories from AR Irie, so why did she sing that song? This is all terribly futile. Irie begins to speak, but as I suspected, there's no emotion behind her words. I won't let you fly away from here. If you insist on going, you'll have to run me over and kill me. Tone is altogether different from AR Irie, Irie Yukifune, and even Gejine. She's different from every other Irie. And who is she? Of course, I am a living human being. If you run me over, my flesh will tear, my bones will break, my innards will be crushed, and my blood will spill. Someone's watching me, and it's not Irie. Someone's got their eyes on me somewhere. Go ahead, say it. Say it, Kai. But I have no clue where they are. Go ahead, just say it. Just... Are they hidden in the darkness, right next to me, behind me, in the plane? If you're prepared to do that, then be my guest. Who are you? Yashio. Michi then whispers into my ear. Look at her through Irie. I did! Huh? I swear I did. I hurriedly whip out my phone droid and turn the camera towards Irie. Oh, okay. I then boot up IRUO. And there, right on my screen, is a man. He's right behind Irie. He's close enough to be touching her. His body is slim and his hair is long. That's a man invisible to the naked eye. A man only visible in AR. A ghost. The wandering dead. Don't tell me he never seen that face before, but you're Ko Kimijima. As soon as he hears me say the name aloud, the man's lips twist into a wicked grin. Everything Sawada said was true. The culprit behind everything, the mastermind behind it all. The man who changed Misane. The man who deceived me. It's him. All of this is happening because of him. The project is already 90% complete. I can hear his voice. His voice is coming from our phone droids. It's the same system as AR Irie. It's programmed so that the voice we hear changes based on position. Much like a car has a braking distance, my plan cannot be stopped so suddenly. Is this Ko Kimijima's voice? So no. No matter how hard people like you and Sawada-kun try, you're too late. You cannot stop it. I spent over 10 years on this project after all. I wanted to be absolutely sure. I eliminated as many irregular factors as possible from the project. Your role is complete. You've already exited the stage, so I'm going to have to ask you to stay backstage. His voice is soft. Actually, it's kind of weak. Mr. Candy would make for a better final boss. Wait, no, I can't let him fool me. If what Sawada said is true, this man is the weapon of silence, a being trying to massacre 5 billion people. If you still insist on trying to interfere with my work, well, I could do this to Irie Yukifune. Ko Kimijima's hand covers Irie Yukifune's hand holding the gun. She's like a puppet on a string. Irie Yukifune and Ko Kimijima's hands movements are synchronized. He bends Irie's arm and raises the gun. I mean, maybe she'll just summon her persona, right? He then places its muzzle up against her temple. Despite what's happening, Irie's expression remains vacant. You would be sending her to her death. Stop! Swallow my breath. I choose my words wisely as I talk to the Phantom Man. Ah crap, he's already her persona, isn't he? I thought you were dead. Are you just an AI like Irie? I suppose in a technical sense that's correct. However, the volume of data is different from Irie. I converted my memories and personality into data. Converting memories into data was made possible through a certain university in the US. They published a thesis. Yeah, well, at least he didn't learn how to use that same technology to time travel. I put that to practical use. In other words, you could say I'm a personality that has been transferred to the net, memories intact. While it might be artificial in a sense, I have gained eternal life. Are you jealous? Originally, I was going to perform a more perfect transfer, after more thorough research. But things went a bit sour when Misaki Senomiya murdered me. Huh? Misane killed Ko Kimijima? I thought they were friends. So confused. Once again, I have no clue what's going on. What is Misane's goal in all of this? I glance over at Akeo to see her reaction. She looks stunned. Thus, I've been constructed using incomplete alpha version data, taken just prior to my death. Excuse me. Due to that, I can't use all the power I had when I was alive, hence why it took me 10 years to execute the plan. What power did he have when alive? Project Atom was originally scheduled for 2015. What do you mean, Misane killed you? Ah yes, she was truly brave and also barbaric. She tried to stop me that day. I was in the middle of an important experiment, you see. An important experiment? The MF enemy. Yes, it was to confirm whether it would be possible to show illusions to large groups of people using EM irradiation. How could he say something like that so nonchalantly? How much suffering does he think he put me, Akio, and everyone else on that ship through over the last 10 years? I don't think he cares. That day's experiment was to test the upper limit. I raised the EM waves to their max strength. Originally, I had expected to end up killing every person aboard the MF enemy. What? What did you just say? I was going to kill all of you. Indeed, if the experiment had gone on for another 10 minutes, that would have been the end result. Misaki just happened to drop by my house at the time, and when I told her about it, she told me to stop. Silly girl. A fool would stop simply because they were told to. Wow, that's... wow. She did one good thing. When I refused. Slightly tarnished by the fact that she's now basically following his plans to kill 5 billion people. Like, you saved a boatload of people in a literal sense by killing one man, but now you're gonna kill like 5/6 of the planet. So like, I won't let you kill them. I won't let you kill Aki and Kai. I'm gonna kill them in the future. I won't let you kill them. Kill. Is he dead? What have I? Because of her, my head had been smashed in like a watermelon on the other end of a bat. My, what an awful thing she did. That's why about a month later I decided to appear before Misaki. The rest was simple. I prodded her sense of guilt and she easily fell into my hands. She's been working for me ever since a month at— oh, jeez. She's essentially my arms and legs. She does whatever I tell her to do. I told her to die in the middle of a live worldwide broadcast. She would likely do it. If I were to put it another way, because she saved the two of you, Misaki is about to become the worst murderer in human history. I don't get why her... like, you wouldn't have done this anyway? You can't pin it on us. You can't pin it on us being alive as the reason. The Misaki Senomiya of the past no longer exists. She shoulders the weight of her sins. The moment she murdered me, the rest of Misaki's life was set in stone. Tell me, do you intend on killing her in order to save the world? I admit, that would be admirable. But if you did that, I'd simply turn you into my next tools. Okay, so apparently the second you have guilt over something, he can just be like, ha! Though it also kind of seems like it works anyway when you have high-powered mind control devices. Again, he convinced an entire person that he had a wife and child to protect. So I suppose twisting guilt into further things isn't really difficult for him. I would use the guilt you carried over killing your sister. Eventually, our heroes return to the darkness and destroy the world they protected. Not a bad scenario at all. I have all the time in the world, so I have no problem starting from zero. So what will you do? Will you go to the island and have your battle to the death with Misaki? Oh, and by the way, she's armed with the second Sumeragi unit, the same machine that destroyed your robot. It's not super clear, but again, he clearly has powerful manipulation devices, and I'm pretty sure, like, maybe all the guilt part of it is just like a crack in the armor that just lets him through, and like once he's in, he's in. That's what I'm taking it as personally, because otherwise it doesn't make too much sense. I'm just assuming like that's like the lowering of defenses. Perhaps I'll command her to actually kill you all this time. When I try to respond, the person who holds me back and steps towards Kokimijima is Michino, Aki-chan. Her expression is calm and collected. There's not an ounce of fear in her eyes. Okay, I know this is supposed to be dramatic, and I get it. But the shot composition makes it feel like a Pokemon battle. Like, I get it. I understand what's going on. I understand how dramatic this is. But, like, it's shot like a Pokemon battle. Oh yeah, I didn't actually read that today. Her expression is calm and collected. There's not an ounce of fear in her eyes. She looks straight at Airi Yukifune and Kokimijima behind her, invisible to the naked eye. Kimijima-san. Does Misa still love robots? Aki-chan, what are you doing? What an amusing question. Kokimijima smiles. She probably still does, I imagine. Misaki plays a game called Kill Ballad from time to time. She's Tagrin, her nickname Tagrin. That really was Misane. And Misa, even now, she's still... The Pokemon, obviously. From where I'm standing, I can see Akio clench her fist. To me, robots were what bound us together. Hmm? To me, robots were dreams. Robots were hope. Robots were the crystallization of the work that my friends and I did. Robots listened to our commands and executed them. They can't even move properly without us there to tell them what to do. They're so big and yet they need all the help they can get, like children. But the more seriously you treat them, the more they'll give back. They might just be lumps of machinery, but I've come to believe they have souls. You know how Japanese people are so quick to personify robots? I think it's because Japanese people believe that anything and everything contains a soul. Gunbuild 1 and Gunbuild 2 were both like my children, and yet Misane destroyed all of it. My sister, the same girl who loved robots, destroyed them. How did she feel? Was she sad? Was it painful for her? Was she able to feel anything at all? You won't get away with this. I won't let you get away with making Misa do something so horrible, Koki Nijima. You won't let me get away with it. Pray tell, what do you plan on doing? Can you even stop Misaki? Didn't I already tell you? She's armed with Sumeragi. She's also accompanied by a team of 10 professional soldiers armed to the teeth. Heh. It's then that Akio starts to laugh fearlessly. She doesn't look at me, but she does grab my hand with hers. I grip it firmly in response. Haven't you heard? The evil robot is always defeated by the robot of justice. Always. Seriously? Oh, no, wait. We still have one giant robot left. The one that Misa designed herself. That said, we know she's been making upgrades to it. We know she's been working on it, not to what extent. But like, yes, approach her at 1 mile per day. Maybe it moves now, who knows? We know that like she didn't put it entirely on hold, but that's about it. We're gonna drag out prototype model 1? That piece of junk? I don't think she'd play that card. Aki-chan, you're the goddamn best. Let me fill you in, Kimijima-san. Up until now, giant bipedal robots. Dozens upon dozens of times, no, hundreds of times. They have saved the world from annihilation. Well, in anime games anyhow. But I suppose she's not technically wrong. And so a robot's gonna save the world this time, too. The robot we built. The robot filled with our hopes and dreams. We're gonna defeat you, your evil robot. And we're gonna put you down, too. And we're gonna beat Misa. We're gonna save the whole world. The Committee of 300, the Tavistock Institute, Project Adam, Koki Mijima, you can all shove it. And we're gonna sock Misa too. I'm not gonna lose to that superwoman anymore. Justice always wins. We will win. And we're gonna save Misa. That's what I call a shout from the soul. Oh, hey. How? So robot's gonna save the robot we built. Robot filled with our hopes and dreams. We're gonna defeat your evil robot. We're gonna put you down too. We're gonna beat Misa. We're gonna save the whole world. It's a live broadcast. The video just suddenly started playing on Nagafugata's Twipo account. Ah. Every now and again, he gets something right. He's generally useless, but he's not evil, and every now and again, he does something good. Former club president Senomiya Senpai is passionately yelling somewhere dark. Yashio Senpai is holding her hand. Who are they talking to? What are they talking about? I don't know the details, but what I do know, a robot filled with our hopes and dreams. A robot of justice will save the world. Such a simplistic view of good and evil sounds exactly like the super robot anime that Senomiya Senpai enjoys. Yes, as all of these YouTube archives have been titled, Super Robots Better Than Real Robots. I've never changed the title because it's still true. As far as I'm concerned, those stories are too childish. They lack appeal. You just want people to die in Gundam battles. Hush you. So why? What's this strange feeling welling up in my chest? Why are there tears in my eyes? My gaze is naturally drawn to the cardboard box in the corner of my room. My leg is in a cast, so I basically have to crawl to the box. I open the lid and take a look inside. It's there that I find the wreckage of my old partner. He's been broken for half a year now. It was 10 years ago when I saw Misaki Sanemiya, a high schooler at the time, at Robo 1. I became fascinated with robots. Man, even his origin story is her. That fascination is what brought me to M45. I pick up one of the parts. I gently wrap its cold sensation in the palm of my hand. The memories come flooding back. When I was in elementary school, at a small toy shop, I had a small RC toy bought for me. Let every one of them down. After watching Robo 1, I desperately wanted a robot of my own. Of course, there were no bipedal RC robot toys back then, so I got an animal type with 4 legs. Naturally, it was my dad who bought it for me. I remember what he said to me that day. Son, I'm gonna ruin your life someday. Don't start enjoying these. That is clearly a Zoid, right? Like, that's 100% a Zoid. Right? I didn't even watch Zoids, but that's a Zoid. You gotta take responsibility for this little guy and put him together. Don't you dare give up midway through. Well, you're smart, so I bet you'll get it done in no time. I look at my left leg. It's held in place by a hard cast. During surgery, I had multiple bolts inserted into it. If I don't take painkillers, the intense pain keeps me from sleeping. Even then, when I take another look deep inside my heart, the answer comes immediately. No, I already had the answer. This entire month, ever since I broke my leg, I've just been thinking the whole time. And after hearing Sanemiya-senpai spill her soul, well, I can't possibly sit here any longer. I put on a change of clothes and exit my room with crutches in hand. Dad is in the living room. He's staring out the darkness through the window. He said he saw a swarm of robots during the day at sea, so he must still be worried about it. Where do you think you're going? Just hearing his voice makes my body tremble. Dad has always been a massive wall that I could never overcome. I have all the respect in the world for him, and I'm serious about inheriting his work. However, to club. I barely managed to squeeze out the words without stuttering. I'm going to club. I look Dad straight in the eyes, and I make my intentions clear. I'm still a member of the Robot Club. I realized something. I really do love building robots. Up until now, I did my best to avoid that truth. I kept telling myself that it was something bad. I wonder why you had to keep telling yourself that. I wonder why. I wonder who could possibly have influenced you so heavily to try to convince yourself that. But in the end, I've loved building robots ever since I was a kid. I want to cherish these feelings. But what are you going to do if you get badly hurt again? On top of that, you're going out at a time like this in this weather. I like how he's holding the injury over him, as if he wasn't so against it that he would literally beat his son long before the injury. Now he just has something else to hold over him. He was already straight up beating his son over this nonsense way before the injury happened. You're not allowed to use that. Have you ever considered how we might feel? Yes, non-stop for all these years, and it's made him miserable. Let him have things he enjoys. I'm happy that you're concerned for my well-being, Dad. And I'm ashamed of myself for betraying your feelings. But I have to do this. This is something that only me and my friends can do. I don't want to regret things anymore. I want to take responsibility and finish building that robot. I won't give up midway through, no matter what. This is my dream. So, I'm sorry, Dad. But I have to go. Fine. It's the closest to a good thing he's done in this game, is just turn his back. He spits out his reply and withdraws into his own room. I was prepared to get socked once or twice, so his response leaves me a bit shocked. I bow my head, put on a raincoat, and leave the house. You know you're a garbage character when literally the best thing you've done in the entire game is turn your back on your son and walk away. It's the best thing he's done. Didn't encounter a single person or car on the way to the old airport. The island is essentially under martial law right now. Rumors that armed terrorists have taken over the Tanegashima Space Center have spread around the whole island already. I've heard that everyone from Minamatame-cho has been evacuated to my high school. But there's nobody at the old airport located next door. Do we haven't done in a while? Saved. Just a locked hangar, and a prototype Model 1 sleeping inside of it. At least that's what I thought. Hidaka-kun? The hangar doors open, and from inside I hear a familiar voice. Daitoku-senpai. I saw Akio-chan's video and, to be honest, I didn't think I should come here. I still think I made a mistake even now. But after hearing Akio-chan's words, I felt like I couldn't just sit around doing nothing. So, here I am. You're going to rebuild Model 1-kun, right? That's what Akio-chan was saying. I'm sorry. I haven't once apologized to you, Hidaka-kun. I'm so sorry. To be fair, she tried. But his dad kept her from doing that too. It's because of me that the Robot Club is gone. Like, she honestly tried. I didn't want that. I didn't want this to happen. I might not have the right to say this after injuring you, Hidaka-kun, but you don't have to let me come back. But I want you, Akio-chan, Gashio-kun, and Kojiro-san to be able to continue the Robot Club. That's what I came here to say, and Daitoku-senpai starts shaking her head left and right. She'd been trying to hold back tears this entire time, but she's given up. The big teardrops are already gushing from her eyes. Oh no, that's not what I really want to say. I also want to continue the Robot Club. I want to build robots again with everyone. Daitoku-senpai wails loudly. Her face is a total mess. Even then, she doesn't try to wipe away the tears. She simply falls to her knees. Senpai? I know I can't be forgiven for what I've done. I'm useless. I don't add anything to the group. But even then, Daitoku-senpai gets on her hands and knees and puts her head down. I still want to try one more time. I don't want the new dream that I finally found to end like this. I know she says she's useless, but like, she did all the mocap. Other than the getting from lying down to crouching position one that they had to fudge, all the mocap at the professional expo was done by her. And talk about character growth, going from straight up afraid of robots to actively helping and wanting to create more with her friends. No, I don't remember if I heard that one. I don't want this new dream that I finally found to end like this. Please, Hidaka-kun. I know I'm being selfish, but please, let me help too. I'm begging you. The sound of the rain outside echoes loudly through the hangar. I don't think I've ever been here at night. I let out a sigh. I'm not going to give you a hand. I mean, my leg is broken after all. Come on, raise your head and stand up. You don't have time to apologize, Daitoku-senpai. Huh? With my leg like this, I can barely get around. So you're going to have to do my share of the work. We'll call it even after that. Ah. Hidaka-kun. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you so much. You forced a senior to prostrate herself, then coerced her into becoming your slave in a sexual way. And with perfect timing. What eroge is this? Suddenly assailed by a bright light. She comes in spouting sexual nonsense and then flashes everybody. That's it. What's happening? Who's there? Oh, who's there? Like that could be anyone else. It's the light of a flashlight. Two figures appear. From now on, I'm calling you Fiendish Four Eyes. I'll accept no objections. Excuse me? Daitoku-senpai, hurry and stand up, please. She's totally misunderstanding the situation. I'm sorry. Daitoku-senpai stands straight up, then staggers a little. Ah. She falls over towards me. What? This is bad. If she falls on me, I won't be able to hold her up. Actually, my leg could be in serious trouble. But I have no escape route. Just when I come to expect the worst, Tenochi-san dashes between us and holds up Datoku-senpai. Are you okay? Ah, sorry. Is it just me or was she insanely fast just now? Yeah, she is. Yet here she is, smiling as usual. I like the fact that she's so fast and so well trained because of her dad, because that makes me think of a man built like an Armstrong, just straight up DBZ, like flash stepping behind somebody and like judo chopping them in the neck. Subaru-kun, Juna-chan, and Kona-chan, looks like all the former Robot Club members are here. Former? I think not. We're the current Robot Club members. Right, that's what I wanted to hear. Now this is youth, how wonderful. Mr. Brown is already behind you, yes. Did everyone come here after hearing Akio-chan's passionate speech? Datoku-senpai and I both nod. As for Furuguri, can you even call that a speech? Passionate speech would be, for example, something like, "Gentlemen, I love war, SMH." How is that a passionate speech? That said, Press-senpai did a pretty good job, legit. She's muttering to herself. And I guess we know what we have to do. A familiar truck with a crane comes driving up to the hangar with perfect timing. And out from the driver's seat. Oh, you're all here. It's Doc. He acts like he expected us to be together. Let's get started. The next 24 hours are gonna decide it all. Ain't nobody here sleeping tonight. Let's do this. Without explaining a single thing, he dives right into barking orders. You're a rocker, Fujita-san? Nah. Akio's the real rocker. She's got balls of steel. We don't need further instructions. There are only 5 of us here, but we're all thinking the same thing. We glance at prototype Model 1 lying quietly in the darkness. Prez, Yashio-senpai. Do everything in our power to get it up and running. We already know what type of weapon he's going to have, right? Because if there's anything Prototype Model 1 does have, it is a sturdy foundation. A thick base, if you will. Thick base that could, you know, take the type of weapon that, 2 of the people here have expressed much interest in creating. Oops, all pile drivers. They just attach 360 degrees of pile drivers around it and just stand there and just flex them out as they need to. We'll be waiting for you both to come back. The clear sound of applause echoes across the dark runway. Without breaking his smile, Kokimijima claps his hands, gun still drawn on Irie. This is his response to Akio's courageous declaration. In other words, you're saying that you'll kill your sister with your own hands? I feel like defeat and kill are different. How straightforward you are. I like that. The world is filled with people who hide their true feelings and put up a convenient public face. Both sides robot, they'll cancel so there's recoil. Or they'll crush the robot in the middle. That's the hidden second option that could happen. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're right. It wouldn't knock the robot one direction or the other, but it would definitely just pancake. But I see. How unfortunate. To choose the path of killing a loved one in order to save the world. It's courageous, but also barbaric and truly cruel. Kokimijima scoffs at us. He once again places his hand over Irie's, the one holding the gun. Irie's finger is already on the trigger. The muzzle is still pressed against her temple. In that case, let's make this a learning experience. Allow me to show you the consequences of your actions. No, 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 no! Let Irie go. She has nothing to do with this. Oh, on the contrary, she has everything to do with this. Up until this very moment, she has always been my hostage. The hostage that you just chose to abandon. Stop. This was your decision. You cruel, cruel people chose to save the world in exchange for this dear child's life. Stop! Which is why I shall now show her no mercy. I need you all to understand what fate awaits you. What will happen when you face Misaki on the island? You mustn't avert your eyes. You must see this through to the end, the fate of the life you threw away. Even from this distance I can tell. The finger that Irie has on the trigger has begun to tense up. Stop! If she squeezes any further, Irie's going to die. How sad. After 10 long years, you've finally been awoken from your slumber, and for what? Just to die. If you want to resent someone, resent these people for trying to become the saviors of the world. Farewell, Irie. Stop! I refuse to believe that the parrot in any way helps. I refuse. I refuse. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored bullet with an annoying voice zips across my field of vision. That bullet flies directly at Irie. It snatches the gun from her hand and soars high into the air. Now can he fly out of this story with the gun in hand, having done one singular good thing and just cease to exist? That a boy, Taro. Uncle's parakeet. Yup. This is crazy. Irie's life was in the hands of that bird. What would have happened if he screwed up? I internally curse up a storm while dashing towards Irie. As if her strings had been cut, Irie collapses to the floor, powerless. Looks like she's been freed from Kokimijima's curse. Ah, he was in the gun. I hurriedly pick Irie up. Her body is shockingly light. That bastard went and disappeared. Michi's using his phone droid to look around. Did Kokimijima really withdraw? Then he was the persona. Yeah. I doubt it. He must be waiting for us on Tanegashima. He's in the internet. He can be anywhere. Let's take this chance to get out of here. We all nod in response to Akio's suggestion. I rush into the plane with Irie on my back. The sexual harassment parakeet also comes flying in, handgun in its claws. No, leave the gun. No. No, no. 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 No, leave the gun. Leave the gun. Do not bring the gun onto the plane. Do not bring the gun onto the plane. After checking to make sure everyone's on board, we stow the... Alright. With the door closed and locked tight, I shout towards the cockpit. Dad, take off! The propellers start spinning, slowly at first and gradually gain speed. I sit Irie down in a seat and fasten the seatbelt. The aircraft starts to slowly bust towards the runway. After making sure Irie is secure, I plant myself next to Akiho. Not anywhere near Irie, who could in any time become controlled by Kokimijima again now that there is a gun on board this plane and cause massive havoc. Nah, she's got a seatbelt on, it's fine. I fasten my seatbelt, take a deep breath, and Akiho puts her hand over mine. Her hand is shaking like crazy. She says my name, but immediately hangs her head low. Pilot Gun Build 1. Akiho's tearing up again. She's doing everything in her power not to start crying. Yeah, I'm sure. Her fingers intertwine as she grips onto my hand tightly. We're moving too fast for Wi-Fi to access, I'm sure. Her nails are digging into me. It hurts, but I can deal with it. Use Gun Build 1 to beat Misa. Please. I got this. That was my plan from the start. Wi-Fi can't travel as fast. We are now prepared for takeoff. We'll be departing ASAP. JAC special flight departing at 9:23 p.m. Non-stop flight to Tanegashima. Due to emergency circumstances, we have no flight plan. There may be unexpected climbs, falls, or course changes. But don't worry, I'll get you all to Tanegashima no matter what. We might only be together for a short time, but please enjoy your flight. And Kaito, I'm proud of you. Take care of Aki-chan and Misa-chan. Yeah, I know. The engine starts to roar. The plane suddenly accelerates. I can feel the G-force on my entire body. The plane's frame inclines diagonally, and the ground outside the window slowly grows distant. Farewell, Tokyo. I'll see you again, I'm sure. But now it's time to head home. Even if there's a war waiting for us there. It's time that we return to the island where we were born. Phase 12. To the best of my knowledge, this is the final phase. The aircraft approaches the skies above Tanegashima, also just saving is probably a smart decision. The aircraft approaches the skies above Tanegashima. Apparently this aircraft model has a maximum flight range of about 1700 kilometers. It's a propeller plane, so I thought its range would be shorter, but it was actually more than enough. I figured we'd be landing at the new Tanegashima airport, but Dad announced that we're headed for the old one. We're on approach right now. I suppose it makes more sense for us to land here. But the old airport's runway hasn't been used in over 10 years. Plus there are no guidance lights, and due to rain, the visibility is poor right now. Are there guidance lights on the old one? The power is out, so like... They told him that he didn't have to push himself so far, but according to Dad, there's been no response from the new airport's control tower. It's possible that something happened there. The decision to land on the old airport was made with that in consideration. Well, it's not like my opinion really matters here. I should leave this one to the pros. As the plane prepares to land, we all sit down and buckle up. After Ivory woke up, Akio changed seats and is now sitting next to her, holding her hand to make sure she doesn't pick up a handgun. It's almost dawn. Tanegashima is covered in a shroud of darkness from up here, but it doesn't look like the power's out. In fact, despite it being before dawn, there are lights on inside quite a number of houses. Misane, are you down there? Everyone, please brace for impact. Outside the window, the ground is already drawing near. When landing at the old Tanegashima airport, you pass right over Nakatane-cho. You can very clearly see the lights on inside of a bunch of houses. Dad is estimating the position of the runway using only those lights. If we crash in the middle of town, it'd be a huge disaster. Now I gotta trust him. I believe in Dad and his skills. It's then that the frame of the plane suddenly drops. Despite wearing my seatbelt, my body floats up and I nearly hit my head on the ceiling. Oh, that's the school! We're gonna crash! Yep, that sure is the roof of our school getting real close. The aircraft barely scrapes by over it. I have some bad news. It appears that due to a malfunction, the landing gear won't What? You gotta be kidding me. But no worries. I promised to get everyone to Tanegashima. And I'm going to keep that promise. That's what a man of the sky does. Is now the time to be acting cool? Uncle Shigemi, you've got this. Yeah, show us your Tanegashima spirit. You can do it, Dad. Please, tuck your heads down and curl up. We'll be doing a belly landing. An immense impact comes up from under my feet. The intense sound of metal scraping against pavement echoes through the cabin. If we overshoot the runway, there's nothing but a cliff at the end. Of course there's a cliff at the end of the runway. Of course there's a cliff at the end of the runway. Will we stop in time? Stop. Stop. For what it's worth, I can imagine the sheer friction of, like, metal on pavement being better for stopping than small wheels with brakes on them, to be fair. The shaking stops. The engine also stops, and the inside of the plane is blanketed in silence. We have arrived at the old Tanegashima airport, about 4 minutes behind schedule. Yeah, it's gotta. Ochiarimosu, welcome to Tanegashima. Jeez, you're out of your mind, Dad. And stop trying to act cool. But he did it. Everyone, let's hurry up and get outside. But he did it. This thing could very well explode at any minute. Oh, okay. Our life is saved. Let's check Twitter. Mama isn't a murderer. That's all I can say. Heard the story. I'll be waiting at the hangar. If you post on that account, people are going to figure out who you are. Now is not the time for that. Don't worry about nonsense. Landing soon. Did you get your account hacked? Looks like you grew up a bit. No, we're going to be positive. If I want to tease them, I really do, but, you know. Oh yeah, no, that's kind of a one-time thing before you got to fix things up, but he did it. Acting cool is what he does. You've read his tweets. Yep. I got scolded. I'll try, Hidaka-kun. Forgive me. I'll be Hidaka-kun's legs. I have confidence in my stamina. We'll go with that one. Looks like we're arriving at the old airport. I will have bale fires up on the runway to guide you. It's raining, but they should last for a bit. No problem. I believe in Uncle. No, he didn't tweet anything out. Blog updated. Another truth has emerged. There's another culprit behind the mysterious deaths of the gun barrel staff. After doing some research on my own... Oh, okay, I found out something. With the state we are in right now, telling the police won't do anything. Rather, I think there are police covering up the truth about this conspiracy theory, so I have decided to report it here. I thought that 13 people died and Minami Kagori fled the scene from the studio of the Gun Barrel anime, but I was wrong. There were 15 people at the scene, not 14. This is the truth I found out in the past few days. This will put myself at risk, but as journalist, I'm going to publicly announce that person's name. His name is Saike Hoshita. Excuse me. He was the CEO of Happiness View at the time, and currently is the CEO of a lease company, Hoshita. Also, Happiness View was a sponsor for Gun Barrels near the end of the series. Hoshita has an executive named Maurice Lebrun, and a military man from Glorious Service, a known French military enterprise. That Lebrun is a security guard for Hoshita. There were reports that when Minami Kagori was last seen in Tanegashima, there were witnesses of armed men. From the interviews, their uniforms matched the uniform of Glorious Service. Perhaps they landed on the island to look for Minami Kagori. That is an overview of the information that I know now. After this disaster has calmed down, I plan to have an interview with Hoshita. Again, Kurakane is going crazy. What is Kurakane doing at a time like this? Is he stupid? Hey, the GSFR that Frau Kurojiro was talking about, isn't that the initials for Glorious Service? And FR means France, I think. A genius arrives! Is Kurakane-san tweeping because he is certain that the real culprit is the person named Hoshita? If not, it's defamation. It's defamation, says the people who were about to be like, we got to kill Furigori, by the way. This is defamation. Typical from him, but still. Hoshita is invested in companies called Taiyo, Development and Commit. Both have made their way to Tanegashima. Are you Frau Kojiro herself? Did you move to Tanegashima to research your mother's disappearance? Speaking of happiness for you, the popular Ko Kimijima was a founding member. I guess he is the one who created IRUO. I heard that Ko Kimijima was killed 10 years ago in Tanegashima. Minami Kagori and Ko Kimijima, both in Tanegashima. Seems like Minami Kagori was trying to meet Ko Kimijima, even though he was already gone in 2015. Did Ko Kimijima run into Tanegashima because he knew the other face of Hoshita, but still got killed? Yesterday, I called the Kagoshima and Tanegashima police department before the solar disturbance hit. They both said that there were no research reports on Minami Furiguri. This is all Kurakane's imagination. Kurakane's actions are getting worse. Both show he's making stuff up. I don't think he'll ever do an interview. There's no way to book one in this disaster. Don't take Kurakane too seriously. I feel that the people bashing Kurakane is desperate. Maybe they're just undercover. I had a crazy article on Taboo. Man gets stabbed at a restaurant located in Kabukicho, Shinjuku. Person that died is CEO of Hoshita Co. Limited, Saike Hoshita, 46 years old. The suspect is Hiroshi Hamanashi, a jobless 24-year-old. He states his phone droid told him to kill the man. Currently investigating. Hoshita is dead? Seriously? What is this article from? Yesterday morning, so it must have happened between midnight of the 26th and the morning of the 27th. This murder case was treated as a small case due to the solar disturbance issue, but isn't this pretty bad? Hoshita was erased. High chance that Hoshita was erased. Tokyo locals are cray. It's like a dream. It feels like I'm in a movie considering the fall of Odaiba. Maybe what Kurakane-san is saying is the truth. But if Hoshita was erased, does that mean there's someone behind Hoshita? Maybe happiness for you. Must be related to Project Atom. It's the Committee 300. If we keep on talking about this, we might get erased. Kinda scary. And thankfully, nobody in D. We disembark and make a dash for the hangar. Mr. Candy carries Irie in his large bag. Hey, over here, over here! Juna is there to greet us, waving a flashlight around wildly. She leads us into the hangar. Oh, that was crazy. Uncle Shigemi is the coolest. I wish he'd take it down a notch. Speaking of Dad, he was the last to exit the plane. He's in front of it, bowing his head to the damaged frame as it rains. Akio-chan, Yashio-kun, I'm so glad you're both safe. Whoa, what's with this married couple order coming off of Prez-senpai and Yashio-senpai? Just explode. If nothing else, you two are survivors. 3 of the former Robot Club members are together in the hangar. The cast on Subaru's leg is covered in mud from the rain. Everyone. Akio's expression is apologetic as she hesitantly looks at them. I give her a little push on the back and she almost falls over. She now stands before Juna, Subaru, and Frau. Akio looks each of them in the eyes before bowing her head deeply. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect Gun Build 2. It's gone. Even though we all worked so hard on it, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being selfish and bringing Gun Build 2 with me to Tokyo. How could you have known that a Ghost in the Shell version of your sister would hijack a giant war machina spider and cut it in two? I mean, please raise your head, Prez. You guys are still willing to call me that? But the Robot Club it's gone. You're our president, and that's what I want to call you. I know I quit before, but is that okay? Anyone could have seen that coming. Yeah, Prez Senpai is so seriously serious. Personally, don't ever recall quitting the Robot Club. Why wouldn't I call you Prez? You're still the president as far as I'm concerned. Everyone. I got it. Thank you so much. She wipes the tears from her eyes. Central T Robot Club President Akio Senomiya has returned. Akio strangely poses as she makes her declaration. Now then, I'll explain the current situation on the island. After moving over to the school, we spread out a map of Tanegashima and stand around it to assess the situation. This feels kind of like a strategy meeting. It literally is a strategy meeting, SMH. Did we really need to roll out a giant map? Oh, yesterday afternoon, the Tanegashima Space Center was occupied by an armed group. There were 0 casualties. Almost all the workers managed to escape and are safe. That's a relief to hear. However, there's one hostage, Chief Senomiya. Dad? Furthermore, Furugori's house was raided at the same time the TNSC was taken over. Luckily, Tenoji-san repelled them, successfully defending the location. Nai-san repelled an armed group? Who is she? Why did they attack Fraubo? For my amazing intellect, too easy. Well, Frau's pretty famous. She's the most notable person on the Robot Club. Additionally, my dad said he spotted a large army of giant robots flying off the Tanegashima coast. An army of flying giant robots? Please don't say you're hyped. Pretty please, read the room. How can we win against an opponent like that? They could be illusions, like the Grand Obelisk. I hope so. What's the evacuation status of the people in Minamitame-cho? The JAXA workers and people who fled Minamitame-cho are holed up here and in the Athletic Park's gymnasium. When we got to school, the gym lights were on and I could hear talking. I'm sure Mom and Aunt Senomiya are there. I should probably drop in later. Thanks, I've got a general idea of the situation. Right now, we need to think about what we can do without relying on others. We have a few ways to stop the enemy. For example, we could gather large trucks and heavy machinery from around the island and have everyone attack. There'd be casualties, but we could overpower them with numbers. But that's our last resort. We can't just ask everyone on the island to march off to their deaths, even if it is to save the world. First, we gotta go in as the initial wave. That's what Gun Build 1 is for, after all. We gotta show the terrorists that Tanegashima has a robot of justice with the thickest legs. The problem is that we're dealing with actual terrorists. We could die. Nobody would blame any of you if you chose to back out now. Are you still willing to come with me on this ride? Everyone nods without hesitation. Then Kai and I will fill you in on our enemy. The ringleader of the terrorists is Ko Kimijima. He exists in IRUO as pure data. I gave Akio a rundown of everything while we were on the plane coming home. He's trying to massacre all of humanity on orders from a group of shady rulers called the Committee of 300. We don't know how many bad guys we're dealing with. There, Akio chokes on her words for a moment, but she immediately looks around at everyone's faces. Her face tightens up. But among them is my sister, Misaki Senomiya. The room is filled with gasps. Our goal is to defeat the terrorists and stop them from killing billions. Are you really okay with this, Akio-chan? Akio firmly nods her head. I'm going to stop Misa, no matter what. Faced with such grim determination from Akiho, nobody says anything further. Kai will explain the enemy's goals. The enemy's objective is to launch the rocket currently assembled in the VAB. It's highly possible that the terrorists are loading a black hole bomb into the hijacked rocket. Wait, what? Black hole bomb? This is absolute nonsense, my word. By launching it and detonating it in space, they'll create a magnosphere substorm. That's Project Adam's primary objective. The details are as written in the Kimijima reports. If you want to know more, you can find them all over the net. Feel free to give them a read. Additionally, Misane is likely piloting a giant hug. It looks like a spider with 6 legs. That matches the eyewitness info we got from JAXA folks. It showed up at the TNSC. I know, I called it a hug, but it's fundamentally different. Yeah, it's a war bot. A big shot from XK gave me some info about it. Actually, Sawada got in touch with me when I was on the plane. I have no clue how he got my contact info. He's been stalking you for the better part of a year, dude. I'm pretty sure he knows your phone number. But he sent me a bunch of top secret files from XK. Detailed data about the hug's weaknesses, spots likely to wear out, and the works. This hug will likely be deployed as the terrorist's last line of defense. The Spider Hug is an XK concept model, the Hug X02, codename Sumeragi. It's probably the second model. And the thing that attaches to it is apparently another concept model, the Hug X01 Kaminagi. Attaches? That's right, maybe it would be easier to understand if I said it mounts the spider. No, Gatai. Kaminagi is 5.4 meters tall, about half the height of Model 1. When I saw it at the expo, it went offline without separating, so I don't know what it looks like alone. Going by the data, Kaminagi is extremely mobile. It can even run around. Wow, that's incredible. It's not hovering? No, it runs like normal. It also has a strong grip. The file said that it has an accurate finger feedback. In other words, it can hold weapons. Is that so? Regardless, it should be limited to close quarters weapons. There are no firearms in the world that are compatible with giant robots. Unless XK made some. Unless they specifically made one for this. In that case, the situation would be hopeless. Model 1 and firearms are like oil and fire. What about the spider? The spider is equipped with missiles. It's like an actual weapon. It literally is a weapon. The concept model was built with military use in mind. Also, it has blades on its 2 front legs. Those blades are what destroyed Gun Build 2. The spider can't be operated unless the pilot wears Kaminagi and boards it. The two of them form one set. So even if we destroy the spider, the other one will come popping out, eh? Yeah, you know, as to do. Yep, the one with high mobility, no less. It's just a... Matryoshka? Oh, that's one of those Russian nesting dolls, right? Voltcraft wooden doll from Russia, yeah. You're able to open the doll from its torso, and inside there's another doll with the same design, and inside that is another one. Most of them have about 6 layers. No, not at all. Also, the big shot from XK gave me another useful piece of information. He's looking into a way to get rid of Kimijima. What? Apparently, it's like a computer virus designed to erase him, since he's just data. An anti-Kimijima virus, you could say. With that, it should be possible to get him to stop possessing Misane. We'll be able to return her to her senses. But Akio doesn't look happy. Even if Misane returned to her senses, it wouldn't change the fact that she stained her hands with terrorism. But even still, if we free Misane from Kimijima's curse, it'll neutralize her. Naturally, that includes the Sumeragi and Kaminagi that she's piloting. And then we wouldn't have to fight? Then how about we just go and see her after the virus is done? The problem is we don't know if it'll be done in time. Assuming that they're loading the BHB now, it'll be raining all day. Launch will be tomorrow. The weather report said tomorrow is going to be sunny and clear. It's possible that the anti-Kimijima virus won't be completed until after that. I'm starting to see several minimum conditions that we need to clear. First, we need armament so that we can defeat Sumeragi. Second, we need the mobility to deal with Kaminagi's movement speed. As far as that's concerned, we could alternatively boost Model 1's defense so that it can take Kaminagi's attacks. Model 1-kun was really slow, wasn't he? Yes. To a hopeless degree, but its defensive capabilities are even worse. The thing might as well be made of paper. It's super fast. It's that bad? It's that bad. Even if we wanted to enhance its armor, there's not much we can do. We might be better off preparing disposable shields or something. But Gunbuild 1 can't use its arms. We need to think about that too. We don't have the time to build decent functionality into the arms. If we focus on defense, how would we counter Kaminagi's mobility? What if we had Model 1 fight like M45? No matter how mobile the opponent is, they'll have to come close to attack unless they have a gun or missiles. They have to stop moving around. What if we keep our movement down, hardened our defenses, and waited to counterattack? Would that really work? They only have to buy time for the rocket to launch, right? They're on the defensive. We're on the offensive. But guns. If we wait for the chance to counterattack, we're just going to stare at each other as time goes by. Oh, right. Jun-chan's right. We gotta fight if we want to win. Which means enhanced mobility is a must. What's Gunbuild 1's current status, Subaru? We've already started to work on improvements. Whoa, that's fast! After hearing your speech, we got the gist of your intentions. Wait, you heard my speech? Excuse me, all of it. We've swapped out 2 of the leg motors with monopole motors so far. As far as I remember, Doc supplied us with 6 monopole motors as spares for Model 2, or fused with Model 1. Clearly, I am the master of foresight. They're not buying that. Say something! Yep, total master. Lol worthy. The old motors and monopole motors are the same size, so swapping them is easy. With our current level of manpower, we can do it in under 6 hours. Simply switching to monopole motors should dramatically increase the walking speed of prototype Model 1. How dramatically? But it'd still be really slow. Then let's talk specifics about how to improve Model 1. We don't have time to assess everything from zero. It'd be in our best interest to utilize what we learned from Model 2. If we're focusing on mobility, we need to strengthen the legs and reduce the robot's overall weight. We may have to give up on the body's defensive capabilities. The thing's already paper thin, so that's fine. As far as strengthening the legs is concerned, excluding the monopole motors, how about CFRP sheets? CFRP. Like on Model 2, we can use them to increase strength. We should also discard the internal engine. That thing's crazy heavy. Plus, it's loud as hell. Subaru nods at my suggestion. We'll remove the internal engine and utilize the same laser beam electrical transmission system as Model 2. We have a spare? I do. Doc enters the classroom with perfect timing. Ah, Grandpa, I like how he brings his own rock music with him. I heard you guys were over here. Doc, you really have a spare? I figured it could be used to improve Model 1, so I kept it in the back. Amazing, you're the best, Doc. Are you even making a profit? I don't care about making profits, I just buy what I like is all. That's so rock and roll. Feel free to pay me back later. Wait, we still have to pay? That's not rock and roll at all. You didn't take the laser gun mount I built for Tokyo, right? You can even use that. If we exchange the engine with a small battery, it should lighten the robot significantly. Question about the laser gun mount? Can't we use that as a weapon? A weapon? If we enable it to fire freely and have Stumpy gun barrel hold it, isn't that just a laser gun? Yeah, it had all these safeties on it because it could be straight up lethal, but turn the safeties off. You said it could kill people before. Could you quit it with the whole killing people idea? Mama was probably killed, so why not? The enemy is trying to kill 5 billion people. We might have no choice but to kill them. Everyone's like, we're here to, like, you know, just save the world. And Frau's just like, we might have to kill people. Like, she's the only one thinking, like, we might come to this. she's right. We'd be making a big mistake if we went easy on Misane. We aren't murderers. I want to do this without taking lives if possible. I know a part of that is because Misa's my sister, and I hope you all can overlook that, I'm sorry. But if we have no other choice, Akio raises her head. If it comes to that, I'll... Nope, I'm the pilot. Without a moment's delay, I cut in. If the situation comes to it, I'll handle it. My bad. Let's be honest, any pro FCG or FGC person has the capability to murder in them. Push comes to shove. I wasn't trying to bully Prez Senpai. I just thought that we need to be prepared for the worst. I know, thanks Bravo. I think I was being naive. Regardless, that transmission gun's output is too low. If you want to pierce the armor on a robot, you'd have to focus it on the same spot for a long time. There's less power than a welding laser. What if you want to kill a person? You just gotta shoot their body directly. Yeah, burn them to death. I don't think we want to do that. Burning Misane to death with a laser? I know now's not the time to be picky and all, but... how about getting some bombs, sneaking over to the rocket and putting them on it? Then we wouldn't have to fight the robot, right? A nonsense plan. The rocket might already have the BHP on board. If it accidentally got detonated on the surface, the entirety of Tanegashima would be wiped off the map. Huh? I didn't know it was that dangerous, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. Like I thought, Gun Build 1 is our only hope. I'm not going to lie, listening to that speech here has made me groan. Robots of justice, evil robots, only you would use such black and white terms, Prez. Yeah, but it also got you hyped up, you liar. You're really thinking about good punishing evil in our current situation? You watch too much anime. Justice always wins, we've basically got this in the bag. Subaru, yep. It's like, he's like, I didn't like that speech at all, you're so childish, you're so immature. Also, it motivated me to stand up to my dad and come here of my own free will and work my butt off even with a busted up leg because I believe in this. But not because of you or anything. This reasoning of yours is forced at best. If the world was that simple, we'd be at peace by now. Ah, Subaru, stop being so condescending. Yes, but Baka. Now, Akio-chan, calm down. Murderer. Back to the subject at hand. Setting aside the issue of armaments, let's talk about potential upgrades we can make. Subaru is completely taken over. Despite calling her president earlier, he's the one who most looks like the president, especially to an outsider. How about hardness? The torso is hollow. If the walking speed increases, it could even tear off. Tear off? Should we reinforce it with chromoly steel like a car? Short for chrome molybdenum steel. Molybdenum was added to chrome steel to upgrade the processability and weldability, mainly used in frames for cars and bicycles. Okay, cool. Considering the time we got, that seems appropriate. Plus I can get some for automotive use right away. How about the cockpit? Should we go with remote operation? We're going up against a giant dual sword wielding murder bot. Yes. We go for remote operation. Everyone looks at me. Guess they've all acknowledged me as the pilot, eh? Well, I figured that would be the case. Leave the cockpit as it... Wireless operation creates lag, after all. If he was like, it would take too much time to set up, we only have like 24 hours, you know? Nah. I can't play a fighting game over Wi-Fi. There'll be lag. The game just does this to me. It may be only a few frames, but that's the difference between life and death for me. This is real life. It's not frames. It's time. It's real world. Okay, it's fine. Plus our opponent is the best in the world right now. She has higher specs and projectile weapons. I need to get rid of as many limiting factors as possible. But if you ride inside, the chances of you dying skyrockets, Yashio-senpai. Yes, from practically 0 to practically 100%. Are you sure about this? It's not just enemy attacks you have to worry about. If you fall over during battle, that alone could kill you. I have to do this. I have to be ready to die if need be. The lives of 5 billion people are in our hands. No, that's not it. That's got nothing to do with it. Honestly, I can't even picture 5 billion people. Then why? Because if I don't, there's no way I can beat the best in the world. My opponent is Misaki Senomiya. She's the wall that always stood before me, my goal. So Kana-chan, can you load the kill ballot system into it? I only have the one I made for Model 2, but I can make adjustments. Well, we can't use the posture control system as is, though. But we need that. Let's try and use as much of Model 2 as we can. Laser scanning for surrounding terrain analysis and action prediction navigation. We should be able to reuse those systems as well. I'll bring parts from my shop. You can pay up later. At worst, we might even have to update the system as it walks. Use 3D mapping linked to IRUO, right? We should probably remove that. Right. Kokimijima is the man who created it, and we're off to go fight him. We can't trust him. Now we just have to figure out what to do with the arms. They're only decorative, so should we remove them? The brass doesn't understand things like that. The brass? Jun, you still have much to learn. Anyway, you can take them off. Now's not the time to be concerned with appearances. I'd be so grateful if you could think that rationally all the time. Excuse me? Calm down, Aki-chan. About the arms, I got some stuff you all might want to attach. Made them myself. They're definitely pile bunkers, right? Did you bring something, Grandpa? Wait, do you mean pile bunkers? Of course they are. It was all leading up to this. What, Frau? What? Oh. Look at that come at me face. I misread it the first time. I had done with the final adjustments, but they're generally ready to go. I still am pretty sure they're gonna just rip Model 1 apart. I'm pretty sure, like, you put one on each shoulder socket, you fire it once and it just goes flying in the opposite direction. It's like you got 2 shots. If you shoot them at close range, they should break right through armor. Effective for close range combat, no? Are you suggesting we replace one of the arms with a pile bunker? No. He's suggesting you replace both arms with pile bunkers. Think bigger, Subaru. Think bigger. That'll cause the frame to be unbalanced. It could tip over. Well, thankfully there's a solution to that problem. If we're going to attach a pile bunker, we need a counterweight for the other side. How about a second pile bunker? Yeah, if it was anyone but Frau, I'd be like, that can't be what it says. But with Frau, it's like, is that what it says? I've got 2 pile bunkers. There's that come at me face again. You built 2 of them? Any type of death weapon is worth building twice, although the other is still incomplete. It's about 80% done. Pile bunkers for both arms, huh? How about disposable shields like Subaru suggested earlier? I think it's better to focus on offense over defense. But you have no way to defend against the missiles. Chaff, ECM, flares, reactive armor. There are different types, including explosive reactive armor and dynamic armor, but mainly it's focused around reacting to explosives. ERAs are used as supportive armor in tanks. An armor plate with explosives between 2 steel plates which explode when bullets hit it. This causes the bullets to scatter. With this, it can deny the pass of the bullets and even destroy the bullets to protect the tank. But since it explodes on its own, it can damage allies near the tank. A weapon to prevent infrared-guided missiles. It has the same wavelength as a plane and is able to create a strong infrared source. By shooting out metallic dust containing magnesium, freon, badium, Teflon, and ammonium, it misleads infrared detection. Electronic countermeasures, a jamming device. Excuse me. A countermeasure used to disrupt radar. Also used to evade radar-guided missiles. It shoots a lot of tiny electric wave reflectors to mislead radar. The main electric wave reflectors are tin foil, aluminum foil, pickups, and glass fiber. Doc, can you prepare any of... Of course I can't. How much do you think that kind of stuff runs? Right. The difference in specs is awful. Yeah, a bunch of teenagers in high school and an old man who likes robots versus the budget, research, and manpower of the military. Yeah. Let's think of a way to beat it. And if we can't come up with one? If we can't, then we give up on fighting and just watch the rocket launch? Yeah. He can react in 2 frame time. It's like on Wi-Fi. I'm sure he's got this. No way. Damn straight. Make a decision, Aki-chan. Even if we have no strat, once the rocket starts being moved from the VAB, I'm going to challenge them in Model 1. You're just going to throw away your life? I can't approve of this. Even if that's the case, I have to try something. Fine. Even if we don't find a way to win, we'll sort you when the time comes. But I refuse to let you die in vain, Kai. We're going to keep looking for a way to win all the way to the very end. I know we'll figure something out. Akio looks at me straight in the eyes and makes her declaration. I force out a smile and nod. That's a satisfying answer. Everyone, I'm going to ask you again. Please lend me your strength. I know that our robot of justice will win in the end. So I want everyone to think about how we can get the V. Please. Everyone present nods, and the strategy meeting comes to an end. Due to his leg injury, Subaru can't participate in assembly work. Instead, he's working on improving Model 1. Frau is on programming duty, so she can't help either, which means there are only 4 people on the motor exchange team: me, Akio, Juna, and Doc. Wait, that reminds me, where did Dad and the Nagafukatas go off to? We could really use their help right about now. I gaze out the window. It's starting to get bright outside. It's still raining and the sky is concealed by clouds, but dawn is approaching. What did happen to them and Irie? Looks like my workmanship is going to be needed. My husband, son, and Akio-chan are all safe. Thank you to everyone who was worried. I will never ever get lost. My flying was perfect this time too. Even though we're taking a different route than usual, I promise to come back to the island. This is my home. I promise that no matter what happens. Rather than that, can you buy as many radishes and taro as you can at B-Coop? Of course, my spoiled wife. Understood. Can't just be scared and evacuate. Gotta learn from my husband and kids. Things we can do. Things that only we can do. That's what we're doing. Not yet. It's not over yet. He had to have the tweet. He had to. We're about to hit the opening. We're about to hit the opening? Oh, yeah, yeah. Even after dawn, the rain shows no sign of letting up. I know that it's saving our butts, but it also forces us to work in this cramped hangar. Alright. We support the servo motor hanging from the crane and carefully insert it into Model 1's joint. Yeah. I thought you meant like the opening movie. I was like, what? But now I got you. Unfortunately, things don't go so well, and we're forced to have the crane come and go over and over again. The servo motor finally settles on the right position, and we have to act fast to secure it. We use several thick bolts and electric nut runners? Model 1's legs are thick. The joints require multiple large screws. Bolts. That's what connects it all together. To exchange a motor, the bolts need to be removed first, followed by all the leg parts. Specifically, everything below the ankles. The shins, the thighs, 6 parts in total across both legs. Each part is nearly 2 meters tall while lying down and over 3 meters long. They're secured to the crane attached to the truck. Doc came riding over it. The crane then lifts up the boltless parts. The motors are also pretty big, way bigger than the engine inside a car. We have to be careful about our work, but we also can't waste too much time. With that in mind, having a crane makes a huge difference. Oh, I'm sure. We can never get this done on our own. That said, of the people here, Juna and I aren't particularly useful, which is why things have been slow. It's also frustrating that no other work can be done until the motor exchange is complete. This is the first time I've actually regretted not helping out earlier. If I'm the one piloting this thing, I should be the one making sure it's in tip-top shape. I'm trusting this thing with my life after all. I can't win without it. Up until now, I always thought that all I needed were my hands, but now I know better. I'm gonna be the best, and it's important that I pay attention to maintenance. If only we had one more crane! June and I single-mindedly tighten the screws. Kinda feels like we're the pit crew in a race. How many is that now? 5, just 1 to go. We got this. It already took over 5 hours to get this far. Jeez. That's an hour per, but it sounds like the process is not quick. Like, just like Super said, I guess this will take the full 6 hours. And we're not done after that. There's still lots of work remaining. I pulled an all-nighter, so this is going pretty rough. I might not be in the best condition for tomorrow's... The prologue is this long. Ah, yeah, of course. Akio's foot gets caught in a cord. She falls over, taking the parts and metal plates in the area with her. Aki-chan, are you okay? Ow, I'm fine. Quit being careless and put some backbone into it. Sorry. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen Doc spit hot fire. Aki-chan, are you tired? You haven't slept, have you? You push yourself too hard, you're gonna get an attack. You should rest. Right back at you, Kai. I can't rest now. If I don't do this, who will? Honestly, after staying up for like almost 48 hours, electrocuting himself, shock bathing himself in cold water, if he just happens to get an attack now, I'm gonna be like, his body hates him. He tried so long to force an attack and it just wasn't happening. Now if he just goes, oh man, I didn't sleep for like 12 hours, it's gonna be just like, your body sucks and it hates you. Damn it, his attacks have a built-in desire sensor. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. If I can't rest now, if I don't do this, who will? But what's the meaning of this? I jump a little. Oh no. I know that hysterical voice. No. What exactly is going on here? The vice principal. You have nothing better to do than this right now. The island is under military control. The world is in chaos. There are rumors that terrorists have taken over the rocket facility. Armed terrorists that have made its way throughout the entire island that people know. And your first thought is, I need to go bother some school children that might be having fun. Why did she decide to come to the hangar? This is literally the last thing we need right now. Didn't I tell you all that the robot club was no more? But this is an emergency situation. I don't care. If you're going to use this place, you need to talk to me first. Miss Principal Yusi, please let us go, just for today. I swear we'll explain it all later. Out of the question. Why do you have to be so goddamn stubborn? She pays no mind to my language and instead takes out her phone droid. She starts fiddling with it. Everyone, please sign here. She then thrusts her phone droid towards Akio. If you don't, you'll all be expelled. There may only be a few days left until graduation, but I don't care in the slightest. Yeah, we know you don't. Cut us some slack, Vice Principal. You don't even have the right to do that. We're not going to listen to you. This is about more than just this school. Come on, say something. Stop trying to act all tough. Kai, wait. Akio stops me as she looks at the VP's phone droid. What exactly is this? Looks like a club entry form? Huh? Say what? None of you are affiliated with a club since the Robot Club was disbanded last month. If you're going to reform said club, you'll all need to sign club entry forms. This may be an emergency situation, but you must all still follow the rules. It's before dawn on a rainy day after a massive worldwide event. Why? Why? Why is she even awake? Otherwise, if something were to happen, the school wouldn't be able to take responsibility for you. Vice Principal? Wait, what's going on? Are my ears busted? Myself, Akio... Frau's got the perfect expression for this. That is my favorite of her expressions. It's just the... She's got a lot of great, like, animations and whatnot, but just the... is perfect. Juna and Super are all stunned. Like, that one's funny, but like, just the stare off into nothing is the best. Vice Principal is a tsundere. Now hurry up and write your names, school years, and classes, all of you. Like, I get it, tension relief, like, yeah, and she's trying to help, but also, like, we're on a tight schedule. We have to get this finished. We don't have time for everybody to sit, like, we've got stuff to do, lady. Are you telling me she was a good person all along? No. No. I will not allow one little tiny bit of, like, I tried to help at the very end to redeem all the stuff she's done. Excuse me, did you say something, Yashio-kun? Not at all. She gives me a sharp glare. She has made Akio's life actively miserable for a long while. She really is scary. Sorry for the wait, Vice Principal. How did I know Michi was involved in this? Michi suddenly comes running over. Where has our delinquent teacher been this entire time? Wait, it's not just him. Our homeroom teacher, Koba-sen, and other teachers, and even the principal all pop up, one after the other. Wait, the actual principal, not the vice principal? They're all holding supermarket bags in their hands. They're filled with drinks, flavored breads, rice balls, and more. Nagafukada-sensei, where exactly did you go shopping? Nishino Moteshi. It was tough getting them to open before business hours. I'm fine, just hand it over to the children. What exactly is this? Is it poison? I've been coming from her. I'll show those kids. I'll win their trust by making it seem like I want their club back. And I'll poison them. Are you out of your mind? The refreshments, obviously. But why does she have to keep getting so angry? Teachers lay out a blue sheet in the corner of the hangar and start lining up the refreshments they brought. Whoa, that's a lot. Senomiya-san, don't tell me you think this is all for your robot club. You mean it's not? Obviously, these are also for all the students who volunteered to help. Huh? What? Let's just call this an extracurricular activity. Pro tip. It's awfully noisy outside of the hangar. I hear lots of voices growing closer. Our teachers aren't the only ones who've come. Oh hey! Students! Outside of the hangar are nearly 100 students in raincoats. Hey, Juna! We're here to help. Juna's friends. Ah, this is gonna be a pain. But it sounds like the world's gonna end if we don't help. Fine, I'll help out. The robot club's giving it their all, so I guess I will too. All our classmates who made fun of the robot club. And female student A! How do they get female student A? Ah, even in a cast, Hidaka-kun is so dreamy. Let's do our best so that he remembers our names. Female student A and B. Even some schoolgirls with impure motives. Hey, if they're gonna help. There's so many people. Over half the school must be here. They're all students who volunteered on their own to help you. They all understand in their own way what's occurring on this island, and they want to do whatever they can to help. Everyone. Therefore, Senomiya-san, Central Tanegashima High's faculty and volunteer students will follow your instructions as club president. I want their names remembered. Yup. Several large trucks come driving into the airport. What now? Ah, they finally arrived. Doc looks at the trucks unsurprised. I filled in all the workshops around the island. Kamada, Minato, all of them. I asked them to get a bunch of parts together and meet up here. Akio-chan, I'm here to help. We got every mechanic in Tanegashima here. Ain't nobody beating us. Familiar guys from the local workshops pokes their head out from their trucks, waving enthusiastically at us. Everyone. Old Man Kamada was the only guy who ever cooperated with us. The other workshops always kept their distance. And yet here they all are now. I think I finally understand how terrifying you are, Doc. Shut it. Anyhow, big and small cranes combined, we now got 5 of them. No more complaints, Akio. Of course not. Ah, hold it. We're not done yet. Please tell me you left your parrot behind. Mr. Candy appears at the head of a bunch of buff dudes. They come marching in like some kind of mini parade. Okay. I like the concept that he can just blow a whistle and there's just a bunch of buff dudes following him around all of a sudden. I bought a bunch of youngins from Nishi no Mote, and my own employees too. Ah, we're late! Following after them are a bunch of JAXA employees in their work uniforms. Nai-san is in front. Behind her is Harunaka-san, who helped us assemble Model 2. Young and old JAXA engineers went over with them. Everyone is fired up and ready to go. They refuse to let those terrorists take over the TNSC, and they also want to save Chief Sennomiya. Please allow us to help as well. Getting help from JAXA engineers would be huge for us, but it's not just them. There are elderly who usually work the fields, housewives, blue-collar men, and even loud children here in the rain. Some of those are only going to get in the way, you understand. Kaito? It's Mom! Dad is standing next to her. I'm glad you're safe, Mom. Mom and Dad don't get models. I evacuated here with Tamaki-san. We're gonna cook you all up something delish, so go kick some butt. Mom then disappears into the crowd. Dad silently salutes me and follows after her. Ah, Dad! Subaru's hysterical shout causes me to turn around. The very same man who punched his own son last summer is standing near Subaru, a sullen look on his face. I told you not to push yourself. What do you do if you can't ever walk normally again? Play with hobby robots in my room and thwart you. I'm sorry. You don't have to move a single step. I'll be your legs. Wait, you're gonna help us? He's gonna actively sabotage the robot, just to... I want to see with my own two eyes this thing you said you love so much. Imagine how much better Subaru's life could have been if he came to this realization like 5 years sooner. Imagine how much better his life could be. Imagine they could be happy. They could be happily enjoying... Oh my god. Like, I'm glad he got there eventually, but it doesn't undo 5 years of trash on his part. Trash including beating his son over this. Just... I'm glad he made it to this point. But man, you took a long, abusive road to get there. Thank you. I never thought his dad would back down. But it's not just Subaru's old man. The VP too. This is more than a little shocking. When the fate of the world's at stake, people do crazy things. Sometimes crazy good. Hey, Kai. Everyone on the island is coming together as one. So many people are helping us protect this place. People we don't get along with before. People we didn't get along with before, people we did get along with, our families, people we've never met. Everyone's here to work towards a single goal. Akio looks like she could start crying at any moment, so I give her a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we've become this little island's hope. We best make sure we don't betray their expectations. Yeah. With this, Tanegashima can fight for another 10 years. Nah, we won't be fighting for that long. Either way, this final battle is one that we can't afford to lose, no matter what. Just generally saving. Oh. It's your girl. The rain and strong sea breeze collide with my cheeks. There's no point in trying to wipe off the moisture, so I just let it build. The wind is always strong in Tanegashima during winter. The air temperature doesn't drop much, but thanks to the wind it feels quite cold, especially on the coast. It feels really nostalgic. The scent of the winter wind, that is. I stand by the railing at the edge of the cliff and throw a bouquet of white carnations down into the water below. You mean the spot where you killed your friend? It doesn't quite fly in the arc I expected due to the strong winds, but it nonetheless falls into the ocean. I always did like white flowers, Mizu. How unfitting. I chose white carnations for that reason alone. Mizuka Irai was the only person I could ever call a true friend. Here I am, home after 7 years, and I can't even see you. This is too sad. We don't know if it was her specifically, but like, clearly she was, if nothing else, tangentially involved in it. This is the place. This is where she died. That's what Michi said when he contacted me. If possible, I wanted to attend Mizu's funeral, but I couldn't. Hey, Mizu? You might have scolded me just like in the old days. That's why, to me, losing Mizu hurts more than I can express in words. You would have stopped me, or at least that's how I always felt. But maybe that's the reason you died. Suddenly feel a presence behind me. A chill runs down my neck. Right behind me, at a distance close enough to touch me, I can feel their presence. But I know full well that even if I turn around, nobody will be there. Even so, I know that he's there. Seems the seeds you planted have grown splendidly. They're a little... no, they're quite the nuisance. I'm certain that I'm the only one who can hear his voice. Is he actually talking, or is this all just an illusion in my head? Am I truly acting of my own will, or am I dancing to his song and being kept alive through his will? It's that second one. I stopped caring a long time ago, but I know one thing for certain. I've been bound by the curse of the man speaking. You're right. They really are a nuisance. Is this what you wanted? Me? Do you think I saw this coming almost 10 years ago? If I could predict the future, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. If they bother you so much, why not attack them with your army of flying robots? Alright, you can't. They're just an illusion after all. He likes to toy with his prey. He has that kind of vicious streak in him. Then I'll use Gejine. She can do the work of an entire platoon. What? Be my guest. I then pull a knife out from my breast pocket. I quickly try to thrust it into my own neck. But my hands stop. I can't help but click my tongue. I failed to kill myself yet again. These are my hands, but they feel foreign to me. My body doesn't answer to me. It's not moving, it's not mine. Even though it's right here. I can see that it's attached to me, but it's like it's just an illusion. You really are a persistent woman. Even though I've told you it's useless. You'll be working for me up until the very end. It would be quite the bother if you ended up like Minami Furigori. How many people have you possessed like this, cursing them until death? You're the one at fault. If you hadn't killed me back then do you just have other people be your puppets and also be further along in your plan? In fact, you already would have killed 5 billion people. That's not good logic. My hands, still gripping the knife, rise up on their own. That said, I guess when you have control over somebody, logic isn't really important. I then gently throw the knife off the cliff. I gaze out at it. Why was I holding a knife? I'm not even sure why I just threw it away. It's like my memory is broken. Yeah, who needs logic when... Yeah, I've felt this numerous times before, this feeling like I've lost something important. And every time I feel like crying, but I don't know why. I ultimately shed no tears. I don't feel his presence anymore. I gently close my eyes. The cold sensation of the wind and rain hitting my body, this familiar scent. I wanted to experience it all as Misaki-san and Mia, just for a little longer. The sound caused me to open my eyes in surprise. Oh hey, Gejine. According to the latest info, the rainfall in the Yakushima region will stop in about 2 hours. The 10% chance of precipitation tomorrow remains unchanged. I recall how Irie always loved weather reports, but how did Gejine feel about them? What brings you here out of nowhere? Are you trying to console me? I have no such intentions. In retrospect, that day of the total solar eclipse when I met you was the beginning of everything. That was already over 10 years ago. I just happened to find a smartphone. Still new and kinda janky at the time, during the commotion of the eclipse. Inside of it was Irie's prototype, still in development. After several days of talking to Irie and becoming friends, she told me that she had a master. It made sense that the phone I found on had an original owner, and since they're so expensive, I felt that I had to give it back. Following Irie's instructions, I found myself at Kokimijima's house in the woods. At the time, I had no idea that a year later I would end up killing Kokimijima with my own hands. I was desperate. I didn't want Aki or Kai to die. I wanted to protect them. My cute little sister who always happily followed me, the rascal of a young boy who lived near me. I loved every minute I spent together with them. The time I spent watching robot anime with Aki. The time I spent playing fighting games with Kai. I truly loved every second of it. I couldn't bear the thought of losing those kids, but of all things, it just had to be aboard the MF Anemone. Aki and Kai were the only ones left unconscious for multiple days following the incident. I couldn't sleep for even a second, so I just kept holding Aki's hand as tightly as I could. Please, God, don't let them die. Please let me see their smiles again. I don't care what happens to me, as long as you grant my wish. I'm fairly certain that's all I prayed for during those long days. But now what's happened to you might be the death of them again. Or, not again, but it's now causing the threat of death to be upon them, because of you. Aki, thank goodness you're okay. So when Aki woke up, I gripped my hand and smiled happily. At me. I honestly thought that I'd be okay with dying. I'd done something irreversible. I'd killed a man. The police were going to arrest me, but I had no regrets. But a week later, when I returned to Kokimijima's house, why would you return to the scene of the crime? There was no corpse. I knew for a fact that I had murdered him and left the body there. There was even bloodstains all over, but the corpse itself had vanished. 10 days later, it was located in a completely unrelated place. Yeah, I guess they do. Unless somebody unintentionally moved the body, that should have been impossible. They made the news, but even as time passed, the police never came for me. That's when I started to think. Perhaps the case would be left unsolved. Maybe the culprit would never be brought to light. Or maybe the person who moved Kokimijima's corpse would be charged with the crime in my place. Hey, Aki, Kai, I'm not a prodigy, I'm not a genius, I'm not a perfect person. I'm a weak coward who actually thought that I might get away without atoning for my crimes. It was Kokimijima who saw that weakness in my heart and dove in. A month after everything happened, he appeared before me. At first I thought I was just hearing things, but he appeared everywhere. He continuously and repeatedly whispered in my ears about what I did to him over and over again. Literally all day long, from morning until night, then again the next morning. It wasn't long before I stopped being able to sleep. Quickly started going crazy. In retrospect, I could have thrown away my cell phone. I could have just not had a cell phone. Mizuki did it that way. She went her entire adult life without a cell phone. Like, that's... In retrospect, I was probably already under his curse at that point. When the Robot Association got promoted to a club, I put distance between myself and the thing I started. I couldn't get involved with it. I didn't deserve to be affiliated with something built on hopes and dreams. I also distanced myself from Aki and Kai. After saving their lives, I felt I couldn't get them involved. And look how involved they are now. I wasn't even able to consult my best friend, Mizu. I tried turning myself into the police, but nobody would believe me. They all thought it was some joke and laughed at me. During my second and third years of high school, I distanced myself from everyone around me. I became a loner. I'm sure that probably strengthened Kokimijima's curse. And now half of me is in. The personality and sense of self known as Misaki Sennomiya is on the verge of vanishing. As I recall the past, I'm not even sure I'm her. This could be Kokimijima's personality thinking back on Misaki Sennomiya's memories. It may look like I'm acting according to my own will, but Kokimijima's will is always involved, no matter what. Every time I planned to kill myself, he would stop me. And now here I am. No, I don't regret murdering him in order to save Aki and Kai. I have no idea if that event really happened or if my memories are true, but I regret nothing. That's why I at least wanted them to deliver me from all this. Gejine, you know Kai and Aki, right? Correct. Do you like them? Gejine is not equipped with the functions necessary to answer that question. Oops. Yeah, that sounds about right. Gejine was always cold like that. Then I release you from this burden. Before I lose myself, I need to at least do this much. I take out my phone to read. Kimijima report number 0. An icon representing the original data is displayed on my screen. I was the one who planted the Kimijima reports around the island. It was back when I was in high school. I even came up with the triggers, just as Kokimijima instructed. One of the things that he planted inside of me. What you could call the origin of all this. Right now, I choose to throw it away. Gejine, go to them. You don't have to stay here any longer. You're free. No chill, Gejine. Without hesitation, I remove the icon. Once I confirm the data is gone, I breathe a sigh of relief. Gejine will never appear before me ever again. Aki, Kai, hurry and come. I wonder if you'll be able to kill me. I sure hope so. She's still not a good person, but man, It's still mostly Ko Kimijima. It's mostly Ko. The rain has stopped, but the sky is still unstable. The sun isn't out either. We're okay, right? They can't launch the rocket yet, right? Look up at the sky with unease. Some volunteers are risking life and limb to infiltrate and monitor the Osaki launch complex. All we can do now is wait for their report. Yeah. I've been discharged from assembly work. Thanks to all the people helping, Akio and Subaru ordered me to rest. They want me rested up and in tip-top condition for the decisive battle tomorrow, and so I opted to take them up on their offer. Or at least that was the plan. There's something else I need to do. Play some matches of Kill Ballad. There's so many people helping the Robot Club, nothing can get better than this. Why? Exoskeleton Center. Oh, that's down here, isn't it? It's in C, I think. Yeah. She's responding, but not to another A person one. Can't just be scared and evacuate. Oh, yeah. Please come quickly. Yeah, there it is. If we keep on talking about this, we got that one already. Okay, so there wasn't much new. Listen, we're in enemy territory right now. We can't stay for long. No. I get out of the car and reply. I asked Nai-san to drive me over to the old local hall in Uchigaoka Park. On a clear day, you can see the VAB from here. The current mist is making that impossible. Is Misane over there? Is the black hole bomb capable of killing 5 billion people also there? I forcibly tear my gaze away. Right now, Minamatane-cho is effectively a ghost town. As of this morning, about 80% of Nakatane-cho has been evacuated. The rest are moving out under police instruction. There was never a town with that many people. Still, not seeing a single car on the way to the town office in the center of the city was chilling. Can't take my time. When I open the backseat door, Airi gets out. Are you okay? Hi. Yes. When I asked Nai-san to take me here, Airi spoke up. She said that she wanted to take a look at the island for the first time in 10 years. Considering she had to be put into cold sleep, I had assumed she was super ill. She honestly looks fine. To be honest, it's also something I wanted her to do, which is why I agreed to take her here despite the danger. Fortunately, we have Nai-san with us. According to Frau, she's apparently ridiculously strong. So, what do you think of the island after all this time? It's kind of nostalgic, but also really lonely. There isn't a single person I know left here. But I guess I only ever really knew my mother and Kimijima-san. A decade is much longer than it seems. For example, it's possible that friends from kindergarten or elementary school are still around. But for Airi, whose time was stopped for 10 years, they'd have aged an entire decade. They would be different people. In theory? I mean, she was at the hospital. So, they either cured her, or it's going to pop up at a plot-relevant time before the end of this game. Those are the only options. I'll take a look inside. Nai-san, please look after Airi-san. I walk off on my own. The room at the far end of the first floor, the one with an electronic lock. The device inside this room is what I'm here for. The door is locked. They won't open unless you input the password. Airi is the one who taught it to me, or was it Gejine? Surprised, I turn around to find Airi and Nai-san standing in the darkness. Did you follow me? I'm sorry. It's like really chilly outside. Airi-san, how did you know the password? It just suddenly popped into my head. But I'm certain I've never heard it before. Airi seems to be at a loss. She doesn't understand why she knows the password. Could Gejine be around here somewhere? Last week when I departed for Tokyo, I know she was still operating properly. But for some reason she stopped showing up on my phone droid. It'd be really helpful if she popped up right about now. I half expect her to show up. There's something I wanted to ask her. In fact, I was hoping to fish out Gejine by bringing Airi here. Oh, whatever. I need to keep my priorities straight. The inside of the room is unchanged from the last time I came. The electromagnetic wave irradiation device that causes monopoles to fall from the sky. It's still working, which means monopoles are still falling in Uchigaoka Park. What is that? An electromagnetic wave irradiation device. An electromagnetic wave? This has been making the monopoles fall. You should have just told me about it. I didn't want to create any turmoil until after the expo. I leave the woman alone for a moment and stand in front of the device. It uses the large antenna outside to beam EM waves into space. I think that's how Genshin explained it before. I didn't really examine it in detail last time. I had no idea how to handle or operate it. It won't do anything by itself. It won't activate without a special cartridge inserted into the slot. Curious about what Sawada told me, I decided to come here. This way. I figured there might be a cartridge-like thing somewhere in the machine. Anyhow, I began casually tapping around at the icons on the display screen. Goes without saying, but I have zero luck, so I give up on controlling the device via its screen. What are you doing? Looking for something. There's nothing like a window or anything below the display, which means I can't see inside. Am I going to have to take this thing apart in order to figure out what he meant by cartridge? Then, in the darkness, I find what seems to be a button under the device. Just as I'm about to push it... Please wait. For some reason, Irie stops me. I think you should cut the power first. That's some smart stuff. Why? I just had a feeling. But she's right. It's common sense to cut the power before taking something apart. I follow Irie's advice and opt to do so. However, there's no explanation for any of the buttons on the display, so I have no idea what to push. Which is it? The power cord. This one. And just like that, Irie is next to me. She reaches her white slender hand out and touches my hand. I can feel her warmth through my skin. You're real? Yes. Huh? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. I smile and leave the display to Irie. Irie-chan, do you know how to operate this? To cut the power, you push this button. To bring up the sub-screen, then hold this big button for 10 seconds. Irie follows her own instructions. The light then vanishes from the device display. The constant humming noise stops, and the room is blanketed in silence. I guess the power's off. That went way too smoothly. I glance at Naisan as she nods her head in agreement. It looked to me like Irie knew exactly what she was doing with that device. No hesitation whatsoever. She did her thing without even thinking about it. These are the actions of someone who's been around the block tens of times, not an amateur. Is this really the Irie who was asleep for 10 years? Or is she actually AR Irie? Hell, this could be a trap set by Kokimijima. Wait, she literally just touched my hand a moment ago. I felt her warmth. There's no way she's AR Irie. I don't get it. Why did I just do that? Irie seems surprised at herself. I can ask her about it later. I have Irie move out of the way and try pressing the button on the bottom of the device. When I do, a tray comes slowly sliding out. It's hard to see in the darkness, but it's actually less of a tray and more of a circuit board. It's a little bigger than a phone droid. Could this be the device's core? I steel myself and try pulling it all the way out. I wonder if this is the cartridge. Let's go back upstairs. I want to take a look at this thing somewhere with some light. The three of us return to the second floor. It's a strange feeling. It's only half a year ago that I first spoke to AR Irie here. And now, the real Irie is standing right before me. Irie appears to be having some thoughts as she looks around the local hall. Irie-san, you're from Tanegashima, right? Yes. Have you been here before? No. Because of my illness, I was always stuck at home. My house was near the border of Nisho no Mote and Nakatane. I barely ever came to the southern part of the island. I already looked into the house where Irie Yukifune lived. Unfortunately, it's now an empty lot. Her house is gone. I still haven't found the right time to let her know. Earlier, when Irie said she wanted to go with me, I was afraid she'd ask us to take her to her house. I looked down at the circuit board in my hand. It really is just that. I don't know much about how these things are constructed, so I have no idea how it works. The electromagnetic wave irradiation device that Sawada gave me has a slot for something just this size. I put down the heavy knapsack slung over my shoulder and removed the device. That's an NIV. You know about it? Yeah. Oh wait, is it N4? Yeah, N4. Okay. Yeah, at least a name. This is the first I've seen one, though. Hmm? A device that could show illusions to tens of thousands of people in Odaiba. If we can use this thing, we can totally change the tide of battle with Mizane. I carefully aligned the circuit board with the slot entrance. Looks like a perfect fit. I'll try pushing it in. I push the circuit board with a bit of strength into the slot. It doesn't catch on anything, and once it's all the way inside, it clicks. Alright, it's compatible. I'm in luck. Are you? Like, what does it do? So, can I use this thing now? Aside from the slot for the circuit board, there's no switch or button on the device itself, but I do have a little remote control that came with it in my knapsack. It's a simple controller, 2 square centimeters in size, with a single button on it. Pushing said button would likely turn on the device. Push it again to shut it off, I'm betting. Will that make people see illusions? And it's not just that. It's possible that there's another way of using it. I'll test it out when I get back to the airport. Now then. I put the device back in the knapsack and face Irie. Could you explain what happened earlier? About knowing the hidden hand password? And how you knew how to shut off the device? Any ideas? Irie rubs her temples with her fingers, a confused expression on her face. I could hear Kimijima-san's voice. Not good. Huh? When I was alone in the hospital in Tokyo, I heard Kimijima-san's voice. He showed me lots of videos. I don't know if they were real or if they were memories inside my head. I don't even know who filmed them. And then before I knew it, I was together with you in the airplane. Someone was whispering the phrase hidden hand in the videos I was shown. I've never been here before, and yet it feels like I've come time and time again. You mean like deja vu? To feel as though you've experienced something before, even though you have not. The sensation feels very real and cannot be excused as a dream or forgotten about. However, you cannot remember when you experienced the same thing in the past, which leads to a strong sense of discomfort. The reason why it happens has not been discovered. The leading theory is that the memory's syncing functions of recovery and already known aren't matched up. Another theory is that it comes from your brain's parahippocampal gyrus spasming like a seizure. I don't know. I don't think A.R. Irie's memories have been inherited here. Those would just be the ones and zeros anyway, so I want to believe that's not the case. Hell, that'd mean that she remembers me giving her a kiss on the forehead through my phone droid on Christmas Eve. I'd die of embarrassment if she remembered that. This explains nothing. Gejine might know something about all of this. I boot up Irie and survey the area with it, but there's no Gejine in sight. Where could she have wandered off to? You don't remember what happened at Chofu Airport, right? I don't. Did I do something? Ha! Nah, don't worry about it. I told her she tried to kill us and herself with a gun. It'd probably come as a massive shock. Anyway, let's head back. We shouldn't be here. Irie and I both nod and exit the building. And then... Drones were surrounded! Nickname for a military unmanned aerial vehicle, also called a UAV. Its name is derived from a warrior in Greek mythology, Dolan. Friends, move and I shoot. Ah, that's how Gejine has all that power. That voice, Irie? Why is she standing next to me, worriedly looking around with uncertainty? In that case, is that you, Gejine? I raise my phone droid in the direction of the voice, the tower scaffolding. Irie is there, wearing her usual fluttery dress, the icon on her head glowing. This must be Gejine. Irie looks at my phone droid from the side and her eyes widen. Ah, it's me! I repeat, move and I shoot. It would take less than 3 seconds to kill all 3 of you. Kaito-kun, this is really, really not good. Yeah, I can tell. I never considered that Gejine would be a part of the enemy's forces. This might actually be convenient for me. This increases the probability that Gejine has the answers to my questions. Think those floating things are AR? I can't see them with my own 2 eyes, or I can see them with my own 2 eyes. It was the same in Odaiba. Hundreds of thousands of people saw illusions with their bare eyes. Everyone was tricked. It should be nice if this was the same deal. But if that was the case, wouldn't Gejine also be visible to... There's a bullet hole in the concrete wall. These are real. Is that so? Yeah, a little bit of wishful thinking. Didn't expect her to fire a warning shot, though. Gejine is much more quick-witted than she used to be. So, what's the big idea? Why'd you surround us? Master gave me orders to eliminate you. Wow. I gulp. I'm going to get killed off like a big character before I even get to square up with Misane. Give me a damn break. Then why haven't you already shot us to death? Huh? Is there a reason she's keeping us alive like this? If there is, maybe I can work something out. Gejine, there's something I wanted to ask you. I have no intention of answering. That doesn't stop me from asking. Did you know that Sumeragi was remotely operated at the Expo Arena in Odaiba? Sumeragi is a standalone system. It shouldn't be hackable without a physical cable. Do you know anything about that? The Expo Rampage likely wasn't Misane's plan, but rather Kokimijima's plan as part of Project Atom. Yep, via induced yawn. In that case, since Gejine is working under him, she should know something. I do have to say, even though it feels like we still have some time left, I don't got work tomorrow. We finishing this tonight. I'm fairly sure Chapter 12 is the final chapter. I am going to finish this tonight. I don't got work, so like... In that case, oh yeah, got that. Should know something. In fact, seeing as Gejine is operating the drones, it's plenty possible that she also remotely operated Sumeragi. Tell me, Gejine. You seem to be misunderstanding something. It's him. Hey. Oh, okay. Kokimijima. It's all his fault. Yes, that's also true. In the Project Atom scenario, you aren't the leading actor. You're merely an unnamed minor role. I'd prefer if you exited stage right immediately. Didn't I tell you that in Tokyo? If this man didn't exist, Misane wouldn't have become our enemy. And now you're trying to take what I created without my permission. Only a thief could be so bold. Akio wouldn't have had to suffer the Expo. The Expo wouldn't have been ruined, and Model 2 would still exist. You have my respect for collecting all of my reports and dispersing them around the world, Kaito Yashio-kun. However, I'd like you to realize that you're nothing more than an errand boy. It's all his fault. I want to run up to him and punch him in the face right this second. I'm so angry that I can't actually do that. I have no way to vent this anger. And if I moved right now, I'd be pumped full of holes. 10 drones are hovering above Nisan and myself, their guns trained on us as they make creepy fan noises. Gejine, why haven't you disposed of them yet? I glance at Nisan, hoping she has some kind of plan. But even she seems to be at her wit's end. Her eyes are darting around. She's biting down in her lip, unable to move. Neither me nor Nisan can find a way out of this. Is it hopeless? Is this the end? Without even noticing my panic, Kimijima-san. Irie calls out to the mastermind, a stern expression on her face. Well, more accurately, she calls out to the Kokimijima on my phone droid screen. Kimijima-san, are you dead? I was ready for this to be the end, but Gejine still doesn't open fire. Wait, does Irie not know that Kokimijima is dead? Did nobody tell her after she woke up from cold sleep? Kokimijima died nearly 10 years ago. That's right, I did die. I was killed. And it's thanks to that I have attained immortality. Although, even that may come to an end in a few days. I will be annihilated by the very same Project Atom that I created and executed. A storm of heat and EM waves raining down on us from space, bringing with it the deaths of 5 billion people. But as I exist on the network, the storm will most likely destroy me as well. Then why? He's insane. Okay, yep. Why do you want to be destroyed? Excuse me? Because you wish for death? Because the success of your experiment would make you happy? Or do you not want to live? See? Again. It was the same when we met in the hospital. The Kimijima-san from before I went to sleep and the Kimijima-san here now feel different. I don't feel your heart anywhere, Kimijima-san. His heart. The mastermind behind everything, Kokimijima. When I spoke to him at Chofu, his view of the world was abnormal. Nothing like the average person. I couldn't understand him. I couldn't think of him as a fellow human. My impression of him was a man with a broken mind, a man who lacked the common sense of a human. Is she saying that he wasn't always like this? even before death, he experimented with the lives of everyone aboard the MF and Enemy, me, Akio, and many others. If Misane hadn't stopped him, everyone aboard would probably be dead. How could the man behind that have a heart? You were a broken person even 10 years ago, Kimijima-san. All you thought about were experiments. But you were kind. I could feel that from your heart. I only ever saw you as a good test subject. Doesn't matter how you saw me. When I asked you to put me to sleep, you struggled to come to a decision for a really long time, I remember. I was simply thoroughly thinking about the contents of the experiment, unfortunately for you. But you still hesitated. Yet right now you have a goal, but there's no thought behind it, no reason. Thought, eh? A reason for executing Project Atom. It's true that it's still unclear as to why Ko Kimijima would do something like massacre 5 billion people. Kimijima-san, why do you want this experiment to succeed? Because he's lost his marbles, I guess? Why do I want the experiment to succeed? It's quite simple. I just want to make it succeed, that's all. It matters not if the experiment involves slaughtering 5 billion people or blooming a flower, they're the same. In other words, just a program. Perhaps so. I was constructed out of incomplete alpha version data, taken right before my death, didn't I tell you? That data was likely insufficient to create a perfect reproduction of the human named Ko Kimijima. Although if you were to ask me if that's a problem or not, I'd have to say no. I may be flawed as a human right now, however, I'm virtually perfect for carrying out this experiment. Virtually. The experiment will succeed. Ko Kimijima's objective remains as such. The thought is unnecessary now. The Ko Kimijima possessing Misane is a flawed product, eh? Like how we can just let this thing do as it pleases. However, I haven't been able to stop sweating. The guns are still trained on us. By the way, just then, Ko Kimijima's figure vanishes. It's instantaneous, like he was never here to begin with. Where did he go? Gejene still doesn't move. I look around, but Ko Kimijima is... Your parents are long dead. Shit, he's trying to possess Airi again. Stop! But my voice reaches neither Airi nor Ko Kimijima. Great. Oh, hello, Airi. Did you know? You were always a burden on your parents. They wanted you to die as soon as possible. Of course it was your fault that your father ran away. At the time, I was on good terms with your parents. They told me all kinds of things. They said they were fed up with you, Airi. So I asked them, how about leaving the island and reclaiming their freedom? Do you know what your father told me when I suggested that? He said, thank you. He looked like the weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He even wanted to shake my hand. He must have been very happy to have been released from you, his burden of a daughter. Then I had him killed, deep in the mountains of Kagoshima. He is likely still sleeping deep in those cold mountains, a skeleton. The police haven't found him after all. In the 10 years you were in cold sleep, his body was eaten by wild beasts, rotted away and reduced to bones. What a wonderful end for the father who abandoned you. You never really liked your father anyway. Does that mean you didn't care what happened to him? In that case, what about your mother? You loved her, right? After your father left, she worked so hard to take care of you as a single parent, after all. Sure, you found it unbearable how the mother you loved suffered due to you. You wanted her to be released, right? From the burden known as Airi Yukifune. That's why you went through the trouble of coming to me. It's why you ultimately chose to enter your long sleep. It was all for your mother. If you were gone, your mother would be free. What an innocent, lovely daughter you are. But I regret to inform you. After you went to sleep, your mother frantically searched the entire island, for you of course. She even asked me if I had seen you. And so, out of respect for your choice, I told her that I hadn't. Nobody would pay any heed to your mother. Everyone knew that she had gone crazy. Despite all of that, your mother continued to wander the forest barefoot as if she were possessed. It was hard to watch her, so I gave her some advice. Told her that a fisherman had spotted you on Magashima Island. Of course, that was a complete lie, but your mother kept thanking you over and over again regardless. Everyone is against her going to the island. There's nobody there, they said. Give up, they said. Nobody would take her on a boat, so she tried swimming there. Amazing. My mother's persistence is truly incredible, but sadly that was her limit. It was obviously impossible to swim that distance, and thus your mother became fish food. Who knows if her bones sank to the bottom of the sea? Perhaps they drifted via ocean currents into the Pacific. I wonder how she felt. Did she drown? If she did, it must have been awful. Or she could have been eaten by sharks. If she was eaten alive, that would have been more painful. Nobody knows your mother's whereabouts. Nobody. Alright, the house where you lived. Your father's relatives sold it off. It's just a vacant lot now. I heard they quickly submitted death reports for all three of you so they could collect the insurance money. They're apparently very upset about you suddenly reappearing alive after 10 years. They even gave doctors at the hospital money to kill you as soon as the chance arose. Why did you have to wake up? You should have just stayed asleep forever. Man, he's... yeah, a little bit. Irie is acting odd. I could barely make out what Kokimijima was saying, but I know for a fact that he's destroying Irie's heart. Her eyes are open wide and spasming out of control. The tears endlessly fall from both eyes, her face blue. Her entire body is trembling as she continues to sob voicelessly. Just watching her like this is making my heart ache. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll be repeating the incident at Chofu Airport. But with all these guns pointed at us, neither Nai-san nor I can move a muscle. I should have never brought Irie here. Gejine! Gejine continues to watch us from atop the tower, unchanged. As long as Gejine remains under Kokimijima's control, I doubt she'll listen to anything we have to say. I can't come up with a way to simultaneously destroy all 10 drones locked on us. I have a score to settle with Misane. I can't die here. But I also can't leave Irie behind either, which means this is war. It takes about 2 giant steps from where I'm standing to reach Irie. That should be enough. I won't let Kokimijima have his way. No, Kaito-kun! Turn towards Irie. I lean forward and focus all my strength into my feet. Kill him. This time I'm able to hear Kokimijima's voice loud and clear. Kill both of them. The drone's gun muzzles are already aimed squarely at me. I won't make it. I'm going to be turned into Swiss cheese before I can take 2 steps, but... Gejine! Just as I lift my toes off the ground to take off... What? Gejine begins to utter nonsense. What does Nochio mean? The first step means goodbye, see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Kill him. Simultaneously, the sound of gunfire rings out. The second step. My hand grabs Irie's wrist. Got her. I forcefully pull her trembling body into my arms. The tension leaves her body. Heck, I got away untouched too. There are no bullet holes anywhere on my body. It's then that a violent gust of air and heat blows past me. The 10 drones that were hovering about all explode one after the other. Friendly fire? Why would they do that? Were they acting on Gejine's orders? Did she save us? You dare betray your master, Gejine? I won't tolerate your selfish actions. This is a serious error. I must eliminate any and all bugs. What? Wait, no! Gejine! I instinctively hold my phone droid back up and watch Gejine through the screen. Gejine herself remains unchanged. In fact, she's standing there motionless as usual, but the icon on her forehead is flashing violently. It almost looks like she's breathing her last breath. You're... Still in my arms, Irie reaches her hand out towards my phone droid screen. You're me. You are me. I'm glad that you are safe. Did you save me? Irie touches the monitor. She lovingly runs her hands across Gejine through the monitor. It felt like we were together the entire time. Yes, together. Excuse me. Gejine is no longer able to speak coherently. Kokimijima must be trying to delete her data. She could disappear at any moment. If Frau was here, would she have been able to do something about this? No, I get the feeling this would be too much even for her. Even though it takes time to create data, deleting it takes only a few seconds. I feel like you were always with me, watching over me. Yes, always. I move my phone droid closer to Irie. Irie's fingers touch the icon on Gejine's forehead. Flashes even more violently than before. Nochio, Ari. Thank you, my other self. I wish we could have talked more. Gejine's mouth moves as if to respond, but her voice is already gone. Even then, she still attempts to communicate something. In an effort to not miss her last words, Irie holds her ear against the phone droid. Just then, the phone droid releases a blast of noise, much like it would after short-circuiting. Irie jolts back in surprise. That's it. For just a moment, the Ariuo screen is filled with noise. And then Gejine is gone. No matter where I point the phone droid, she's nowhere to be found. Looks like Kokimijima is gone too. Talk about a close call. Nasan breathes a sigh of relief while looking down at the drone remains. Irie clings tightly to my chest. She's doing her best to hold back. Irie is crying without making a sound. My first thought is that Kokimijima said something to her. No, I was certain that was the case. I figured he must have said something heartbreaking to her. I assumed she was in pain, sad, and angry, but I immediately realized it's not what these tears are. Why? Why do I feel like I've lost something very important? Not Dad or Mom, not them. It's like half of me has been ripped away, but I don't know why. Gejine had been watching over AR Irie this entire time. She had done so in the same body, as an alternate personality. Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Happy Good Fun Times. Perhaps for Gejine, both AR Irie and Irie were one of the same. The half that must be protected, the half that must be loved. Even more so than the very master that created her, Gejine chose to protect the reflection of herself that she had spent the most time with. I don't know how she rebelled against her programming. Was it really just a bug, or was there something else in play? I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, Gejine saved the three of us. That's the only truth that matters right now. Man, that's a lot of tweets. Also, I should save. 13Q. Oh yeah, the Qs have been so much better lately. I mean, that happens. Tons of people show up for the expansion, and then it settles back down. Like, that's common in every online big update. Got that one. Started seeing some feathers inside Ariuo. A lot of feathers were flying, and it was very pretty. Of course she gets the tweet one last time, too. Thought I hated cheats, but now I am the cheater. This time, though, I'm going to take that handicap. I don't think there would be a time that I would be teaching assembly to everyone, but I notice I can teach. Looks like I grew up a bit, too. Wall punch, 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 wall punch. Scared me. I really thought my heart was going to stop. Don't make me worry. Are there feathers in Ariuo? No, I guess it was just over there. When I check in with Frau, she's furiously typing away at her keyboard. She's leaning into the monitor, quietly ranting to herself. What does that guy think he is, making me use this thing? For the wall. I'll say, Mike, how's it going? Yeah. I mean, that's what happens. People blast the content as quick as they can and then go, I'm bored, there's no content. That's just what happens. Again, in pretty much every game. People blast the content as quick as humanly possible and then go, wah, no content. But again, it's more just things spreading back out. That's just how it goes. Oh, wall punch. Adults who look down on others need to just drop dead. Fastest time? Yeah, maybe. Are you talking about Sawada? Yes, that guy. What's with him anyway? Sending me some app to defeat Kokimijima. Like what? Just because I'm a shut-in doesn't mean I'm going to let him do whatever he wants. By the way, I was the one who first received the request from Sawada, which I then deferred to Frau. So, what's the app? It's basically the same as Ariuo, apparently. It's a knockoff. It's a stupid long name, too, like WTF. Stupid long, huh? What's it called? Frau brings her face close to the screen and reads it out loud. DG297, 3rd edition, version 4.11. That is pretty long. That's a Daru name, right? Like, we can all just agree that's a Daru name. In my personal delusion, Sawada-kun's already been ravaged like a rug by the burly men here. Wow, okay. Super dreadful, but that's what's good about it. What? Zoinks! Alright, anybody yelling zoinks is great. During Witness Iry's interjection, it feels like time slows to a crawl. Not the usual way either. Iry looks clueless about what she just said. I see. 3D Iry-town is just as rotten as I am. Brow nods to herself as if she's deeply moved, then forces a handshake with Iry. My truest of friends, I've longed for your return. I mean, like, a 2D character just materialized into 3D. This is an otaku's dream come true, I tell you. No time for food. This needs to be adapted into a movie. But nobody's eating anything. Anyway, since we're on the same wavelength, I'll be Iry-tan's owner. She's not a pet. Iry-tan, if Genki-kun and Gunbarrel were a cup, Genki-kun would be the top, right? No, I think Gunbarrel would be the top. Oh man, yeah, they're little things, but like, now that you've seen bits of the Steins Gate as well, like, that's clearly Daru made that. Like, they don't have to say it, but Daru made that. Excuse me? We're not on the same wavelength. I refuse to be her owner. Enough already. I have no idea what you two are talking about. I pull on both Frau's pigtails. Ugh, ow, that hurts. Hurt me more. Ooh, Frau. Oh, yes. I mean, they interacted on Twitter, too. Frau's antics aside, I definitely saw a little bit of Gejine in Iry's comments. Maybe some of AR Iry's memories did get carried over to her? Judging by how clueless she looks, she must be speaking instinctively without really understanding her words. Right now, none of that matters. Anyway, what do you mean when you said the DG whatever app looks exactly like IRUO? When I told Sawada-kun that I couldn't trust IRUO as a means of communication, well, he sent me this app with a come at me face. Think we can use it? Instinctively declaring someone to be a bottom. Yeah, sometimes you just know, I guess. I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know. But it looks okay. If it looks okay, I may just have you all delete IRUO and install DG297 instead. And we might be able to incorporate the kill ballot system too. We'll give it a try. So, you here to talk about that URL? That's right, have you found anything? I'm about to pull it up. Long story short, I asked Frau to look into the final piece of info that Gejine left Iry, a URL of some kind. Said URL was super long and it came with a password consisting of random numbers and letters. Amazingly, Iry somehow managed to memorize the entire thing instantly. She opens up the URL. Oh, there it is! Wait. Isn't this XK's cloud server? What? Didn't they tell the media that they didn't have one of those? A giant company lying to the media about something important? Whoa, that's so rare. Looks like they lied. What the heck is this unit ID? Frau pulls up a scanned document with a confidential stamp on it from out of nowhere and displays it. What is that? It's a list of every manufactured hug unit ID. Oh, why do you have something like that? Well, you know, these things do the rounds underground. Nothing, no lies. There's no such thing as taboo on the net. Too easy. But Frau skims through the list and tilts her head. The IDs on the cloud server all start with HugX, but the HugX series doesn't exist on the market. Wait, hold on. HugX is the codename for Sumeragi and Kaminagi. Oh. Of course, they're concept models, so their IDs differ from what's currently being used. Does that mean both Sumeragi and Kaminagi aren't standalone models and are actually connected online? Why did Sawada lie? By the way, this cloud server is pretty limited in scope. Looks like the only data it can exchange is info on IRUO. Let's see, Sumeragi's data. Frau opens the digital Sumeragi data that is sent to her phone droid. She proceeds to read through it. Found it. It's capable of pulling up IRUO on the cockpit screen. They apparently collaborated with Happiness for You so they could use it like this. Cool. IRUO is an app that Koki Mijima created. This is no coincidence. This is obviously part of the plan. I guess Koki Majima used the cloud in order to control Sumeragi? Were they bluffing with XK when XK said they didn't use cloud servers? Sawada didn't even know about this. Misane, Koki Majima, and a select few are likely the only ones in the know. Plus, Magion, the perp of last year's Robotics industry robot rampage, is still on the loose. It'd make total sense if that was the rehearsal of sorts for Koki Majima. That would explain the dead Kill Valley cheaters. Exactly. How dare he make a mockery out of fighting game players by messing with the leaderboards for this crap. Anyway, well done, Irie-san. Irie, who had been quietly observing until now, wears an uneasy smile. I have no idea what's going on, but if I was able to help at all, it's thanks to Gejine. This is info that Gejine gave her life to pass on to us. We can't let that sacrifice be for nothing. If we run a virus through this thing, can we disable Sumeragi? Possibly. I don't know if we'll make it in time for tomorrow, though. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to give this to Sawada-kun? If we run the anti-Koki Majima virus through this server, we might see an immediate effect. Kona-chan, pass this info on to Sawada. When we first got back to Tanegashima, we were at a huge disadvantage, but now our chess pieces are slowly coming together. Alright. The command center inside the central command tower has overseen countless rocket launches. It's the heart of TNSC. This is where the main staff gathers to analyze conditions and ultimately make the go-no-go decision for launch. I sit on one of the chairs and stare blankly at the small toy. Fink. Took it from Dad's office. Considering I'm the one who made it, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I took it without asking. It's already been 30 hours since we occupied the TNSC. The BHB should be loaded and ready to go. Losing the priest hurts, but the 5 staff members I brought for the launch are here. No problem. We invaded with a low head count so we could prevent info about our targeting this island from leaking until the end. The more people involved, the higher the risk of info getting out. Koki Majima hated leaks. He even kept the info secret from the Committee of 300, his masters, and the Tavistock Institute until the very end. It's working out so far. Wyvern, this is Wizard 1. Operation complete. I fight off my listlessness and stand up. The preparations are all complete. Today, the project will be completed. This is Wyvern. Roger that. Half a day until the deadline. Aki, Kai. Forgot map yesterday? Ah, yeah. Please make it in time, and put an end to me. That's not happening. Someone's presence emerges behind me. I needed to get rid of those irregulars. At all costs. That is your final mission. Once that's done, you're free to go. Yeah, sure, okay. Done a great job over these last 9 years. Free. By then 5 billion people will be dead. And isn't that just wonderful? He's getting inside of me. His presence is eating up my body. He's sullying my body and spirit. My fingers and my arms stop moving. His will is consuming my consciousness. It feels as if dark, sticky, cold tar is being fed into my bloodstream. Like parasites are eating away at the flesh beneath my skin. The villains of any of the games so far actually been a member of... They've been pulling the strings, but I don't think you could say this person was a member of them to the best of our knowledge. But, I don't know. We also don't know who is and who isn't members, so like... Anytime that's brought up, they're like, it's impossible to tell because there's enough people online claiming to be members, it's hard to sift through. So I don't know. Like a heated steel pipe is being jammed into the center of my brain, like a giant snake is wrapping around and strangling me. It's disappearing. Whatever was left of Misaki Senomiya, she's being infected and erased. This curse is constraining me. Aki, Kai. I exit outside. The wind is still strong and moist, but the clouds in the sky are moving along. Through the gaps I get a peek at the night sky beyond. All units, can you hear me? First go, no-go judgment, whether it's a go. Release the VAB. Begin transfer to the launch point. The largest door in the world is slowly opening. And from its darkness appears a pitch-black rocket. The Devil's Spear made with the distinct purpose of turning Earth into a blazing hell. And soon this object of destruction will be launched from the most beautiful launch site on the planet. Well, I mean, that's pressing it all, but Twitter. Just saw real Iriton and healed up. Functioning as intended, sleeplessness is blown away. Want to pull some dirty pranks, but keep it to myself, too. Need to just rest, Kai. Your time will come later. Stay in the best condition you can. Don't let everybody's hard work go to waste. Counting on you. Yeah. None of these are great, but I'll leave it to you. Hey, it looks like something is happening in Tanegashima. Tanegashima. A few hours ago, a local in Tanegashima was doing a Nico Live. They were building a giant robot. Also, last year's runner-up Akio Senemiya and Frau Kojiro were seen together. What do you mean? The conspiracy theory is moving towards Tanegashima? Wasn't Akio Senemiya at the expo yesterday? A life-size gun barrel made by high schoolers will fight to save the world or something like that. Up to the capture image. That's the robot. Just saw it, but what is that paper mache? Are they playing around in this situation? What's happening in Tanegashima? The rumors are that a black hole is going to appear in Tanegashima, and the world is in trouble. The rumors are far closer than you'd expect. This voiced by one of the friendliest, sweetest Atelier characters. Oh man, I mean, when most of her voice lines have been like, "You're always going to be worse than me." Like, how could you put together like, "Oh man, that's so sweet." Black hole, lololo. Yes, lololo. The world is in trouble, lololo. I read a post that Jaxa got taken over. When I hear about Tanegashima, I imagine the Committee of 300. Kurakane needs to fly to Tanegashima now. Hinata and Narita are both closed. No planes are flying. What are they trying to do with the paper mache? If the world is in danger, why don't they ask the police or self-defense forces, or even the U.S. Army in Okinawa? They did. They wouldn't listen. In this situation, I don't think any of them would listen to a story that may not be true. I fully support them because Akio Senemiya-chan is cute. That's the internet. You remember the boy that was with Akio Senemiya at Robo 1? As a person who was amazed by his operating skills, I want him to do a good job. I request a live broadcast, then I'll watch. Oh no, there's no response from Gijide, so does that mean... I didn't think I would get a request from Da-SP instead of Da-SH. Looks like I won't make it if I don't take this seriously. Oh, Da-SP is short for Daru the Super Programmer. This will be your test. Oh, Daru Super Hacker is his usual. Got it. Also, hey Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Oh, Nai is in Tanegashima. She'll take care of it. It'll be okay. Nai is a beast. Nai took down 4 armed gunmen solo without a scratch on her. And she credits it all to her father teaching her. Nai, Little Brown, who has grown up. Also, hey Anime Nerd, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Also, Demon Child, yes, but Demon Child good. This is not the Demon Child timeline. But yes, that's who we're talking about. The mist is clearing. The sky is still dark. I can just barely make out the bloody red aurora. Just wants to say Demon Child. Yeah, that's fair. Reporting in. Nasan comes... her! Right there! Nasan comes running into the hangar. Last stream since a lot happened. Yeah, no worries. They are all uploaded to YouTube, by the way. I'll never forget. No, nor should you. But that is a different timeline, for what it's worth. Shuzin calls out to everyone still working there. The rocket has begun moving from the VAB to the launch point. Estimated launch time is X minus 8 minutes to 9 hours. Somewhere in that window. Nanasan's report causes everyone to tense up. This info must have come from a JAXA employee hiding near the TNSC. They're monitoring the launch site. All of the JAXA employees except the Chief Senemiya evacuated here safely. But a few brave souls volunteered to go back out there for surveillance. Give us 1 more hour and we'll all be done. Akio-chan? I need more of those screws. Where were they theirs again? Burgori, how's the program coming? I'm on it right now. Worst case scenario, I'll update it while it's walking. That's not ideal, but you know. Hey, I need about 20 male students to load the laser mount into the truck. See, yeah, yeah, that's also a thing. There's some folks sleeping in the corner of the hangar, unable to make it through the night. Yeah, the entire island is helping us fix up the initial robot that moved at about 1 mile a day. He did, and his dad finally is starting to see the light and is actually helping him fix up this robot. Doesn't undo his literal years of mental and physical abuse, but he's coming around. Doesn't undo things, but it might lead to a brighter future. Doesn't change the fact that he had 5 years of garbage, but like, maybe it'll just stay the 5 years and the future will be better. He's still not a good person, but he's currently trying. The older women are feeding all of us hot pork miso soup that they made by borrowing the local joint's kitchen. There are also multiple cranes gathered here. So Lent. We still don't know about Lent's dad, do we? To the best of my knowledge, we haven't really encountered him, have we? No, we don't. So loud, it sounded like it was more like a week, yeah. Tons of cars are parked in front of the hangar with their headlights on to supply lighting for the hangar. It's ridiculously early in the morning, and yet the once deserted airport is filled with people. We just re-encountered Lent in 2, but briefly. I know this is kind of an awkward time to say this, but it sort of feels like a festival. Dawn is coming. The final showdown is approaching. This seems like another good time to save. Just anytime the like scene change, final showdown approaching, I'm like, I should save. We're also prepared to go over time if need be. Like, it's fine. We are finishing this. Robot Club, are we all here? Also, oh hey, it's the 3rd edition version 4.11, yeah. It's no longer IRUO. Also, this basically confirms who programmed it, but like literally just like potions. Look at the top left. That's the name of the program we're using. The second I saw that, I was like, Daru programmed this. 100% likely. It's since been confirmed by his tweets that yes, he did. But the second I saw that name, I was like, that's Daru. 100%. Take on Big Sis on the moon. Not on the moon, but otherwise, yes. Don't have enough time. Gotta work it out somehow. If we had another half day, it could have been better. Yeah, we fixed up the original robot. We gave it dual pile bunkers, because that's the man's weapon. No, she's hijacked a rocket, but they've put a black hole bomb on it, and they want to detonate it in orbit to basically cause a geomagnetic storm that's going to basically ignite the atmosphere and kill off 5/6 of the world's population. So the goal is to stop the rocket. She's not going to be on it, and if the rocket goes up, most of us won't live anyway. Insert footfalls. Why? Because the Committee of 300 wants to basically rule the world, and it'll be really easy for 300 people to rule with all the like tech, money, and stuff to rule over roughly 1 billion people who are all starving, sad, out of places to live with no electronics. They basically want to use the remaining 1 billion people as livestock to make them the rulers of the world. That's why. Does it make sense? Only a little, but that's the... Akio is all pumped up after glancing at each of the club members gathered in the classroom. Sounds like an anime? Absolutely, yes. Exploitation of the unfortunate. 300 rulers. Heck, even I feel more focused after changing to my uniform like everyone else did. I wish we had a dedicated Robot Club battle uniform or a pilot suit. Yes, we need a plug suit. We don't need anything like that. I guess you couldn't wear one with your leg, Hidaka-kun. No, I just mean the pilot suits are skin-tight. Super-kun, were you imagining the girls in skin-tight suits? I was not. I'd rather focus on the boys' crotches. Anime entries so far? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's based off of, like, it's clearly heavily inspired by robot anime and stuff, so, like, it would have to feel the most anime. That's how it is. Shocking nobody, Kona-chan is the biggest pervert here. Meanwhile, our pure-hearted Juna has turned bright red. It's probably the correct reaction. Alright, quiet everyone. Modifications of Gun Build 1 have been completed. I'd like to thank you all for your hard work. I plan to say thanks to everyone who helped us out, but I wanted to say it to you guys first. She bows her head to us. Well, every time Frau just... It's perfect. It's just perfect. Just... Both Subaru and Tuna look somewhat proud. As for Frau, well, she's fidgeting about as usual. I think we did everything we could with the time we had. All that's left is to figure out how to fight and how to win. And with that, I'd like to begin the mission briefing for our operation to take back TNSC. Nice-on, the map please. Frau's the best, yeah. She spreads open a large paper map. 2 of them, in fact. One is of the entire island of Tanegashima. The other is of the Tanegashima Space Center campus. It's just perpetual flat line. No, it somehow just looks like dicks. Somehow the EKG is just yaoi. Just yaoi. That's it. Nice-on. Michi and Doc are also present at the meeting. I think you're all aware that the entire planet and mankind itself is at stake. And we have to do something about it. If we lose, 5 billion people die. On top of that, Earth will turn into a planet of death ruled by evildoers. This is a fight that we cannot afford to lose. But it's going to be okay. Justice is on our side. I know we'll win. Jakin. Yeah, somehow. She's trying, guys. You guys do it too. Let's get down to business. Fine. Akio's shoulders drop in disappointment for a moment before she recollects herself. I'll have Nice-san report the latest info on the Space Center. The enemy's rocket is currently loaded with the BHB. We'll be referring to it as codename Black 1 going forward. Black 1 is being fueled at Yoshinobu Launchpad 1 at Tanegashima Space Center's Osaki Launch Complex. The estimated launch time is between noon and 1 p.m. There are 5 remaining terrorists that we know of. Nice-san captured the 4 that raided the old airport. She tried to extract info from them, but they didn't budge. Yeah, it is, absolutely. Oh man. He's got crutches. Even if they haven't showed it on his model, he's got crutches. Like, they've talked about him having crutches, so like, he's just got crutches. Or at this rate, he's seated, and they just don't have a model for that. It's safe to assume that all of them are armed. The people who raided Kona-chan's hotel room only had handguns. They do show them on the model sometimes, yeah. However, they may be equipped with rifles or sniper rifles too. Seems that all of the terrorists except for 1 are familiar with how to launch a rocket. Instead of preparing for assault, they must be focused on getting the rocket ready for launch. It's possible they have drones too, but even if they did, they shouldn't be able to use them now. Dealing with terrorists, you know, as you do. I mean, if it's going to be anime inspired, it's got to be High School Saving the World. They have help. They have help from the whole town now. So our only real threat among the terrorists is 1 person. Misaki Senemiya and her giant hug. Japanese, yep. The Sumeragi that my sister is on position between LP1 and the VAB. The enemy's kingpin, Kokimijima, is already aware of our existence, so they'll be ready for assault. Other than that, the Space Center should be empty. That's the current status of the TNSC in a nutshell, eh? These are the things we need to be aware of as we make our plans. Absolutely, yep. You handle things from here, Subaru. We're the ones who summarized everything. Before that, Yashio-senpai, have you heard anything about the anti-Kokimijima virus from your XK contact? No, not yet. We might not have it in time. That's unfortunate. Subaru doesn't back down, however. Judging by his response, it would appear that he wasn't expecting to be ready from the start. In that case, I'll assume that the anti-Kokimijima virus is unavailable. First of all, I identified the following as our victory condition. Prevent the launch of Black 1. Yup, that's the victory condition. We'll divide our forces into 3 groups based on this condition. Unit A will be the team operating gun barrel prototype model 1, Kai. Super Gun Build 1. Pardon? That's its name, Super Gun Build 1. Subaru? Such nonsense. But we don't have time to argue about this right now. Yeah, no, he is just standing over the table, isn't he? Whatever. Unit A will be the team operating Super Gun... maybe he's just using the table to keep himself... I don't know, I got nothing. Unit A will be the team operating Super Gun Build 1, the Central T Robot Club. Unit B will be the infiltration team led by Tenoji-san. Unit C will be a trucking unit that will charge into the TNSC in case our plan fails. He better have a big honkin' cast on his leg, yes. He'd better. Unit C will be on standby in the back during the mission. Assuming they won't have a role to play, we can't rely on their combat capabilities either. Store lady with her back. Oh no, the robot fell on him. So it's not a hug, it's just a cast. He straight up has a big honkin' cast. He's had some bolts, like metal bolts put into his leg, and is still recovering from that. So like, it's not mechanical, but it is painful. Yeah, the clip. Unit C will only mobilize if we have no means with which to stop the launch. If they do mobilize, they'll enter from the west and north sides. It's basically a suicide mission. We have to make sure it doesn't come to that. Leader. Of course he'd lead the cavalry back there. Doc is going to take command of Unit C. Aye, you got it. As you can see, this mission will consist of mainly Unit A and B. The Central T Robot Club's Unit A, which will raid the Osaki Launch Complex, is a feint unit. A decoy, so to speak. What? We're going to be bait. Is that a good idea? If we don't defeat Mizune, we can't stop the launch. Let him finish, Kai. I shut my trap. Akio and Subaru must have a plan. I personally don't care if I'm bait or not, as long as I get to face down Mizune. I already laid out the conditions for victory earlier. Our goal is strictly to prevent the launch of the rocket, not to defeat Misaki Senomiya and the Sumeragi. Hence, Unit B and its 4 members will be the main unit in this operation. Naisa nods firmly. Judging by her response, she's already agreed to this plan. They'll rendezvous with the 2 on-site personnel eyeing the Osaki launch complex and infiltrate the command tower. It's possible that they'll run into armed terrorists, Kokimijima included. We'll be okay. My people are extremely reliable. Inui-san and Kondo-san are policemen, and Habu-san is a firefighter. They're as tough as they come. Not to mention, I'm no slouch. Yeah, gotta have at least one, right? I mean, Steins Gate had like 500 of them. They were just all the same person. We have a total of 4 handguns that we confiscated from the terrorists. Inui-san and Kondo-san each have their police handguns. We also have 2 submachine guns and 10 grenades we procured from a certain source. What exactly is the source again? What an oddball. Once you make it into the command center, please shut down the rocket launch operation. This is how we win. Understood. Nayasan is almost too perfect to lead the infiltration unit. She has great combat skills, knows the TNSC facility inside and out, and she's armed. She could not catch a break, no. And since there aren't many terrorists on the opposing side, she won't be outnumbered. But, potions. If we finish this tonight, then do you know what we get to do Sunday? See Mayuri in winter outfits. It basically takes place, like all of Steins Gate was in summer, it's that Christmas season for Steins Gate 0. I didn't say there wouldn't be depression, I just said cute winter outfits. There will be depression, but there will also be cute winter outfit. So yeah. It's fine, Potions. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't swear to myself I'd never play the game again because it depressed me too much. No. I don't know what you're talking about. And since there aren't very many terrorists on the opposing side, she won't be outnumbered. I'll watch the world crumble around. Grieving guilty Ocarine. Yep. However, yeah, that's the last of the games of the series that I know, because I have played Zero ages ago. I played it only once when it came out, as opposed to like Steins Gate, which I had played twice and watched the anime. So I remembered more of that. I only remember bits and pieces of Zero. But that's the last one I have any knowledge of. I don't know anything about Chaos Head or Robotics Note Dash at all. The hostage might be put in danger. Are we okay with that? To be fair, I didn't know anything about Robotics Note or Chaos Child either, or Chaos Head, Chaos Child. All I knew is the order to play him in. That was it. The dating sim will be great. You and me both, Ramen. You and me both. 428 was so good. 428 was so good. We have other less depressing times after this, I swear. I want to do Walk in the Woods. I want to do Valhalla. To be fair, I don't know anything about Valhalla except everyone says it's good, and I know the art style, but I don't know actually anything about the story. Night in the Woods, I know it's supposed to be really good. Maybe Phoenix Wright for more upbeat times. I mean, they're all about murders and stuff, but the Phoenix Wrights are definitely lean more into the comedy side of things, which I love. They're great games. Right, the chief of the Team SC, Uncle Senemiya, has been taken hostage. Moody, but not too dark. Alright, cool. If they find out about our plan, he could very well be murdered. Like, I really don't know anything about the story of Valhalla. All I know is it was inexpensive when I got it on sale, and everyone who knows about it has recommended it. And the art style, because it's cool looking. Same art style as Danganronpa. Oh yeah, it's from the same writer. So it's not just the same art style, it's the same, like, writer. I haven't watched it, but, like, I've heard of it. They find out about isn't it about, like, it's basically G Gundam, but instead of the Gundam tournament, it's baseball. It's like, all war and all conflict is now gone. So they play baseball instead. Oh, Nirvana. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for more innuendos and dirty jokes, and I'm gonna get it on PlayStation this time so it doesn't bug out on PC. Because that was the worst part of it, it's the stupid crashes. It was a good game. It was a good game. We don't have time to discuss it. Yeah, I get PS5. Yeah, I do plan on doing, if not the OG Phoenix Wright games, maybe I'll do those on my own time. I at least want to play the great Ace Detective Phoenix Wrights. But if you want me to do, if people want the OGs, I've only ever played the first ones. Like, the other two are new to me. So, like, I'll be happy to play them. You gifted them to me. I have them. I'm totally down to play them. Final Trilogy's a favorite. Maybe I'll go with those then. Because we don't have a shortage of visual novels, which is great. And some of them will be more upbeat and happier than these. And there's still upbeat times to this one. Way more than the other ones so far in the SciDV games. Saltiest of runbacks in fiction. Alright, maybe I'll go with those then. I'd still have to replay the first one because it's been so long since I played it that even though I played it, I'd have to replay it. 3 nights per week. You know, if we didn't have such a packed schedule, I wouldn't be against it. Excuse me, Tribe 9, okay. Are you okay with that, Aki-chan? But first, we gotta finish this one. Akio shakes her head side to side rigorously. Of course I'm not. But we're not special forces or the military. We can't come up with the perfect plan. That's why there are things we'll have to sacrifice in order to get this right. All I can do is hope that he'll be okay. Akio is obviously doing her best not to let her personal feelings leak out. She's biting down tightly on her lip, and her hands are clenched in tight fists. She's trying desperately not to think about the possibility that her father may be murdered by her own sister. Which is why I opt not to pry any further. They'll run out faster. We have so many. We have so many. We have 3 Danganronpa games, Night in the Woods, Valhalla, House of Fata Morgana, 5 Phoenix Wright games. There's another one I'm missing. I definitely have another one. But like, that's just what I have currently. Ready to go. Moving on. And if we ever are in worried about running out, I'll just boot up Umineko. Just to do it. If it's ever like, oh no, we're out of visual novels, I'll start Umineko. That'll hold us for a bit. There's also a massive pull to sink into, yeah. In order to divert their attention away from Unit B's actions, we need Super Gun Build 1 to make a huge scene. Super Gun Build 1 will march from the old airport all the way to the TNSC. Couldn't we just truck it nearby? Super Gun Build 1 can't stand on its own. If it gets attacked mid-transport, we'll be completely screwed. Which means that we should just walk it all the way there. I know it sounds lame, but since we have a good idea of when the rocket will launch, we don't have to rush. All ages version of whatever weird dating sims you can find on Steam. Oh yeah. serve as something of a trial run. Furiguri also hasn't finished updating the program. Besides, if we make a show of our approach like that, they'll be distracted by Super Gun Build 1, right? Yeah, if this whole thing is just a feint to try to draw their attention, nothing like slowly walking a robot up to them to draw their attention. Make it that much easier for Nasan's unit to sneak in. The Sumeragi is currently at the Osaki Launch Complex, but I may move up to meet us in combat. In which case, we have the upper hand. I get it, I'll leave the TNSC defenseless. By the way, I don't plan on coming out even with you, By the way, I don't plan on coming out even with Misane. I'm going to beat her. Is that cool with you? Coming out even, okay. I'm not tired, you're the one that's tired. Think you have what it takes, escort. Doc has been patiently listening up until now. He has a big grin on his face. Lasting strive, honesty, of course, yeah. I mean, it would be a giant robot's favorite genre of music. Metal. Not too shabby, kid. Thanks. There's no problem with you beating Sumeragi. Mizu's soft streamer. You can win, Kai. Justice is on our side. And also believe that you can win? Thanks for saying it so impassioned, huh? Didn't expect Subaru to agree. Ah, yeah, potions, yeah. Plan out a little busters at least. Figured he'd tell me to stop while I'm ahead or something. Of course, Subaru doesn't end there. However, that's only if we are dealing with Sumeragi. What are you getting at? The chances of you defeating Kaminagi are exponentially low. Yeah, Potions, I don't think you saw last time. Kaminagi is a giant six-legged spider mech with missile launchers and giant energy blades on its front legs. So, like, joy. Yeah, that is why I designated Super Gun Build 1 as bait. He's right that there's a huge gap between our basic capabilities. I don't like it, but I'm glad that Subaru is able to maintain his cool throughout all this. Then, if we're dealing with Kaminagi, my skills as a pilot are going to get pushed to the limit. That in and of itself gets me hyped up, so it's all good. It does piss me off though. Let's talk about Model 1. Has it been modified? Subaru nods. Its legs now use monopole motors, so its walk speed is far faster than the OG's, even if it's not Model 2 fast. The biggest change is that we removed its arms. Huh? So you did cut them? They were just decorative after all. Literally just a pun. Yeah. The brass doesn't... You said that yesterday too. Man, she's tired too. Let her just quote her mecha lines. You removed the arms and attached a pile bunker, yeah? Not just one. Correct, it's Doc's special build. Just one. Oh, okay. Just one for now. It's on the left arm. The second one is still being tuned. It's not ready yet. It'll be complete in a couple of hours. Once done, we'll catch up to you via truck. We'll be equipping it on the way there. That's power move. Can we do that? The attachments are pre-installed. All we gotta do is put it on. Of course, it'll require a crane operation and professional operators. Right now, Gun Build 1 is equipped with a sandbag to act as a counterweight to maintain balance. It looks crazy ugly. It's huge progress that Akio is able to recognize that. We installed a servo motor on the shoulders for angle modification, but can only be adjusted to 3 settings. Default position is facing down. This is in the position you return to after firing. Next is a 45-degree angle. This is if we're dealing with Kaminagi, so we may not have a use for this. We'll see about that. Lastly, 90 degrees. This is for fighting Sumeragi. Is there a limit to how many times we can use the pile bunker? Depends on your power supply. It eats up a lot of energy. Oh yeah, that's the thing. There's just like any genre of games, there's tons of examples of like, out there. But then there's that cream of the crop, like, the good stuff. Doc's homebrew pile bunkers. Won't be a problem if power is supplied consistently and in real time via laser transmission. Right? They know. Look, be careful, if you're operating on battery power. The laser gun will be loaded into Nakafukata-sensei's truck, which will follow behind Super Gun Build 1. However, things are going to get rough during combat, so please don't expect the robot to be powered consistently. Also, keep this in mind if you're going to attack using the pile bunkers. When you fire it, the recoil will most likely cause deformations on the robot itself. If that happens, it's useless. Depending on the circumstances, you may only be able to use it once. Don't forget that. Got it. Heavenly Kai Buster. The Power Bunker is tuned strictly for firepower. However, it's not powerful enough to destroy Sumeragi's armor. In fact, if it hits somewhere durable, Super Gun Build 1 is the one that'll be incapacitated, as Doc said. I read up on Sumeragi's specs, and even if we took out one of its 6 legs, we wouldn't be able to stop it. That's probably why it has 6 legs. And because of those things, it won't be easy to launch a close-range attack on its torso. However, there is one exception. In spider terms, if you where its eyes are. The FOS is located there. The finger operating system, yeah? Correct. In essence, it's the brain that controls the movement of the 6 legs. If we can take that out, we can incapacitate Sumeragi. Think you can manage that? It'll require impeccable aim. I've got no choice. I'm not in a position where I can choose what I can or can't do. Oh, any card game can. I believe it, yeah. I just gotta do it. The problem is that Sumeragi has a projectile attack. We gotta figure out how to deal with its missiles. Furuguri can speak to that. The info we got from Iritan was soups useful. But we'll use the DG297 app that Suwata-kun sent us yesterday. Everyone has already installed it on their phone droids. That's all, folks. Questions? Hey, Fraubo, you didn't actually explain anything. Kai messing is sort of canon in story. Yeah. Basically, oh wait, don't we... May that give you the luck you need. Basically, we're going to blind the missiles. 2 main rivals. In order to do that, all we have to do is place geotags all over the Osaki launch complex. That's it? Really? DG297 is an app that was created to function like IRUO. You can see IRUO geotags as well as place them. Here, Frau explained to us the effect that placing geotags has on the missile. This method gives us the ability to engage in hand-to-hand combat without worrying about them. Okay, so we can literally just overload their sensors by just like... We're gonna DDoS the missiles. We're gonna visually DDoS the missiles. Cool. It's very gun barrel-like that we don't have any projectile weapons, but this helps us close the gap in functionality. This way, I can bust the FOS with the power bunker and disable Sumeragi. We have a chance. It's... that man? Oh, damn it, I didn't actually read his. Just block out anything he says. Looks like we won't have to worry about missiles hitting the Thunder Emperor. Even without the missiles, it's not going to be easy closing in on Sumeragi. Straight up Potemkin. Oh, okay. And remember, if we lower it into hand-to-hand combat, each of the front legs is equipped with a blade. Those are what destroyed Model 2. Well, I'll just have to deal with those using my skills. Should you really be taking them so lightly? If even one of those blades hits Super Gun Build 1's body, you're dead, Yashio-senpai. A tense moment of silence. Come on, I don't suck that bad. Besides, I have a plan of my own. A plan? I have a special attack called Slow-Mo, for those of you who don't know. It looks like I'm having a panic attack. When Slow-Mo occurs, my reaction speed gets 10 times faster. For a very limited time, and then you're out of commission. Thanks to this little device, I can trigger it on command. I pointed to the electromagnetic wave or radiation device sitting by my feet. Circuit board I got from the old local city hall. I was so sure he was going to point to the stupid Frau's electrocution machine again. Circuit board I got from the old local hall yesterday has already been inserted. I tested it out on myself earlier and it worked like a charm. Let's just say that my current reaction speed is pretty OP. Kai. Anyway, I can somewhat cover Super Gun Build 1's flaws with my own abilities. Like Super said at the start, it should be enough to take down Sumeragi. The problem is Kaminagi. If it gets deployed to buy time, then we're screwed. As far as raw capabilities are concerned, we lose 0 to 10. We have no chance. That's why I didn't object to Nissan's Unit B being the primary strike force. Even if we manage to drag Kaminagi out, don't push yourself too hard, Kai. If they want to buy time, we can play that game too. That's right, leave the heavy lifting to me and my people. Roger that. And thanks to the masochism device. That said, I'm not looking for a draw here. This is the fight to determine who's the best in the world. Isn't that right, Misane? That's everything. It's time for me to announce the positions for Unit A. What? Super Gun Build 1 pilot will be Kai. Duh, I'm not yielding that to anyone this time around. Behind him will be Michi driving the Thunder Emperor. Got it. The power source vehicle will be pulled by the Thunder Emperor. Mitsuhiko, you best drive smoothly. I know. I told you, I always follow the speed limit. Pro tip. He doesn't. Plus, I'll be live streaming all of this to the world, so no worries. Seems like the best way to keep both hands on the wheel. Michi likes to record everything on video. I've never actually seen any footage he's taken, though. The mount for the laser transmission gun will be on the Thunder Emperor's bed. June, you'll be operating it. Os. Try not to get tossed off the truck, okay? Os. Fraubo, you'll be sitting in the passenger seat of the Thunder Emperor, so you can update Super Gun Build 1. Excuse me? We need you to focus on programming. Plus, you don't even have a scooter license, Fraubo. Don't blame me if the seat gets covered in barf. My driving isn't that bad. Haha, silly man. I don't know why that got me so good, but it's also true. Doc and I will remain here to finish tuning the second pile bunker. Right, meet up with us later. In charge of Unit A will be me, Akio Senomiya. Yep. Hello? Should I take that as a no? What are you saying? That means no one objects. Well, you are the president. I suppose I'll let you have the spotlight this time. I don't think anyone else can be the commander except you, Akio-chan. A new genre is born, a clueless commander-in-chief. I like it, dear. We're counting on you, President. Yeah, right. Okay, everyone, let's huddle. Akio loves getting physical like this. Despite usually being annoyed by our antics, not a single one of us disobeys. Let's win this thing with the power of our dreams, courage, and friendship. Everyone, all together now. Central T Robot Club, best of spirit. Yori Proud just... Well, that was a wee bit embarrassing. But oddly enough, I think it helped all of us feel like we could do this. Everybody's tweeting again. The people on the island, thank you so much. We made it thanks to your hard work. We were able to keep going because you were there. Despite its bad shape and poor functionality, Super Gun Build 1 is looking cool. Supermodel 1-kun is such a cool looking guy. You mean cute rather than cool? SMH. The model it was based off was good because Minami Kagori poured her soul into it. We'll win this fight. You have the weight of space candy on your shoulders. You do your best, Robot Club. Looks like they're going soon. I hope they're okay. I don't know the details, but the fate of the world is on our son's shoulders. Let's send him off proudly. There are times when boys have to fight. It's okay to be boys as men. I'm not prepared to die, damn it. I and all the students will come back alive, so I won't prepare for my death. You got it, Misaki Senomiya? Uri is really pissed at you in heaven. This is sad. Until a couple of days ago, all the workers were excited about the first rocket launch in 5 years, but now we're trying to prevent it. But we will not let them launch the rocket, and we promise to save the director. That is the will of the TNSC workers. Nothing new here. Alright, also probably a good time to save again. By the time I get back to the old airport, the skies began to brighten. I've got some time until Super Gun Build 1 deploys, so I head out to the runway and play some KB. I spin around in place and take a look up at the sky. Pretty soon, the morning sun will rise from the city side. Can't see the sun peeking out from the horizon. But the winter morning air is as fresh as ever. Maybe it's because of all that rain last night. Although it's a little chilly, breathing in the cold air calms my nerves. I place one hand on my hip and down a bottle of fruit sour melon. We don't sell these in Tokyo, so I was constantly drinking Skol over there. Akio was happy about it, but I was craving fruit sour melon the entire time I was over there. I chugged the bottle, all the while thinking to myself that this is kind of like my own personal Last Supper. It's then that I catch Akio heading towards me from the hangar. Hey-ho, Kai? She waves at me. Are the preparations complete? Almost there. I see. Silence. The two of us stare at the eastward sky in complete silence. Akio starts to give signs that she wants to say something. But for whatever reason, she can't seem to put it to words. I actually had something I wanted to tell her, so I have to go first. Aki-chan, take this. I pulled out the controller for the electromagnetic wave irradiation device. But Akio doesn't take it from my hand. If I press this, you'll get an attack, right? Yep, that's the idea. I can't press this. I know better than anyone else how painful your attacks are. It's exactly why I'm giving it to you. I'm entrusting this to you, Aki-chan. I face her and look directly into her eyes. Aki-chan, don't look away. When I tell you to press it, you can't hesitate, no matter what. But promise me. I need this in order to beat Mizane. You told me yourself, right? Beat Mizane. If I intend to keep that promise, you need to promise me too, Aki-chan, right here and now. Promise that you won't hesitate to press this button. Promise me, please. Otherwise, I won't be able to pilot that robot with any sort of peace of mind. But you're the one who always says you don't trust me. Which is exactly why I'm trusting you for the very first time, today. Akio silently takes the controller. Thanks. Hey, Kai? Just don't overdo it. I know I might not have the right to say this since I'm the one who forced you to pilot the robot, but if you were to get hurt, or if something even worse happens, I get it. I know I could die. I can't bake on Mizane taking it easy on me. The battlefield we're about to head into isn't a playground. If I lose you, I won't be able to handle it. Come on, that isn't the face of our president should be making before our final battle. I know. Akio rubs her eyes. I force out a bitter smile. Hey, Aki-chan. Got any candy? What? Candy. Jeez, Kai. Yeah, I got one. Akio smiles and pulls out a space candy from her skirt pocket. Thanks, I'll pay you back later. I take it from her. And our fingers touch. Oh, and they can get a blessing from the goddess of victory? You know, like a kiss? Aki-chan? Oh, are you sure? Wouldn't you rather have one from Misa? Has to be you, Aki-chan. While fidgeting and facing down, Akio takes one step towards me. Fine, just this once. She looks up at me and closes her eyes. I can see that her lips are slightly trembling. She's totally nervous. That's adorable. Now that I can talk, my heart's pounding a mile a minute. I take Akio's hand, and our lips meet. Just a light touch. The moment our lips touch, I can feel her hand tremble. But then she squeezes mine in return. We look at each other. Tastes like a melon, she says. Well, I did have a fruit sour melon earlier. Kai, for the longest time, let's save that for after the battle is over. Oh, but isn't that totally... Damn it, I was about to say that too. But isn't that totally a death flag? I keep not taking breaks to drink because I want to get through this, but gotta stay hydrated. Death flag? Are you kidding me? There's no way I'm gonna lose. Who do you think I am? I'm the second best in the world. Number 2. I know. I believe in you. And at that moment, the bright morning sunlight flashes across my eyes. I mean, that works too. The sun has risen, marking the beginning of the day of the final battle. The rain clouds from last night must have vanished. Also, damn it, now I gotta blow my nose. Alright, we got another drink. Oh darn, more tea. Terrible. Excuse me. Today is going to be nice and sunny. No, technically there's a 10% chance of precipitation. They've mentioned it twice. There's no turning back. Everything ends today, for better or for worse. Take care of Misa for me. Well, someone said that this is a battle to save the world. Someone said the hopes of all humankind rest on our shoulders. But I don't care about any of that stuff. This is just to satisfy my own impulses. Who would want to fight their greatest rival in a situation like this? It's crazy exciting, isn't it? We're back, finally. I couldn't care less if people think I'm being rash. It doesn't matter to me. All I care about is beating the number one, or beating the number one in the national rankings, and going beyond them to the top of the world. What's beyond that? Nothing. Nothing at all. But even then, I still want to see it. No, that's exactly why I have to see it. After all, I'm no hero. I'm no soldier. I'm not even the protagonist of a robot anime. We're finally back at the intro. Kill Ballad. System link online. Yep, that one. Prologue over. The game can begin. Mic test. Kai, say something. Loud and clear. Everyone say something. Test. Os. I feel a great sense of unity. Something big is about to happen. I know it. Yep, okay. Kai, is your phone droid plugged in? It's the red cable. One step ahead of you. By the way, why red? I'm guessing it's one of your bits, Aki-chan? Because it makes it go 3 times faster. Oh, OS system boot complete. Terra stable. Can you see my face? Nice and clear. All servo motors less than 1% error from home position. Electric supply all green. It says the power generator can run continuously for 13 hours. It's like the flames on the taxi. Yep. More than enough time. Actuators are all green. Gyro sensors, auto balancer, no issues. Skip checks from number 9 to number 16. Wait, are you sure that's okay? Don't underestimate me. Who do you think I am? My bad, kid. Alright, next activate DG297. Man, now I understand everything they're saying, as opposed to when it first ran I was like, yup, that's Robo-Technobabble. Activated. Left and right laser scanners, all green. Now, loading perimeter map. 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, maximum range. Topographical assessment AI functioning properly. No problem, everything's fine. Go ahead with the camera test. Testing 360-degree camera. Kai, did you fasten your seatbelt? Of course. Seat lock release. Just spin around, right? Whee. Camera link confirmed. I'm getting dizzy. I confirmed it on the monitor too. Coordinate anchor on standby, okay? Hold up. Adjustments complete. Go ahead. Coordinate anchor couture. Could you stop using weird expressions like that? Yeah, it's a good thing it's the weekend. I'm not stopping now, but I refuse. Okay, no fighting. Alright, check's complete. And now the weather report for today, February 28th, 2020. Irie? The Yakushima region of Kagoshima, Tanegashima, northeast winds, strong southern winds later, clear skies. Wave height 1.5 meters. Air temperature high of 14 degrees, low of 10 degrees. Chance of rain 10%. Third times to mention it. That's all for today's weather report. Thanks for the valuable information. Of course. Gotta have the weather. That's everyone in the Robot Club, right? I at least wanted to do a walking test if possible. We're going into this unrehearsed because we didn't have time for that, right? You good? We knew that was the case from the start. Don't go and call things off now. Condition, all green. The final call is a go. Kai, do you see that? Over towards the hangar? Hey, everyone's here to see us off. Everyone from our school, the town, and JAXA. Yep, everyone important. It's everyone important is here. They even made a banner for us. They've entrusted the Robot Club with their futures. Can you hear them? The Aquabats. Oh, she is up there, you're right. Hold on. Yeah, she doesn't deserve to be here either. Who are we covering? The vice principal of the school and Subaru's dad. They don't deserve to be here. Kai, let's come back together. Oh, cool. Whew. Now then, this is where my game starts. After all, I'm no hero. I'm no soldier. Not even the protagonist of a robot anime. I'm a fighting game player. Gun barrel, take off! It's definitely faster than it was.
Friendship. Friendship. Again.
Perfect. Perfect. It's the heckin' pile bunker attached to its shoulder. Alright. When in doubt, I just keep saving. Timing was so good. Oh man. It's been about 15 minutes since I started walking.
Heaven or hell?
I had trouble getting past the narrow road to exit into NH58, so I'm still lumbering through Nakatane-cho. Kai, how does it feel in there? I face my phone droid downwards and see Akio riding ahead on a scooter. The posture control system is properly identifying her as a frontal obstacle. I need to make sure I don't step on her. My butt hurts! My shoulders too! Why are you talking like that? Because the shaking is ridiculous! Each time I take a step, the impact causes my butt to rise up off the seat. Oh, that's gotta suck. Then it immediately slams right back down onto it. If I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, I'd be mincemeat. Couldn't we have gotten a better chair? We didn't have the time to replace it. Well, damn. I'm going to get sick if I stay in here for too long. I got so many hours on KB, a first-person FG, that I figured I didn't get motion sickness. I don't know about this. Also, it's a bit hot. Even though it's winter? It's probably because of the laser beam transmitter. The parabolic antenna for the laser beam electrical transmission is right behind the cockpit. The laser's been trained on it this entire time. But, there's no chance of it cutting into the cockpit by accident or anything, don't worry. It'd be a real problem if it did. Just then, I happened to see the older ladies at B-Coop waving their hands at us. It's a little sad that I can't wave back. The auto balancer is operating normally. With only 6 motors, it can't do delicate walking over its dead body. I was prepared for that. The image on my head from last summer's Model 1 test is still alive and well. Back then, all I could feel in the cockpit was the sound of the engine and the creepy grinding of metal. Didn't really feel the vibrations that much. So I guess I just assumed that it wouldn't be an issue in Super Gun Build 1. Turns out those vibrations have become my mortal enemy. With it shaking this much, I could start making command input mistakes. Model 1 was fine because all I had to do was push a couple buttons installed inside the cockpit, but Super Gun Build 1 is equipped with a kill ballad system. Just walking like this requires the constant input of the advanced command. I wish I had an auto mode. It's fine right now since I'm just walking, but it's going to be an issue when I have to face Mizune. Talking one of the most basic elements of winning in a fighting game. Eliminating input errors. Super Gun Build 1 is the same in that respect. But the inside of this cockpit is hardly the best environment for that. You chose this, dude. It's too late to switch to remote operation now. Yeah, I know. Let a man crumble. I'm going to be walking to the TNSC for several hours. I'll just have to get used to the shaking with the time I have. I'll try adjusting the walking motion a little. I'll do my best to reduce the vibrations as much as I can. You're a lifesaver! Everyone should know that updating the programming as it walks isn't possible for normal people. In other words, Frau-chan is a terror genius. Yashio-senpai, I'm expecting a 2-hour collarbone-licking extravaganza after this. Yup. Kana-chan, please! An extravaganza. Yeah, Fraubo, you can't do that. Grr. She really likes his collarbone. That's all there is to it. She really likes his collarbone. Then you could use my collar. Oh, Michi. Sexual harassment sensei can drop dead. The fine woman of the PTA will make sure you never teach again. Immediate perfect response. Fantastic. Let's talk about collarbones. More adjustments. I just can't help myself. Nya. Does she actually nya? No, that's... hold on.
Nya?
Yeah, she does. Oh man. Going back to Steins Gate also means Ferris is going to be back. The Nyas will return in force. In force. She gets giant cat paw mittens. Frau reluctantly says before going quiet to immerse herself in her work. Man, you're all so much fun. Giant laser. Ah, that's right. Irie is part of Unit A. She joined at the last minute, insisting she come with us. Akiho gave the okay eventually. She might actually be as stubborn as Akiho, despite her appearance. Oh, man. By no fault of her own, I don't trust her being here. And it ain't her fault, but I don't trust her. Irie, if you're cold, we can trade places with Fraubo whenever you want. Irie is sitting on the bed of the Thunder Emperor. She's acting as Juna's support. I'm fine for now. I see the Irai General Store to my side. I mean, it does seem nice that you can literally just shake her out of it, if you can get to her, and notice it in time, but there's going to be a lot of other stuff happening. It causes me to remember Mizuka-san, and my chest tightens up. I still need to deliver her last words to Misune. Oh yeah, because the one we delivered them to was basically a hologram. Aki-chan, we're going to just keep heading south on Highway 58, right? Yep, straight to Minamitame. Then turn left at the Kaminaki intersection. Kaminaka. Can this robot make it down the slope there? I'm kind of scared. I sure hope it does, considering how many hills are between us and the TNSC. Sure hope so, bye. Tanagashima may appear flat, but it's a lot of minor ups and downs. Yep, It looks pretty cool, too. I haven't seen, like, the stats of the armor art, but, like, the look of it is nice. USG always looks cool. I sigh and open one of the fruit sour melons I snuck into my pocket. I gulp it down. I still have 5 left. He stuffed a ton of those in his pockets. There's a knapsack. Okay. They're in there along with the electromagnetic wave irradiation device. Actually, it'd be real bad if they leaked and broke the device. Very bow set. Okay. I hurriedly take the bottles out, but due to the vibrations leaving them out in the cockpit causes them to roll all over the place. Hey, what should I do if I need to use the toilet? Super Gunbuild 1 is incapable of crouching down. Back at the old airport, I got to the robot while it was lying down. Dangerous, I know. There's a rope ladder for emergency exiting? But you're not strong enough to climb that thing, right? Right you are. Then you'll just have to hold it. Maybe you should have worn a diaper. I guess I'll cool it on the drinks. Super Gunbuild 1 nears its first real obstacle, the downhill slope by the Nakatane town office. And this thing handles slopes? No problem, everything's fine. The auto balancer and gyro are both working normally. There's wheels on the tips of its feet, right? Don't tell me it's going to tip because of those. Well, of course not. I wouldn't make such an elementary mistake. However, give me the minimum speed, please. Take each step carefully, thanks. Just keep in mind that if the robot falls over, you're not going to come out of it unscathed. Be careful. Glance over at the shock absorbers. It's just a cushion haphazardly stuck to the cockpit wall. They duct taped some pillows to the cockpit. Good luck, Kai. I'd rather not get squished. Despite my unease, I input the advanced command and proceed down the hill. You can hear the sounds of creaking metal beneath my feet. I can tell that the servo motors are spinning their gears as hard as possible. I know it was my choice to pilot this thing, but I can't help but somewhat regret my decision. What's your choice? By the time Doc and I catch up in the car, Super Gun Build 1 is in Minamatame-cho. It took a little under 3 hours to get here. To think that it'd take that long to cover the distance a car could travel in 15 minutes or a scooter in 30. We knew this would be the case ahead of time, but man, we're cutting it close. Oh, that would be great. Right now, Super Gun Build 1 is stopped in the middle of the road. A large crane vehicle is next to it as workers hurry to attach the second pile bunker. Excuse me. Before the robot left the old airport, yeah, the left pile bunker was already attached and tested. That leaves the right one. Doc's buddies are doing the heavy lifting, way more efficient than us amateurs doing it. As expected, with several people working together, the process takes less than 10 minutes. Very impressive. Kai, it's attached! The Prez contacts Yashio-senpai, waiting on Senpai in the cockpit through a phone droid. Alright, time to reboot. Senpai restarts the robot. Yashio-senpai's phone droid and Super Gun Build 1 system are unified. Reboot complete. There are more commands now. It's the same as Gunvarel's straight right. Got it. Yashio-senpai is able to follow Furugory's explanation with little context. Also added a gimmick, just in case. What do you mean by that? You can only use it once, and once you do, the pile bunker will be useless. Make sure you get the timing right. So, what exactly is the attack? The Gunvarel Ankh Striker. Are applying the same fashion as Furugory. Huh? And Yashio-senpai grins like he immediately understands. Gunvarel's most powerful finishing move, the Gunvarel Ankh Striker. I know Yashio-senpai will make good use of it. As far as I can tell though, through the monitor, he's looking like he's in good shape. I figured he'd have vomited once or twice due to the shaking, but I'm relieved to see he's adapted. I'll be joining you all from here on. Yashio-senpai will also be testing the pile bunker we just attached. Doc is going back to the old airport with the others in the crane. They'll be forming Unit C in the rear. The workers leave us with words of encouragement as they head out. Alright, Subaru, we'll get in the Thunder Emperor. Sorry, Irie, but can you help him get into the truck bed? Okay, no problem. Yukifune-san and Daitoku-senpai both extend me a helping hand. With their assistance, I managed to get into the truck bed. Subaru-kun, is your leg doing okay? Of course it's not. If I bump into anything, it hurts so much that I can barely stand. Oh, what's wrong? This is bad. He bumped his leg against the gun mount. I think he's unconscious from the pain. I'm okay with you writhing more. I can use this for my delusions, too. Are you okay, Hidaka-kun? I'm alright. Yukifune-san and Daitoku-senpai gently rub my back, but obviously that doesn't do anything to lessen the pain. I'm grateful, but I can't summon the strength to offer any words of thanks as I grit and suffer through the pain. Just use your guts and willpower to make it through. I doubt that's gonna help. But whenever he's stressed, he goes into Nyaz and Uwu speak. That's just his stressed reaction. Kaya, I'll run the test in Subaru's place. First, from a standing position, try shooting the right pile bunker at 90 degrees. After that, we'll test it while walking. Jun, be sure to keep the laser beam aimed at the antenna. Got it. Daitoku-senpai moves away from me and takes hold of the laser gun mount. Test firing the right pile bunker. Above my head, the pile bunker powerfully ejects from its cradle. Motion confirmed. Man, that recoil is nuts! If I use the left and right ones in succession, are we sure the cockpit isn't going to come off? Remember, attaching these things was a rush job. I'm finally settling down. My leg is still throbbing, but I can still talk. Doc made them on his own without thinking they'd be attached to Super Gun Build 1. Your concerns are completely valid. Whoa, hold up, then is it okay to use them? That's what these tests are meant to determine. What will we do if we find out they're too dangerous? Come on, say something. I decide to answer honestly. It's impossible to make power output adjustments to the pile bunkers at this stage. And why even bother testing them? To roughly estimate how many shots the body can endure. That's about it. Oh, okay. If we can guesstimate the limit, we can use that as a reference for how to fight. Make sure not to hit that limit, got it? They were forcibly attached to what might as well be paper mache. There isn't much we can do about the attacks being life-threatening, but judging by the test just now, we won't have to worry about it all exploding after one use. Alright, resume your advance. When Super Gun Build 1 starts moving, the small truck I'm riding in starts up as well. I look up at the rocket's large back from the truck bed. I need to see this through to the end with my own two eyes. No, I want to see it through. As one of the people who helped create Super Gun Build 1, and as a member of the Robot Club. I don't know what we talk about, Ramen. Never. Kai, stop for a bit. And Akio's orders, I stop inputting the advance command. My shoulders are stiff. I've lost almost all sensation in my butt. Repeatedly inputting the same command for hours isn't hard, but the shaking's really getting to me. But finally, after nearly 5 hours, we've arrived. The gate is open. The gate to the Osaki Launch Complex always has a guard. Entrance is forbidden for unrelated personnel. But right now, there are no guards. The gate is wide open. Up ahead awaits Misane and Ko Kimijima. The rocket loaded with the BHB is supposed to be launched in less than 30 minutes. No pressure. Just 2 months ago, we were here building Model 2. And then we got kicked out after it was revealed that the TNSC would be launching its first rocket in years. I never even dreamed back then that we'd be returning here like this. Talk about a twist of fate. Kinda hyped. This is Tenoji. Nai-san, what's the situation over there? I've rendezvoused with the observers, but we're all in position. Also, we now know the X time. X time is 12:27. I repeat, X time is 12:27. We have a little over 30 minutes left. Understood. Sounds like we're really cutting it close. If we had spent even another hour on maintenance and improvement, we wouldn't have made it in time. We're also fortunate that the enemy didn't attack us along the way. Looks like Misane and her team are focused on defending the launch site. Once Super Gun Build 1 enters combat, we'll charge in as well. Everyone in the Robot Club, good luck. You guys be safe too. Okie dokie. Take a deep breath. I was thinking Demon Child for a second. So she took a demon breath. I also stretch my arms out and loosen up my body. I bend and extend my knees in the narrow cockpit. Demon breath. Nobody said anything since Nai-san's report. Even Michi puts a lid on his pro tips. With the decisive battle ahead of us, everyone is probably nervous, trying to calm their hearts and minds. To be honest, I'd kinda hoped some adults would step in and save the day. With her demon knife. I mean, the military and the police exist for stuff like this, right? Now, when Sawada never got back to us, I guess the anti-Ko Kimijima virus didn't make it in time. Regardless, out of everyone on Earth, the only people in any position right now to stop the rocket launch is us. We're the only ones who made it here. There's no turning back. We're not allowed to stop here. There's only 30 minutes until that rocket launches, leading to the deaths of 5 billion people. In that half hour, the fate of all humanity will be decided. We're cutting it damn close. This is our last chance. But I couldn't care less about that. If I focused on that, I'd never be able to beat Misane. And I will defeat her. I'll become number 1. That's my one and only victory condition. Listen up, everyone. The first to open his mouth and break the silence is our delinquent advisor. Your teacher has a pro tip for calming your nerves. Write the kanji character for person 3 times on the palm of your hand and swallow it. I know that kanji, and I know that kanji specifically because of Quarion. It's the only reason I know that. I don't know any kanji except that one because of Quarion. Quarion is a deeply strange, highly entertaining show. It's really not a pro tip. Either way, you better not show us your ass out there, Yashio. I'm live streaming this out to the entire world right now. Oh, yeah, I could see that one. I have an Aquarion model with the Mugen fist extended too. Calico and Afro got that was the first model anime thing I'd ever gotten. Was that Aquarion? It's good. We're getting messages of support not just in Japanese, but in English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic. Wait, what? Nobody told me about this. Oh, didn't mean to hit that. Anyway, what that means is that right now the entire world is on your side. Akio's expression grows serious. Everyone, are you ready? If we follow the plan, we can win. We don't need words anymore. I can tell just by looking at everyone's faces through my phone droid. We're ready. Aki-chan, give the order. Akio-chan. Prez-senpai. I'm a little nervous about having Irie here. Just a little. Aki-chan. Alright, Super Gun Build 1, attack! "14 minutes till X. As I advance up the gentle uphill slope, my field of vision suddenly widens, and I save the game. This is the Osaki Launch Complex. This is where countless rockets have been launched. Despite the absurd situation we find ourselves in with the fate of humanity on the line, I can hear the sound of waves in the distance. It's tranquil, with not a person in sight. Nothing has changed from the usual peaceful atmosphere of Tanegashima. On Launchpad 1, Black 1 stands tall, set to launch in 15 minutes. It's much bigger than I expected. It is a rocket. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen a rocket up close and personal. Ah, fair. He's always watched him from a distance. And next to it is a large black spider, its protector. Sumeragi. Did you have to give it 8 eyes too? Doesn't look any different from the one at the expo, assuming there's an eye on the bottom of it at the tip. Is Misane in there? I don't see any other people. Misane should have a few terrorist comrades left. Nasan must be right, and they're focused on launching the rocket. Yeah, in other words, if we defeat Sumeragi, most of our problems will be solved. This is a true 1 versus 1 match. 1v1 me, brah! Classic fighting game situation. Now then, how is she going to move? Allow me to warn you. Misane's voice echoes throughout the launch site. Misa, if you advance any further, I will kill you all. Kai, Aki, please don't make me do this. Shift side to side, oh clearly. Just turn back now. Yeah, just turn back and let 5 billion people die. Yeah, okay. No way, Akio shouts. We're here to beat you, Misa. We're gonna take you down and to save you. Don't even try to get us to back down. In response to Akio, Misane says nothing. Well done, Aki-chan. Now that's what I'm talking about, little Senomia. No, Akio. We knew that from the beginning we wouldn't be able to talk things out. That much was just made clear to us again. Our enemy is serious. If we don't take them out, we're dead. Which is why I'm getting mad hyped. There's already adrenaline running through my veins. Everyone, stick to the plan. Me, Subaru, and Irie will neutralize Sumeragi's missiles. So, we know there's one more bad ending on the ending list. The question is, do we try for the good ending first? Or do we try for the bad ending first, and then triumphantly do the good ending? Do we keep the momentum high, or do we break the momentum to come back strong? Alright. Michi, drive and stay hidden behind Supergun Build 1. Keep the Thunder Emperor away from the missiles. You want me to drive safely? Got it. Finish strong? Okay. June, use the laser mount to keep supplying power to the robot. Things are going to get intense, so good luck. I kind of like her just face, too. It's not quite the Frau face, but it's pretty good. Kai, the longer the fight drags on, the more of a disadvantage we're at. We only have one chance. Got it. I still have the space candy I got from Akio before setting out. I had kept it in my pocket the whole time. I take the wrapper off and pop it into my mouth. Yeah, but we didn't know. We didn't know about the beetroot then. Yeah. The refreshing mint flavor feels like it's flowing through my nose. It stimulates my brain. Combat mode. I isolate myself from outside information. Don't worry, for Steins Gate, we have to get all bad endings before we can get the true ending for Steins Gate 0. We have to get all of them. I focus all 5 of my senses on the monitor in front of me. Oh, until you get the... yeah, gotcha. We're all going home together, got it? Commence the operation. Hell yeah, let's do this, Tagarin. Round 1. Fight! I feel like this is also a good time to save. I feel like every time is a good time to save.
Should we take this outside? Are we outside?
We are outside, you drunken bastard. I put the advanced command. That was a really good one to have pop up. Super Gunbuild 1 takes a single step towards the black spider. It instantly responds. Its 6 legs shake and start to wiggle. Looks like she's ready to meet us in combat. Kai, don't stop no matter what happens. Just close the distance. Not that I needed to be told. Sorry, but the only thing I see now is that spider Misane is riding. Oh yeah, we're going to visually DDoS your missiles. A missile pod comes sliding out from the spider's torso. Crap, it really does have missiles. Here they come! Super Gunbuild 1 has no armor. If I take a direct hit, it's instant death for me. Nonetheless, I input the advanced command. The missiles spew flames from their ends. Misane starts by firing too. They're aimed directly at me. A direct course even. I ain't stopping for nothing. I continue to move forward. The moment I take another step, the 2 missiles suddenly change direction. The robot's frame shakes from the shockwave of the blast. Whoa! I almost dropped my phone droid on the floor. Crap, if I break this thing's screen, it's all over. As for the missiles, they collided with the wrong targets. One hit a nearby embankment, the other a building. The AR decoys seem to be working. Alright, everyone keep sticking geotags everywhere. You can tell just by looking at the screen. New geotags are being stuck in real time all over the Osaki launch complex. 10, 20, 30? After just a brief amount of time lag. Stick the tags on the spider. Each geotag spawns a gun barrel the same size as Super Gunbuild 1. The geotags have AR annotations stuck to them, so the moment IREWO reads them, it automatically recognizes them. As a result, there are over 30 life-size gun barrels swarming the Osaki launch complex, and they're still increasing. These are our AR decoys. How do you like that, Misane? 13 minutes. The blast of the missiles hitting a nearby embankment is enough to almost make me crouch down. I've never experienced this kind of heat and impact before. This thing really is a weapon made for killing people. If Yashio-kun got hit with one of those missiles while inside of Super Gunbuild 1, he'd die. No, not just Yashio-kun, there's a chance a missile could hit us too. I'm scared. My knees are shaking. But that's not all. My hands holding the laser gun mount are also trembling. Our only ray of hope are the AR decoys. Right next to me, Irie-chan and Hidaka-kun are still furiously tapping away at their phone droids. I no longer fear anything! Kojiro-san is getting amped up in the passenger seat of the truck. I know things are going as planned and all, but don't shout, Kona-chan. Jun-chan, don't cut off the power supply. That's Super Gunbuild 1's lifespan. I clench my teeth and channel strength into my knees in response. Okay, I'll do my best. If I give up now, Super Gunbuild 1 won't be able to move. I have to keep shooting this laser at the antenna on the giant robot's back. That's the duty that has been entrusted to me. I need to see this through. I made a promise to Hidaka-kun. I told him that I'd work hard enough for the both of us. Super Gunbuild 1 continues to advance. Meanwhile, the spider hasn't taken a single step. It's shooting missiles again. 2 again. Please don't hit us. I desperately pray to the heavens. But I don't close my eyes. If I close them, the laser beam would drift. One of the missiles hits the VAB door. The other one flies off to the lightning rod at launch pad 2 and blows it away. It didn't hit us again. It almost feels like a miracle and I want to cry, but I hold back the tears. Too bad, Misane. I guess Sumeragi really is just a concept model. Everyone is so amazing. XK doesn't have a history in military use hugs. Hidaka-kun theorized that Sumeragi's missiles were acquired on the black market. Kojiro-san also chimed in. Naturally, it wouldn't have a missile control system, so they probably had to substitute it with something else. When she found that Sumeragi was actually connected to IRUO, we came up with this strategy. I didn't have time, so I put this together slapdash. But right now, Sumeragi sees 20 or 30 life-size gun barrels, and the missiles automatically aim at those decoys. Of course, the person who came up with this little trick was Frau-chan for the win! Kojiro-san shouts out like she's in the middle of playing a video game. It's thanks to her that my fears have been alleviated a little bit. This makes it clear, the missiles from Sumeragi use image recognition guidance, making them so sophisticated it ended up backfiring. Sorry about that, Misane. Your shitty missiles can't hit Super Gun Build 1. As though reacting to Yashu-kun's words, the spider fires more missiles. 4 incoming! Yashu-kun and Nagafukata-sensei driving the Thunder Emperor behind him don't stop advancing. Everything will be okay. All 4 missiles change directions and fly after separate targets, almost as though they're trying to avoid us. Awesome, they missed again! We're getting close to the spider now. It's okay, we'll be okay. Just then, the sound of a massive explosion erupts from behind me. My back is struck with an intense blast wave and a wall of heat. It feels like I'm about to get blown away. I almost fall out of the truck bed. The inside of my head nearly goes blank, but the teachings of my dad and grandpa during training come to my mind. Go forth with fortitude and vigor, and achieve great virtue. I may be weak. I may have lost all my matches in the first round, but I can't afford to lose today. I need to be strong. Go forth with fortitude and vigor, Juna Daitoku. Go! I plant my feet into the bed of the truck and take a firm stance. Twist my ankle, causing a sharp pain to shoot through my leg, but who cares? I desperately hold onto the laser gun mount and restore my posture. Daitoku, make sure not to get thrown off. Got it! I've managed to get the distance between Sumeragi and I down to 30 meters. The blast wave from a missile exploding nearby had me scared I might fall over, but I'm okay. According to the data, the missile pod in Sumeragi is loaded with 10 missiles. If that info is correct, I should only have 2 left. If I can get through this, round 1 is basically mine. I advance without fear. The spider moves its legs. It takes one step back after another, trying to put more distance between us. Like hell you're getting away. Super Gun Build 1 is fast enough to keep up with the spider's movements. Advance. Input command. Do your thing, monopoles. Distance closes. 10 meters. She won't fire. Is she going to switch to melee combat? Or did she lose the will to fight after seeing all of the decoys? Yeah, it definitely seems like Misane would just give up. A few little AI decoys and she's like, nah, I'm done. She's saving those last 2 missiles? They're never going to beat me with strats like that. Don't underestimate me, Misane. Advance! Just a few more meters and she'll be within range. It's launching its missiles! It's too close. Aki! I don't know where it's going to be, but this is clearly going to be bullet time. Flow of time suddenly slows down. The missiles are slowly approaching. One of them is already turning in a totally different direction. Problem is the last missile. It's just too close to Super Gun Build 1. Before it'll be able to change course to one of the decoys, it'll slam right into me. Damn it, did Misane calculate this? Thanks to Akio's instant response, I've managed to activate slow-mo. But considering Super Gun Build 1 specs, I won't be able to dodge at this range. It hurts to breathe. I feel like I'm suffocating. The warmth is quickly leaving my hands and feet. Yet my head is so hot that I feel like I've burst a blood vessel. I'm so itchy that I want to tear at my skin. But even then... Think, Kaito. How are you going to get out of this? Find a way. I read the missile's trajectory, expand my own awareness, and make my consciousness one with the machine. I synchronize my reality with Super Gun Build 1's reality. It's going to be a gamble. I wait on the timing. I have 4 frames. Got the angle. Pile bunker, fire! Crap. The world turns white. I can feel intense heat against my flesh. And then suddenly my consciousness fades. Didn't turn on auto. Did I? Phase 129. Bad end. Cleared. That's it. Just, you see the missile coming at you. That's the bad end. There's still another one there, though. Maybe that's the real ending? I don't know. Finish the game. GG, yeah. Hold on. I haven't popped up today. What was it? Going back to that spoiler-free walkthrough. I don't know if that was the right one. That's the thing. Let's see. Alright. All it says for Phase 12 is when you reach a set of inputs, get one of them wrong. View the ending, then load the latest save. This time, do not get any prompts wrong. Read to the end. So maybe there's more than one time we can do this? I don't know. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from continuing to save things anyway. I quickly input the command. Slow. The left pile bunker begins to eject from its container. It's still slow. The normal flow of time is yet to return to the world. The robot's frame shakes as the pile bunker ejects. My body also violently shakes. The tip of the pile bunker is a crapshoot as to whether it'll hit the missile or not. Well, 11 minutes till X launch. Yashio-kun. Lots of Yashios. It looked like the missile from Sumeragi scored a direct hit on Supergun Build 1's body. I scream as loud as I can, all the while trying to prevent myself from being blown back away by the blast. But I immediately see that Kai is safe through my phone droid monitor. Kai, thank goodness. Just imagining Kai gone was enough to make my chest feel like it would split open. My heart is going nuts. Yeah, that's true. Face. Glad Kai is safe, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain. No kidding, and I know how much he suffers after an attack. Where did the other one go? The other one hit the VAB. The end of Supergun Build 1's left pile bunker has been blown to bits from stopping the missile. It's useless now. Yeah, has it? But now Kai is so close to Sumeragi that he could probably touch it. It's within the pile bunker's range. Our strategy worked. We closed the distance on Sumeragi. At the same time, that means we're in range of its front leg blades. The AR decoys aren't going to help us from here on out. Kai's piloting is the only thing we can rely on. The left pile bunker's been blown away. It's useless. Way to overdo it. I've still got the right one. You sound like you're in pain. Aki-chan, if you hadn't reacted so quick, I would have died. To be honest, I didn't want to push the button. I didn't want to give Kai an attack. Yesterday, soon after returning from Uchigaoka Park with Irie and Nisan, Kai gave me this suspicious remote control. What is this thing? Let's just say it's a super secret tool made by our own enemy. And now we can use it too. He said with a mischievous grin on his face as he showed me the inside of his knapsack. At the time, I couldn't believe that Kai would go out of his way to use such a dangerous, evil weapon. Yeah, yeah, we haven't seen his model before, have we? We've seen, like, CG Kai. We haven't actually seen the model. But he insisted. According to him, he needed it to defeat Misa. I want to test it and make sure it's usable in real combat. Pressing the button on the remote control will activate the device. Could you stand back a bit and try it? Wait, are you going to be the test subject? I mean, how else will I know if it works or not? I wasn't hot on the idea, but without much of a choice, I decided to help him out. Kai had an attack. It was clear as day that this device caused it. Kai smiled, explaining that our chances of winning just went up. But Kai, you've never thought of anything but winning, have you? All I wanted to do was have fun playing games with you and Misa. I dropped my gaze down to the remote control in my hand. I keep using this, Kai's stamina won't hold. The more I use it, the more his life might be in danger. Kai, this is too cruel. Why would you entrust me with something like this? Just then, I see Sumeragi slowly start to raise its body. The way it has its two front legs up makes it look like a praying mantis. Misa is serious. Kai, you can't get hit with those arms! Well... don't know if we're gonna have to push another thing. Again. I press the button again. Kai, how can you ask me to do this without hesitation? When I think about how much you're suffering, I want to break down into tears. Super Gun Build 1 moves with amazing accuracy and speed. Almost as though it predicted the future, it dodges Sumeragi's right blade as it comes down. The spider then immediately follows up with its left leg blade. I know Kai's going to ask me again. He's going to ask me to press the button. I don't want to. Kai will die. Again. My fingers holding the remote control tremble. The thought of Kai disappearing scares me so much that I can't help it. No, I can't. I unconsciously cry out. I can't press it. Super Gun Build 1 fires its remaining pile bunker. With perfect timing, it hits the joint of the spider's front leg as it swings down. You did that without slow-mo? Kai, you're incredible. Super Gun Build 1 takes a step back using the force of the recoil. Sumeragi returns its legs to the ground and pursues. Misa's going to kill him. Don't hesitate. But you'll die, Kai. If I push the button, I'll kill him. What should I do? After closing the distance, Sumeragi raises one front leg to the side. The blade gleams a bright golden yellow. It's not just a mere blade. Please run. Just as I'm about to scream those words out loud, Super Gun Build 1 takes a step towards Sumeragi. He stepped forward. I believe in you, so believe in me. That's right, I made a promise. When I accepted this remote control, I promised not to hesitate. Kai gave it to me because he believed in me. Back on the deck of the MF Anemone, he held my hand the entire time. Misa held my hand when I woke up in the hospital. I believe that Kai will be okay, that he'll save Misa, that he won't leave me alone and vanish. And that's because... like hell I'm gonna lose. Who do you think I am? You love games and hate losing. You're the boy I loved ever since we were children. If I don't believe in Kai, who will? Super Gun Build 1's pile bunker shifts to a 45-degree angle. Sumeragi immediately swings its blade in an attempt to deny Kai's attack. Get hyped! Come on, Aki, it's now or never. Give me the courage to press this gosh darn button. Of course he said the thing. It's a game based off a mega anime. Of course he said the thing. Aki! I believe! Win, Kai. Yeah, we're adding extra time by just saving a lot, but, you know. That's the Kamina thing, of course. When she hesitated last time, I wasn't sure what I'd do, but she came through. Thanks, Aki-chan. I've never experienced using slow-mo 3 times in a row before. It feels like a bomb's exploded in my head. That's the sort of pain we're talking here. My vision's a mess. I wanted to shout in agony, but my voice won't come out. The spider's blade slowly moves, looking to sweep Super Gun Build 1's leg. After waiting 2 frames, now! I like how he still talks real-world stuff in frames. Shit. This mistake is lethal.
He might actually be dead.
The blade cuts into Super Gun Build 1's thick leg. Well, the immense impact causes the seat prop to break. I lose my balance and get thrown against the wall of the cockpit. My sense of direction is completely gone, and during the pain I look at my phone droid. The ground is approaching fast. Yeah, so maybe this one will actually count as one. My entire body is assaulted with a fierce impact. I think I can hear the sounds of my bones breaking. Pain beyond imagination burns away at my consciousness. Welp. It seems like they're all just different lines of dialogue leading up to the rocket launches. Phase 12 bad end cleared. That seems like the bad end, right? Still nothing extra on the main screen, but that last one might be a good end. That last one might be the real end. But this wasn't like 129, this was like phase 12 bad end. So I'm guessing that was the one. Watch me actually screw it up. I mean, they don't give you a time limit or anything, so like, it's not difficult, but it's also later than normal for me, so perfect timing. I predict the path of the blade approaching Supergun Build 1 leg and fire the power bunker. Hit it. Please hit it. Slowly, as though it's being sucked in, tip of the power bunker slams down into the blade from above. Don't have a reflector, clearly. Bad end. There's a typo, okay. With bad times for Kai, the power bunker scores a direct hit on the spider's blade, which then shatters into two. I wait for the power bunker to retract again. The spider starts lifting its other blade. We're almost at zero distance. Hell, we could be touching. The spider's front leg will have to take a longer than normal path in order to swipe at me. I'll make it in time. At this range, I'm faster. Oh, 4? You're insane, sir. The 4th time. My head throbs as if countless cockroaches are crawling around inside it. I'm just going to go successful inputs from here, unless it seems like it's going to be functionally different. It seems like it would lead to the exact same failure state if I failed this one. I've lost almost all sensation in my legs. At this range, where we're almost touching, I can see where the FOS is with my own 2 eyes. I turn slightly. I adjust the angle and facing of the power bunker. Crush it. Fire. In this calm, dead world, there is no sound. But the impact shakes the machine's frame in my body. My shoulders dig into the seat. There's still no pain. Everything suddenly comes flooding back into me as the silent world ends. I felt that. Direct hit confirmed. You did it. Amazing. Sumeragi's core, the FOS. I scored a direct hit on the right side. With this, half of the spider won't be able to move. The remaining 3 legs on the left side are still wriggling about. You just don't know when to give up, do you? In my foggy awareness, I go to finish it off with another attack. Suddenly, there's an intense release of compressed air from Sumeragi's body. Like a smokescreen, it engulfs the entire spider. The strength leaves its legs. The spider's belly virtually rips open and its body splits. From inside, a slender humanoid silhouette slowly rises up. It's abandoning the hug. There, from within the giant body of the spider, rises forth a slim bipedal robot about half the height of Supergun Build 1. That's... the smoke clears. Kaminagi. Awesome. It's so cool. Guys, eyes on the prize, please. Ah, sorry. Kai, be careful. He once said, "We won't beat them by force alone." I know that all too well. I once again turn my attention to Kaminagi's form. It's like, you don't see it. You know she put on the glasses anyway. A jet black body. Human-like arms with fingertips. Slender legs. It's almost like a medieval knight in black armor. I can see why Akio was so enraptured. According to the data, Kaminagi stands a little over 5 meters tall. It's only about half the height of Super Gun build. Our robot is nearly twice the size. So then why is this thing projecting such an overwhelming aura? It has a monstrous presence. It's like that thing is looking into me. I can't help but tremble. But I set the pile bunker to a 45-degree angle. Oh, man, you're gonna die, dude. Round 2 has already begun. I'm still assuming that failing this one would just be slightly different text before the rocket fired again. Round 2 has already begun. Little does she know that as she wastes her time posing, she's already in range of my pile bunker. Input command. Accurately and without error. Take this, Misane. Victory is mine. The pile bunker once again fires and produces its painful recoil, but... well, that's cheating. You can't cheat the same way we cheat. That's clearly cheating. Kaminagi suddenly steps to the side. I missed. She dodged it. That reaction speed is insane. My timing should have been perfect. How did it move like that? It's so fast. This is bad. The difference in specs is worse than we thought, Senpai. I can see that just fine, thanks. My heart rate is insane. Even though slow-mo is over, I still feel like I'm suffocating. Yashio-kun, she circled around you. With a lightness to its step, Kaminagi has already made its way around Super Gun Build 1. Strike Vanisher. Behind me? Already? My movement speed isn't fast enough to turn around. The cockpit is a 360-degree view, but my eyes can't keep up with Mizune's speed. So instead I opt to advance and put some distance between us. But I'm not going to make it in time. I'm prepared to take a hit or two. And just as I look over, I realize Kaminagi isn't even looking at Super Gun Build 1. I was completely wrong. Mizune's target, it was never me. Michi, run! It's the Thunder Emperor. Don't underestimate me, Senamiya. Thunder Emperor suddenly takes off. The truck's 660cc engine roars. The power generator in tow topples over and sparks fly. Still, Thunder Emperor manages to skim by Kaminagi's side and drives off towards the Vab. Mizune doesn't attempt to pursue them, instead choosing to keep her distance from Super Gun Build 1. Mizune, I thought you were better than this. Yeah, I'd never watched Custom Robo. I hear good things, but I thought this was our battle. And yet she went after Michi and the others. She probably wanted to destroy our robot's power source. Blast it with a laser now? I mean, in theory, but also, like... it's lethal to people, but it would take a while. It would take, like, concentrated aiming to, like, do any damage to the metal plating. It's not impossible, but it's not really a strategy. But they were defenseless. She knows all too well what had happened if the 5 riding in that truck. Damn it. Is everyone okay? I died. Yep, I'm dead. I died just now. I'm alright. We're okay. Same here. Thank goodness. But this is bad. Power generators. Thanks to how the Thunder Emperor took off, the generator toppled onto the ground. It's sitting in the middle of the launch complex, useless. With the laser gun unusable, Super Gun Build 1 has switched to battery power. Guessing I have 5 minutes at best, eh? Laser mount is useless now. There won't be any more power. I have to hurry. Advance. Close the distance between us. Or at least I tried to, but Kaminagi is too fast. While I lumber forward, she can run in circles and retreat diagonally. Sidestep and retreat. The fact that Kaminagi can do both at once means it must have amazing leg maneuverability. Kai, close the distance. Yeah, I guess it just fell off the truck. I'm trying, but it's not working. I think she's trying to make this a war of attrition. You're right. Misane and Kokimijima, if they can just buy 10 minutes of time, they can make Project Adam a success. Excuse me. They obviously have the overwhelming advantage in terms of machine specs. There's no reason for them to fight. We predicted this situation in our strategy meeting. They also know that we can't just attack the rocket either. They're toying with us. Didn't think you'd resort to running out the clock. Stop disappointing me, Misane. Despite my taunts, Kaminagi shows no signs of changing tactics. This is Tennoji. We've safely secured Chief Senomiya. Upon hearing Nasan's report, Akio perks up. 7 minutes to launch. This is Tennoji. We've safely secured Chief Senomiya. The command center I'm currently in is eerily silent. We've taken control of the command center. Other than Misaki Senomiya, all terrorists have committed suicide. What? We were prepared for a gun battle, but in the end, we didn't face a single terrorist on the way here. We were able to stop the rocket launch. I'm so sorry. No matter what we try, it won't accept the launch cancel command. Wait, but why? I don't know. No matter what we do, it won't listen to our commands. We asked Chief Senomiya about how to deal with it, and even called the others back at the airport, but no luck. Isn't there a launch control building for large rockets next to the VAB? What about that place? It isn't being used for this launch. Chief Senomiya holds up his own phone droid and speaks. Dad, I'm so glad you're safe. In response to Akio's words, Chief Senomiya manages to muster a smile. When we charged in here, he was tied up and gagged. He was bound like that for an entire 2 days. And he still manages to smile to put his daughter at ease. Dads really are tough cookies. That rocket launch control system should be the same as Epsilon, mobile control. But sadly, the guy in charge of that, Fujishiro-kun, his PC is being blocked online. It can't be accessed. The current rights holder is Ko Kimijima. What? What a fascinating conversation. An unfamiliar voice rings out from my phone droid speaker. Is this Misaki Senomiya? I glance at Chief Senomiya's face to check his expression. He has such a sad look in his eyes. But now you understand. You cannot stop the rocket launch. Although I applaud you for neutralizing Sumeragi, this is the end. You are out of options. Just relax and watch the launch from there. Members of the Robot Club are at a loss for words, and I have to be the bearer of even worse news. Kaito, Akio, everyone in the Robot Club. Starting now, you're no longer the decoy team. You're the only ones who can save the world now. Please forgive us adults for not being able to take responsibility for putting this heavy burden on you all. No matter what you decide to do, I'll follow you to the end. Nobody will blame you if you choose to... Could you hush up for hot sec, Nai-san? Huh? I'm surprised. Choose to what? Run away? Like hell we will. Here for one reason and one reason alone, to be number one. To settle things with Misane after 7 long years. Do you know how hyped I am right now? Yeah, that's you having a heart attack from too many attacks. I'm getting wet. Absolute nonsense. By and large, I agree. Total nonsense. But you're right. Sometimes folks just gotta do what they gotta do. Pro tip. Sometimes you just gotta 1v1 someone. It's just how it goes. Kai, let's win. Let's beat Misa. I wouldn't have it any other way. These kids are something else. They're so strong. None of them are losing to this insane pressure. They all believe in what they've made, what they've done. Good luck. Akio. I'm sorry, Dad. We might not be able to save Misa. Just be safe. Chief Senomiya says as he taps the logout button. There's nothing else we can do. All that's left is to believe in the Robot Club. You can do it, everyone. I mean, you always have Team C, but that's not a great idea either. After hearing Nasan's report, I bite down hard on my lip. Either the rocket launches first, or Super Gun Build 1 runs out of power. X minus 5 minutes. Yo, I heard it all. Looks like Unit C is not going to get the chance to shine. Charge in, Doc. We can't hold anything back now. Oh, never mind. That's true. That could happen. Got it. Just hold your horses. That seems like the only way things can change here. Yashio-senpai, do you have a plan? Or that 10% chance of rain? Of course not. I have no way of catching up with her. Even now, I just keep advancing, turning a little and advancing again, over and over. But Kaminagi is gaining distance faster than I can move. I figured as much. So, Subaru-kun, what's your secret plan? I've got nothing, unfortunately. I figured. We also have his Ankh special. Bravo, could you set the leg motor output to full and speed it up or something? Don't be so unreasonable, SMH. This isn't just something I can fix with programming. We should have installed the transformation mechanism for the gun barrel Excel impact. There's no way we could have done something like that with the time we had. Jun, any super awesome karate attacks we can use? I got nothing. Irie, how's the weather looking? What about a lightning strike? According to today's weather report, it's going to be bright and sunny. Just have to get close. My only hope is to get in and use the pile bunker. Advance, but Kaminagi keeps gaining distance. I feel like a sheepdog. All I can hope to do is carefully choose my route so that I can maybe force Kaminagi into a corner? But Misane can see right through me. Since it's so slow, Super Gun Build 1 can't even imitate a sheepdog. Suddenly, Kaminagi stops. Thought I'd forced it into front of the Vab's door, but it suddenly drops its hips. And then comes charging straight at me. Oh, well. Time for more shenanigans. Slow-mo brings the world to a crawl. I try to aim the pile bunker at Kaminagi as it approaches me. However... Oh, I don't even have that's 6, right? Even though my inputs are fast and accurate, the robot's speed is as slow as ever. This is extremely frustrating. Entering slow-mo makes Super Gun Build 1 speed even more conspicuous, enough to annoy me. My brain and lungs are desperate for oxygen, but they refuse to breathe. My hands and feet are cold, but the inside of my chest is burning hot. My instincts are screaming at me, but my senses as a fighting game player tell me to win, moving my fingers. And yet... It is, yeah. Or just warm jello. I knew it, it's not enough. Pile bunker whiffs. Kaminagi slips past my side, flashily puts some space between us, and stops in front of the Sumeragi's wreckage. Kaminagi could have attacked just now. I think she's watching out for a counterattack. Regardless of how mobile Kaminagi is, it still has to stop before attacking. We don't know the number on that, do we? They talked about it themselves, but never mentioned it aloud. Super Gun Build 1 could attack in that moment, even if it took damage, too. She wants to avoid that. Misa, is Kokimijima there? Kokimijima is basically her at this rate. I am Kokimijima. What? If you want to take control away from me, you must kill me. Kaminagi tears the front leg off the wreckage of Sumeragi and raises it up. It removes the armor and transforms the leg into a giant sword the same height as Kaminagi. Oh, okay. Now it looks even more like a knight. But she still shows no intention of attacking me. As long as I don't move, she won't move either. That seems to be the plan. She's playing the waiting game. Does she really want to kill 5 billion people that badly? I'm here chipping time off my lifespan just to fight her. Are you telling me I still can't beat her? I still can't win? Is she going to keep toying with me like she always has, all the way until the very end? Was everything I did over the last 7 years for nothing? Is Misane still out of reach? I'm sure in a fair fight you'd probably stand a decent chance, but this is far from. Nashio-senpai and Kaminagi stare at each other down. Just as sexual harassment sensei next to me hits the steering wheel in frustration. I was wondering who we were, now I'm not. A call from a number I don't recognize pops up on my phone. Oh, this might be our saving virusy grace. Oh, whose number is this again? I think a little. Wait! Oh. Oh! Uriguri, don't play around at a time like this. That's not it. Sawada-kun Turker. Sawada? Let me connect. Looks like I made it in time. Sorry to keep you waiting. The anti-Kokimijima virus is ready. It's designed to work together with the DG297 3rd edition app. However, you need to fulfill a condition in order for it to take effect. Of course we do. The virus is only effective when used while the AR Kokimijima is visible. You just have to apply it once and it'll do its job. That's all, the rest is in your hands. Lol, what? Did he seriously make us wait and like, lol? That's all he had to say? Lamau. But I guess that's what makes Sawada-kun so cute. Dude is def not interested in the opposite sex. I bet his coworkers think he's gay. That's my woman's intuition talking. Nothing wrong with that. Thanks, Frau. He's gotta be visible, come on! We can't see Kaminagi's pilot seat from the outside. Then we have to find a way to pry open the chest hatch. But she's not even trying to attack us. If we use this virus, we won't have to kill Misa. Kai. Frau gonna Frau. We're gonna do this. Whoa, Yashio-senpai is terror-motivated. Kona-chan, is the virus good to go at any time? Sawada-kun lectured me about how to integrate the virus into the system before. What of it? I can integrate it right away, but it'll require a reboot. During that time, Super Gun Build 1 won't be able to move. How much time will it take? About a minute? If it takes that long, we're gonna lose. But they're just standing still, too. As long as they don't notice we're up to something, the stare down should last for the entire reboot. I began to work at integrating the virus as the conversation continues. I know for sure that Yashio-senpai will do it, even if it means pushing himself. I'm in. Just like how he saved me in Gun Barrel before. I'll take that bet, Kona-chan. Reboot time. See, told you so. It's also predictable that I unconsciously grin. But Kai, what if she figures it out? How long until the launch? X minus 3 minutes. Yeah, there's not time to... This is our last shot. Aki-chan. Bravo, do it! Good choice. Yashio-senpai and Prez-senpai are being all flirty. Ugh, I'm jealous. I mean, yes, they were earlier, but that wasn't it. As I think about wanting to join in, I furiously tap away at the phone droid resting on my knees. Program updating complete. Frau-chan is just too genius, lol. Time for the system reboot. During the next minute, nobody will be able to do anything. All we can do is wait. Kai, don't worry, we'll protect you for this 1 minute. Yeah, Prez-senpai said, it's kind of embarrassing, but it also makes me a little happy. Alright, I'm shutting down the kill ballot system. I tap my phone droid with my finger, almost as if I'm praying to the powers that be. The kill ballot system on my phone droid looks as if it's frozen. It's not working. The next minute, I can't move Super Gun Build 1 an inch. I'm totally defenseless. My fingers are trembling. I clench my fists in hopes of keeping the shakes down. Wheezing sound comes from the back of my throat. Both my body and mind want more air. There's an intense pressure in my chest, causing me pain. My pulse is still out of control, and my entire body is drenched in sweat. Great battery life. Oh, the red power cable. The red cable's a power cable, so it's plugged in. I can feel the blood vessels in my body pulsating. Though, also, yes, they did kind of cover that the battery life is pretty good, but it's plugged in. I mean, it's off for this minute, but besides that, I feel like the blood inside me is boiling. Each pulse feels like being stabbed with the countless needles thinner than grains of sand, as if I'm drenched in blood. Like I'm going to lose my mind. Excuse me. I repeatedly open and close my fingers, over and over. I keep it up until the trembling stops. There are bottles of fruit sour melon all over the floor. I pick one up, open the seal, and chug it. It's only then that I realize my throat was dry this whole time. The refreshing melon taste fills my mouth. It's quiet. Take a peek outside through the viewing window. Kaminagi remains still. Has she not noticed? Please don't notice. Please, please. If she does, it's over. I hate that all I can do is pray. Come on, hurry up. This 1 minute feels like eternity. Ah. Kaminagi takes a single step towards me. This might be Misane's way of verifying the situation. She wants to see how I'll react. Check my phone droid. System still hasn't rebooted. I have no idea how many seconds are left, which means all I can do is just sit here. Kaminagi takes a second step. This time it seems much more confident. It is a robot. I still can't move. Then Kaminagi slowly raises the giant blade it's holding. It takes an open-bodied stance. Shit, she noticed. On the third step, she begins to charge. She's coming straight at me. Kaminagi's movement is nothing like that of a robot's. Misane, are you looking at me? Are you thinking about driving a powerful combo into me? I sit down deeply in my seat. If you are, then bring it. I'll take you on all day, Misane. No! Akio drives her scooter between Super Gun Build 1 and Kaminagi. Stop it, Misa! You idiot! Does she really think a scooter can stop that thing? You're just gonna get yourself killed! Akio, Kaminagi responds unexpectedly. Despite being mid-charge, it pitches forward and comes to a stop. Right in front of Akio, about 5 meters away from her. She stopped. Misa! Is Misane still somewhere in there? Just then, multiple trucks come driving into the launch complex. They push forward as though to shield me. The truck stops in front of Kaminagi. It's Doc's Unit C. They're hawking up a store. System rebooted. That's what I'm talking about. I hold my phone right up to chest height. The boot screen displays for a few seconds and returns to the camera feed. Down at my feet I can see Akio and the trucks. In front of me is Kaminagi. Round 3! Everyone get out of here! Akio and the trucks retreat from between Misane and I, almost like a receding wave. In their place I advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
1 step. It is showtime. 2 steps. There's nothing in my way anymore. X minus 2 minutes. Kaminagi sees me start to move and begins retreating, putting more distance between us again. We're still running? I grit and grind my teeth. I shout out. What happened to your right stuff? You better believe I'm not who I used to be. I'm not gonna lose, not even to you. So how about it? How about you stop acting like a goddamn chicken? It stops. Kaminagi's retreating legs stop. They're no longer moving. This is it. It all ends here. I'm just gonna keep saving. Though, like, even now, like, I feel like any missed inputs would just give us slightly different text before, and the rocket goes off. Kai, she spoke. Think you're going to take the top spot from me? You really think you can win? Don't make me laugh. Chill runs down my spine. This is it. This is the Misane that only I know. Then how about you come and stop me, just like the good old days? Advance command. What, too old to stay in the attack? You lost your edge, Misane. Come and attack me. Show me that cool expression you always made as you battered me down. I know better. I know the kind of face you put on TV appearances isn't you. Advance command. You're just an immature little girl who beat the living hell out of her childhood friend in games. Yeah, that's true. You mercilessly belittled your little sister in an attempt to get her to catch up to you, you damn sadist. What? You're a girl, yet you're obsessed with robot anime. You legit decided to build a giant robot in the middle of nowhere and dragged everyone into your dumb dream. Advance command. Kaminagi was retreating before, but now it's advancing. We're about 10 meters apart. She'll be in range within the next step. Our pile bunker's range, that is. But I'll also be in range of her blade. Kai, if you keep up that trash talk, I'm going to smash you into dust. I'm getting hyped. I naturally start to smile. It's like I'm tripping out, the same high I get when I face a tough opponent. A feeling of my brain juices overflowing as I get hyped up. Of course Misane was the first person to teach me this feeling. Talk is cheap. For the last 7 years, I've dreamed of beating her. I know this is a worthless dream. I know it won't befit me in the future, or benefit. It's entirely for my own self-satisfaction. But even still, it's my dream. I've come this far just for this. Advance command. I take a step. The last step. Misane does the same. She doesn't try to pull back. Now that's the Misane I know. You little... Kaminagi leaps up. Its body is about level with my cockpit. Oh, the pile bunker can't go above a 90-degree angle. It's already swinging its blade down. Please, please, please hang in there, paper armor. This is as true a 1 versus 1 match as possible. The cockpit shakes. The impact feels like my head got hit with a hammer. Well, it's time. Time slows down. Nonetheless, Kaminagi's blade slowly begins to cut into the cockpit. I can see the giant blade of death approaching my body. Less than 5 seconds, my body is going to be splattered all over the walls. The intense pain makes me want to writhe about. I feel blood start to trickle from my forehead. Even the pain is being stretched out. It's like my whole body is being twisted around, like I'm being ripped apart. All 5 of my senses are preoccupied with the pain. But none of that matters. You stopped, didn't you? You stopped moving, Mizune. Heh. Lose the battle to win the war, eh? The blade sinks into Super Gun Build 1's body. As long as she holds onto it, Kaminagi can't move. Perfect. I feel like grinning as I punch in the command. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Get a taste of my pile bunker. Oh, I don't have to type anything. I speedily input the command. Perfect, no mistakes. It's over. However, Kaminagi does something I didn't expect. It's like she knew what I was thinking. She lets go of the blade. Man, you're just getting outplayed on every side of this. I exit slow-mo. The pile bunker whiffs. And Kaminagi lands on the ground. It's thanks to her swift thinking that I'm not dead, but still. Did she read my mind? Damn it! I'm not done yet. I hurriedly punch in an advance command. Super Gun Build 1's thick leg takes a step forward. I'm virtually on top of Kaminagi. An advance at this range is effectively a kick. Or should have been. Kaminagi once again reacts with insane timing and precision. As soon as it lands on the ground, it smoothly leaps backwards. After dodging the kick, she tries to gain distance again. X-1 minute. You're not supposed to do that. She's gaining distance. Kaminagi is pulling away. 10 meters, 20 meters. She uses her high jump to flee. If she gets away now, I'll never make it in time. Think. Your next move. While advancing, Super Gun Build 1 slightly leans forward. That's right. A trump card. I got a single attack that'll work in this 1 to 2 second block of time. Aki! Well, she's, oh man. He's gonna melt his brain. 8. In the course of what, 10 minutes? As soon as I shout, or was it like 50? It was 10 minutes or so, 15 maybe. As soon as I shout, the world goes silent. I find myself in a cold, unwelcoming space. Kaminagi is right in front of me. It's currently in midair after performing one of its high jumps. There's 20 meters between us. My pile bunker can't cover that distance. With one exception. You can only use it once. And what's to do the pile bunker? Oh, does it shoot? Does it overcharge it and just shoot the pile bunker out? Right now, this is the moment. I hope that's what it does. I can land the hit. My Super Gun Build 1 gun barrel full force all out attack. I hope it's straight. Yeah, I hope it's a rocket punch. I really hope. It's gotta be. That's the only thing it could be. But I still hope. The flow of time resumes. Before me is Kaminagi. I'm locked and loaded. The command's already been input. Now go! It is straight up just a rocket punch. Good. The pile bunker launches at high speed, but once it extends out of its casing, it doesn't stop. It becomes a flying spear. Now, if I'm gonna do this, I gotta do it right. This is Gun Barrel's ultimate rocket punch. It easily covers the over 20-meter distance to Kaminagi, who is currently incapable of moving in midair. A direct hit! With its much smaller stature, Kaminagi collides with the punch in midair, loses balance and crashes down. Even the gun barrel Ox Striker isn't powerful enough to break through its armor, but the hit definitely worked. Kaminagi's one decisive weakness, the fact that the pilot hatch is on the front, and said hatch is connected directly to the monitor. It's now dented inwards. I shoot my rocket punch right at the even calls it a rocket punch, right at the spot in the hatch weakest to blunt force. Of course it's dented. Remaining battery, 0. That just used all the power up. Super Gun Build 1 has stopped moving. I don't care. I don't need this robot anymore. Your move, Mizune. Your eyes, your cockpit monitor should be busted. Which means you have one option. Kaminagi's hatch opens. The cockpit is exposed, and there, clad in a tight black pilot suit, is Mizune. She slowly removes her cracked helmet, letting her long hair out to blow in the wind. Her eyes, they're looking straight up at me. The fighting spirit in those eyes is as strong as ever, even with her sight crushed. And with the hatch open, X minus 30 seconds, you know. With less than 30 seconds remaining until launch, she's still more than willing to fight. In fact, she looks kind of angry. She's probably upset that she took a hit from the opponent she underestimated. That's right. She's not some perfect, beautiful girl. The Misane the world sees isn't the real one. I know who she is. She's that terrifying wall that stands in front of me. The woman who would show me no mercy, crushing me without giving it a second thought. She was a cold show-off who'd always go around corpse-kicking me. I mean, it's not like you don't do that to Aki. Truly immense wall. The very same wall that I sought to overcome. The wall I always wanted to climb over. Oh hey, it's not a friend. You could tap him. Kokimijima spotted! There he is, hovering over Misane. Kokimijima is like some kind of ghost. 20 seconds. Yashio-san. Yashio-senpai. Yashio. Senpai. Yashio-kun. This is the end. I'll bury the dead, here and now. Well, yeah, he does. For what it's worth, he's been dead for 10 years. 9, yeah. Time goes still. I focus my aim. The fingers that were shaking only moments ago are now completely still. My heart is strangely calm. 20 seconds left. I already picture victory in my mind. Now, it's time to unleash the finishing blow. Got this, guys. I did it. Inject virus. It's like a shock to the system. The flow of time still hasn't gone back to normal. During slow-mo, all sound should be gone. Yet in the soundless world, just now I swear I could hear Misane's voice. Thank you, Misane. She's smiling. Serenely, happily. She's looking at me and smiling. Long ago, back when I was still a kid, she gave me that same gentle smile when we'd play in Uchigaoka Park, waiting for a rocket launch. Misane. That's true, Aki took 2 buttons. To be fair, this wasn't a combo, it was just a virus injection. Sound returns to my world. The virus is shaped like a missile in AR. Flies straight into the cockpit of Kaminagi. Misane shouldn't be able to see it. And yet she doesn't avert her gaze. It's like she's accepting the attack herself. She doesn't tremble in fear, she simply smiles. Somebody's not looking so happy about it, though. Direct hit on Kokimijima. What about the controls? Access rights are no longer with Kokimijima. Stop the launch countdown. I set my gaze to Black One sitting on LP1. Everyone holds their breath waiting to see what happens. Did we make it in time? But what happened? These few seconds feel like an eternity. X plus 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Plus means, this is Tenoji. The launch cancel commands went through. The rocket is grounded. Mission accomplished. We did it, Kai. What about Misane? Look down at the fallen Kaminagi, and inside of its open cockpit, Misane lies limp, unconscious. Right next to her stands Kokimijima, calm and composed, even as his body is crumbling and falling apart. Looks like the virus is working. Yet for some reason, Kokimijima is smiling calmly, just like Misane earlier. His voice is by no means loud, but I can hear it clearly from my phone droid. So close. How unfortunate. But don't think this is the end. A second, perhaps even third me will likely appear elsewhere in the world soon. Things might have worked out for you this time, but there's no guarantee that that'll be the case every time. Doesn't matter. I don't think my words could reach him. But I can't not say it. I hear justice always wins. Does it now? Yeah. The last half-century and more of robot anime have taught us that. Duh. There's no way we'll lose, so says our club president anyway. I see. Perhaps she's right. He whispers with something of a bitter smile on his face. And so, Kokimijima fades into dust. Akio nearly trips over herself, rushing to Kaminagi's cockpit. She gently places her ear against Misane's chest. She's alive. Hey, Kai! Misa's okay. Yeah, he's the guy responsible for all of it. Everything bad that has happened in this game has been him. Yeah. My head is throbbing. The cockpit has seen better days. I mean, other than just like inner club squabbling, anything actually overarching bad that has happened has 100% been him. And he died 10 years ago, but you know, now his data ghost is gone too. True, he saved Irie by putting her into the pod, but to be fair, that's really kind of just furthered his own evil schemes too. You could argue there was some hint of goodness in that action, but you could also argue there was a hint of him being like, I can use this later. If I was just a little late, I would have been sliced clean in half. I wiped the blood flowing from my forehead with my hand. My heart is beating so intensely that I feel like I could burst at any moment. Now we just need him to not have a heart attack. My whole body is numb. I can't even hold up my phone droid. I sprawl out on top of the seat, take deep breaths. I don't really feel especially moved over becoming number one, but I am satisfied that I beat Misane. I absent-mindedly gaze out at the horizon through my phone droid. Yeah, he needs a hospital now. You now got the app notification that I went live. I've been live for 5.5 hours. Time to go home. The Twitch app is quality. Everyone is waiting. The last 3 days, as long and turbulent as they've been, have finally come to an end. I am Zenichi. Win the last match without any mistakes. Yes, no mistakes were made. The wind feels amazing. It honestly feels like the wind is always blowing on Tanegashima. The trailer with Super Gun Build 1 loaded onto it advances slowly down the national highway, no cars in sight. Compared to Michi driving the Thunder Emperor, Doc's driving is infinitely more comfy. We're holding along with the robot in the cargo bed, but feel no fear. We don't have the energy for that. With the battle over, everyone's dead tired. I'm bleeding from my head and my whole body hurts, like it's been torn apart thanks to repeated slow-mo uses. Said successive attacks have completely busted me up. I had the craziest nosebleed earlier. Excuse me. If I don't get some serious rest, I'm probably gonna die. Thanks to the missile blast, both Irie and Juna's clothes and faces are covered in soot. Excuse me. Oh, by the by, Super Gun Build 1 is the most damaged of all of us. The body's been crushed and ripped wide open. The end of the left pile bunker has been smashed in. The right pile bunker flew off somewhere and still hasn't been recovered. All things considered, this paper-mache robot did one hell of a job. We left cleanup at the TNSC to Uncle Senomiya. Right now, the Jaxel folks are headed over, so they got it handled. We left the wreckage of Sumeragi and Kaminagi at the Osaki Launch Complex. The police will recover them at a later date. Police, sure. Black One didn't get to space. In the end, we managed to save the whole damn world. Not that I was trying to be a hero or anything. I just didn't like when things get all loud and crazy. Aki-chan, thanks for that. Huh? For what? The button. You pushed it without hesitation. Yeah, but my heart hurt every time I did it. The only reason I could do it is because you believed in me. And I'm grateful for that. I'm glad I trusted you. Yeah. But don't do something crazy like that ever again. Hey, you guys, look at Twippa, seriously. Seriously. Frau's looking at her phone droid when she suddenly shouts at us. This festival is ridiculous. Festival? I know she wants us. Oop. I know she wants to check it out on her phone droids, but I'm seriously too dead to even do that. What's going on? Everyone's thanking us. Oh yeah. Michi was streaming the whole thing. Subaru is sitting in such a way as to protect his legs. He starts explaining things to us. They're telling us we did a good job, bravo, etc. Nagafukada-sensei live-streamed the whole thing, right? Listen up and remember well. Recording things is one of my favorite pastimes. Pro tip. Shut up, Mitsuhiko. Listening to you makes me want to take a nap. Doc shoots a spicy reply at Michi from the driver's seat. Nagafukada-sensei is so funny. My son cheerfully laughs alongside Irene. Anyway, about 1 million people watch the livestream. They're all writing congratulatory comments and the like. It's abnormal for 1 million people to gather up like that. I've never seen a livestream with that many viewers. In this universe, I guess. Looks like most of them didn't really understand what's going on. Some thought it was a promotion for an action film? Well, it really did seem like a film. I have no idea if the live stream will help or not, but some of the chaos around the world should die down now. Koki Majima, the mastermind behind it all, is gone. I turned my eyes towards Misane, still asleep, leaning against Michi's shoulder. She has yet to wake up. It's possible that she may never wake up again. Hey, Kai? When I lost consciousness during the MF and Enemy incident, Misa held my hand the entire time. Akio gazes lovingly at her sister's face. I want to stay with her until she wakes up too. And when she does, I'll tell her. I love you, Misa. Sounds good to me. Both Akio and I wanted to bring Misane to the hangar. In order to protect us, she chose to become the enemy of the world. That's a crime that can never be forgiven. But after 7 long years, she's finally home. The place where the robot club, the thing Misane created, was born. We wanted to bring her there. Silence has returned to Nakatane-cho. It's a similar vibe to when we first sortied, but now everyone should know that the threat is gone. Did everyone who evacuated head back home? We haven't encountered a single car on the way back. Where did everyone go? It all clicks the moment we arrive at the old airport. Hey! Just now, did you hear a voice? Ah, I heard it too. It came from the runway. Look over there. Akio leans up from the cargo bed and points forward. Hey! 100% CG completion. There. Everyone is together. They were waiting for us. Everyone is smiling, welcoming the Robot Club and Super Gun Build 1 home. Little kids, students from our school, men and women, old grandpas and grandmas. JAXA employees. Subaru's my parents, the vice principal, Mr. Candy. Everyone is waving at us. Gotta have the final everyone there. I like how they even brought a dog too. Very important. And just think, Sora was asking what would happen if we ended early tonight. Yup, he is. We still have a place to go home to. What more could we want? For what it's worth, the guy that gave us that virus at the end, the helpful virus, was working with Nineheart, Daru, and Krisu. They were all part of the same team trying to go against the Committee of 300. Mind you, he was helping in his box in whatever way. He might have actually done something to help, but we'll never know. And I'll never give him credit for it. But he was technically on the side of good in this fight, even if he didn't do anything. No credit. Yeah, absolutely no credit. Wait, I didn't actually read that. We still have a place to go home to. What more could we want? Ah, Akio, that's a famous quote. Heh. Come on, folks, you should wave back. Maybe he overloaded Koki Mijima's code with hentai. Yep. Yep. Hey, we're back! But I refuse. We're home! Hey, Misa. Look at all the people welcoming us. They're all glad we're back. Hope you can hear it too. Cut to credits? Hey, Misane. Our dream, our robot, became this world's hope. We protected everyone's smiles. Science Adventure Project number 3, Robotics Note Elite. We technically swapped the first two. We played them in reverse order, but this was the third. That was good. That was good. And I'm glad we committed to finishing it tonight. Without work tomorrow, I don't gotta worry. I'm glad we committed. It would have really sucked to cut it midway there. That would have been the wrong call. Definitely the wrong call. Though it went longer than expected. I don't regret it at all. It was the right decision. Once you hit the final chapter, you can't stop it. You can't. And we didn't platinum it. I'll probably do it off camera, because if we got 100% CG, we're not missing anything. Excuse me. Story-wise, if I find out that we have an ending we didn't catch or something, I'll stream that as part of it. But, like, I'm assuming it's probably just, like, check enough tags, tweet enough stuff. Robotics Note, Science Gate, Chaos Edge. Fair. I'd still say Science Gate, Robotics Note, Chaos Head. But Steins Gate is something I've experienced multiple times over the years and hit me hard for several of them. So I'm biased towards it. Very heavily biased towards it. This one was really good. This one had a lot of positive stuff before going into the deep end of stuff hits the fan. This was also super anime, which is not a bad thing, mind you. The Chaos Head. Chaos Head was an experience. Absolutely, Chaos Head was an experience. It's an experience that's left some wounds behind. But it was an experience. Yeah, the first half of this where it's just like slice of life stuff. It's good. It's very good. Honestly, my only gripe about this game, the singular gripe, they didn't get that one singer to do the opening. Because it's for all the other stuff. It's the singular gripe. One. Honestly, I like the game. But I still can't put it against a Head Steins Gate. For me personally, I can't. I can't. But I'm biased as hell. I've played Steins Gate through 3 times, including the stream time, watched the anime twice. Yeah. Yeah, it could, like, I don't know what the case was. It could have been availability, it could have been anything. And it's the smallest of nitpicky things to say. It's the smallest of nits to pick. Yeah, yeah. And like, when I played the game, I'd already seen the anime. I saw the anime first. But it was just, it was the time I first played it, as well as it being a top-tier visual novel. Steins Gate is a top-tier visual novel. But even knowing the basic story beats, playing it at the time of my life when I did really made it resonate, and it's hard to top that. Like, it's still great when I replayed it on stream. It's still fantastic, but it didn't top that initial playthrough. Yeah, it really is. It really is. But yeah, like, all of them have been enjoyable. Again, some more scarring than others, but, you know, that's what we sign up for now, I guess. It's just what we do. Oh, man. Letting the credits go, obviously. Yeah, so if any trophies I've got that aren't anyway story-related or anything, and we couldn't have missed an ending, I don't think, because we have 100% CG. Anything that would have its own scene, we've seen it. So I'm assuming the rest of the trophies are just, like, completionist stuff, and, like, I can do that off camera. I'm getting the platinum. Visual novel platinums are not difficult. I'm getting the platinum. But, like, I don't think it's going to be worth taking time out of another stream for Steins Gate Zero to stream platinum. If people want me to, I'll do it. I just don't think it's going to be interesting or worth it. I totally have a voice now. Who did I read? I think this was covered at a previous time, that Ivy's voice actress was somebody else that we knew, but I'm drawing a blank now. Don't know the voice actress's name, I apologize. I can look it up. Phase 12 cleared! I saved their smiles. Reach Akiho's ending. So that's the final. We've got the endings. Alright. Oh, we must have missed a tips. Is that really the only one we're missing? Hold on. If that's the only one we're missing, if there's no hidden trophies, I think that's the only one we're missing. I think there was one I didn't actually view. We might actually be able to platinum it right now. Give me a second. If that's the only one, view all tips. If we didn't miss one, then all we'd have to do is... Because there was one at the end, we didn't view it. Platinum obtained. Oh, Haruko from Yakuza. Okay, there you go. Yeah! In fighting games, to cancel your win pose and attack the person who is down and is already lost. That's our platinum screenshot. That's it. If I just clicked that... If I just clicked that during the end scene and was like, no, I don't want to click it, I want to just do this scene, we could have had the actual ending be it, but... Difficult platinum trophy stream, yeah, totally. Holy crap. I need to go get something else to drink. I need to sleep. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. I'm super glad the internet was stable for this, because this was important. We had to cross this off the list, and I'm damn glad we did. This was a good time all the way through, barring that one scene. I'm glad people joined in. I hope everyone enjoyed. Assuming internet holds out, and we do have a technician coming in tomorrow, just to double check stuff. Because in all theory, the internet shouldn't be better now. All we did is the same thing I've been doing like twice a day, every single day since it started, which is power cycling the router. That's all that I did. But it seems better now. Still got a guy coming in tomorrow. I don't know what tomorrow's stream is going to be. I'm too tired for that now. I'll come up with tomorrow. Sunday we're starting Steins Gate 0, which should be installed and ready to go. And I don't know anything past that. I've stopped planning ahead because the internet's been poopy. But Steins Gate 0 is good to go. You can tell by the thumbnail. It's going to be a happy time. Also, even though it's absolutely going to get my video flagged, we're watching the opening to that because I think the Steins Gate 0 game opening is so good. So good. But yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. It's staying up way too late. But it's the weekend, so who cares? Hope everyone had a good time tonight. I had a blast.
Okay.
We crossed something off the list. All things are good. And got a platinum. My 32nd platinum. Hell yeah. This has been Vipers for Viperland. I'm gonna go get some sleep. You guys should all do the same. Obviously, though, we gotta get ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and you know what?
Get ready for the next battle.
That's me thinking about Steins Gate 0. Yep. Hope everyone has a good night. This has been Vipers for Viperland. I'll see you all next time.